It was night, and the Compton mountain range was shrouded in darkness, rain pouring relentlessly, while thunder echoed across the sky. Deep within this storm, Townsend Military County had set up camp. Inside one of the tents, an attendant entered, dropping to one knee before reporting with urgency, "Reconnaissance is obstructed by rain, Your Highness. However, intermittent lights have been observed to the northeast. According to reports, it's highly likely to be McCarthy's men." Seated in full armor, Count Adrian von Callista responded with poised authority. "Understood. I'll confirm it personally. Prepare accordingly." Without hesitation, the attendant bowed. "Yes, sir." Moments later, the Count stepped out into the storm, his attendant leading him up front. The rain drenched them instantly. Two guards stationed nearby noticed their movement. One of them whispered to the other with disdain, "Coming to someone else's territory just to endure this hardship. All for that dragon lair, huh?" The other replied, "Guess we're trying to curry favor with the Townsend Dukes while we're at it." "Still, Count Callista, rumors say he's a wastrel better, that he's at least capable of command." The Count heard their words but didn't react outwardly. "My apologies," he thought silently. "The truth is, I'm not Count Callista. My name is Hans." Since childhood, Hans had served Adrian von Callista as his personal servant. At first, it was homework and chores. Then came swordplay and etiquette. After the previous head of the family passed, Hans had assumed nearly every responsibility, including estate management. Eventually, while my wastrel master drowned in drink and women, I handled everything. I acted as the Count's hidden proxy, even marching into battle in his place. I let go of resentment long ago. As a commoner, I was granted opportunities most never dream of, but even so, dying on a battlefield like this, it's not what I expected. They arrived at the reported destination. Hans pointed. "So the flash of light was over there, sir?" "Yes," the attendant replied, then hesitated. Has the Count always been this tall?" Hans gazed into the stormy sky. "Well, at least I look noble on the battlefield. Soldiers fight on the front lines. The commander's job is to survive in the rear. The visibility is too poor." Hans decided. "Let's return." "Yes, Your Highness." As they turned to leave, Hans reflected silently. "Yet sometimes I wonder if there is an afterlife." The attendant glanced over. "Your Highness, perhaps I should lead the—" Suddenly, he collapsed. Hans turned sharply, eyes widening in alarm. Soldiers shouted in the background, "It's an ambush! Count, sir, this way!" Another soldier came running toward Hans, yelling, "Your Highness!" But it was too late. A spear struck Hans in the back, driving him to the muddy ground. "Huh? Is this how I die?" Blood pooled beneath him. The spear remained lodged in his back. To live my life always as a stand-in, only to perish so abruptly. Rain thundered around him. Soldiers screamed. His vision blurred. Sometimes I think, if there is a next life, I want to live a life where I'm recognized for who I am, where my actions are acknowledged, where my efforts are valued. A life meant for me. That was Hans's last thought, and then he opened his eyes. A girl's voice rang out, sobbing and desperate. "Please, my lord, please!" Hans blinked, confused. "Huh? Madeline? She was supposed to be at the county. Why is she here? And why does she look so young?" The girl cried out again. "I didn't mean to disregard you, my lord. I won't ever do it again, please." "Is she begging me? What on earth is happening?" He glanced around and saw a young man holding a stick, staring at it in confusion. The man noticed a mirror in the corner of the room, looked into it, and touched his face. "Count Callista?" he whispered. "That face. It's me. I'm in Adrian von Callista's body." "Madeline!" he shouted and rushed toward her. She flinched, thinking he would strike her. Hans, now Count Callista, backed away, embarrassed. "Today is. What day is it? And the year?" Still bewildered, Madeline answered, "Year 853. His breath caught in his throat. His eyes widened, mouth slightly agape. "I've returned to the past. I'm in the body of my former master. 15 years ago, he sat on the bed, processing the impossible reality. After several moments of stunned silence, he slapped himself across the face. Ouch, that hurts. Lying back down, he stared up at the canopy above. Is this reality? This luxurious room? I can't look away. These soft, delicate hands. He never did any labor, not even held a pen. He stood up again, covering his face as he spoke. First, go out, Madeline. Startled, she bowed and ran out. As she moved, he noticed her legs bruised and battered. Undeniably, the world's greatest wastrel lord, Adrian von Callista. He sighed, rubbing his head. He stopped servants for petty reasons, treated them like toys. After coming of age, he descended into debauchery, and I cleaned up all his mess. His eyes widened suddenly. Wait, something's off. He bolted upright, hurried through the door, and entered what he expected to be his room. Instead, he found sacks and boxes stacked floor to ceiling. A storage room? This should be my room. I lived here for 20 years, could I mistake it? He shut the door, heart racing. A familiar voice called out. What brings you to the servants' hall? Hansno. Adrian turned with a flinch. Claude! Just like Madeline, Claude stood exactly as he remembered him. Childhood friend. Loyal servant. Like family. Excuse me. Where is Hans now? Your friend. No, my chamberlain, I mean. Claude. Confused. Hans? I'm not sure I know anyone by that name. If he's a new servant, shall I ask the head butler? What? Hans the one who's worked here since he was 6? Yes. A young male servant. Around my age. Claude looked uncomfortable. There, Claude muttered. What is this? His stone is strange and he seems off today. I'm sorry, but I don't know any such person. Adrian froze in place. What does this mean? That I don't exist in this world? A few days had passed. Early in the morning, 2 maids were chatting while carrying a laundry basket through the quiet halls of the Callista estate. Did you hear? One of the maids whispered. Some say they've seen the young lord at dawn these past few days. Her companion blinked in surprise. Huh? But he always wakes up late in the afternoon. That can't possibly. Before she could finish her sentence, the girls suddenly shrieked in fright. Callista had silently approached from behind and spoke in a calm voice. Over there. Startled beyond belief, the maids dropped their basket, scattering the laundry across the floor. Callista blinked, slightly embarrassed. Can you call the nanny? Sorry for startling you. The maid bowed repeatedly, her voice trembling. Yes, it's fine, my lord. I apologize. As they scrambled to collect the fallen laundry, the 2 exchanged whispers. Goodness. Truly before sunrise. That startled me. Shh. Today is June 17th, year 853. It's already been a week since I entered the body of 15-year-old Count Callista. I suppose I have to start accepting that I've become Adrian and will be living his life. Later that morning, the nanny arrived in Adrian's chamber and began dressing him. She commented with a soft smile, You've been waking up rather early these days. Adrian chuckled. Yeah, even when I try to sleep, my eyes just open. Shall I have breakfast prepared? He shook his head gently, offering her a small smile. I'd like to visit Mother first and pay my respects. Would that be all right? The nanny gasped, covering her mouth in surprise. Oh, that's a wonderful idea, my lord. Madam will be so pleased. Soon after, Adrian stood before his mother's chamber door. He took a breath and called softly, Mother. Inside, his sickly mother lay in bed, frail and pale. His younger sister, just a year apart from him in age, turned toward the door with a look of shock. Regina von Callistath, Countess of Callista. Owen von Callistath, current Count of Callista. Regina blinked. Brother, what brings you at this hour? Owen chuckled softly. Oh dear, what are you saying? Adrian stepped closer, his voice tender. No, it's just. I'm glad to see you. Owen gestured. Come in, Adrian. It's a lovely morning, isn't it? As Adrian approached the 2 women, his thoughts turned bitter. 3 years ago, when the former Count of Callista suddenly passed away, the shock left the late Countess bedridden. Adrian's younger sister, just a year apart, and his mother were all that remained of House Callista. Despite its remote location in the Rosenbaum Empire, the territory of Count Callista was once a noble house of wealth and honor, with a vast domain and a long history. But after the father's death, a 12-year-old Adrian inherited the title, and all that glory crumbled beneath his hedonistic rule. The house grew so poor they had to lease troops to other territories just to afford meals. Mother's health worsened, and she passed away. Regina had to bear the weight of the household, buried in debt. He sat by the bed. "Mother, I've been neglectful, haven't I? I'll come visit you often now." His mother smiled faintly. "My son, you don't need to overdo it. Just managing the estate must be burdensome enough." She reached out to gently touch his face. Adrian's expression turned somber. After a few quiet moments, he excused himself and stepped out of the room. "For the sake of the two who've suffered so much, I have to manage the estate properly." Just then, a voice called out, "My lord, Mr. Flynn has come to see you. May I escort him to the reception room?" It was Alman Butler of House Callista. Adrian's face brightened instantly. "Mr. Alman, please do that." Alman paused, puzzled by Adrian's overly enthusiastic tone. "My lord? Ah, yes, please do that. Mr. Alman has served since the days of the former count, a responsible and capable man. Every time the master struck the servants, Alman shielded them with his own body. Even when ignored, he never withheld advice and worked tirelessly to keep the estate afloat. But around this time, he resigned. The new butler, Side, was so incompetent he helped ruin the family finances. As they walked through the hall, Adrian glanced up at Alman with puppy-like eyes. "Please don't leave. Isn't there any way to stop Mr. Alman from leaving?" Alman knocked on the parlor door. "Mr. Flynn, I have brought the lord." A smug voice replied from inside. "Ho ho, my lord. A fine morning to you. Flynn, administrator of Callista Territory." Adrian narrowed his eyes. "Ah, Flynn, I remember now. That bastard treats the servants like slaves." Trying to keep his voice even, Adrian asked, "Is there some business?" They both sat down on the couch. Flynn glanced toward the door as if to ensure no one was nearby. Then, with a sly grin, he leaned closer. "As I mentioned before, a suitable replacement has been prepared. Now, shall we dismiss that wretch, Alman?" Adrian stiffened. "What?" Flynn waved a hand dismissively. "The replacement is a fellow named Side. Very competent. He's like a brother to me." Before he could finish, Adrian cut him off. "Wait a second. Flynn, hold on. Sorry to interrupt, but did I really say I would fire Alman?" Flynn's face briefly turned serious before his usual false smile returned. "Oh dear, I must have forgotten. Curious." Adrian watched as Flynn reached into his pocket. "I've been neglecting my lord for some time. I know it well, even without being told." He handed Adrian something. "Here you are." It was gold coins. Adrian stared at them in silence. "No need to dirty your hands over this," Flynn added smoothly. "Let's just settle it with a simple charge of embezzlement. As always, I'll prepare the records for you." Adrian's hand trembled as he held the gold. 10 gold. A commoner family's monthly expenses are 10 silver. 10 gold is 20 months' worth of living expenses. Flynn is the administrator of Callista Territory. Apart from the Lord's meager stipend, he has no other income. In other words, this gold was stolen from our people. Adrian Callista, you took embezzled money as bribes and let the estate be manipulated by others? Mr. Alman wasn't just quitting, he was driven out. Everyone knew it was a false accusation and stayed quiet. And I was too young to notice back then. My reason and memories are more messed up than I thought. Adrian looked up sharply and shouted, "Oswald, are you there?" "Yes, my lord. What do you require?" Flynn blinked. "Oswald, the night bodyguard?" Adrian's voice rang out firm and cold. "Arrest Flynn immediately. He made corrupt requests and falsely accused my servant." "Imprison him in the dungeon!" Oswald burst into the room. "As your command, my lord." Flynn leapt up, sputtering. "My lord! Wait, my lord! You scoundrel, how dare you? This is absurd!" Oswald pinned him down with swift precision. Adrian rose to his feet. I still don't know why or how I ended up in this body, but knowing how much suffering its former owner caused so many, I can't sit back and let the same past repeat. Oswald dragged the writhing Flynn down the hall. Flynn shouted indignantly, "Take it easy on me! Walk straight, you scum! Don't even know what you did wrong!" Oswald barked. Flynn sneered through gritted teeth. "That insolent brat dares! A sick woman and 2 brats! It's no exaggeration to say this collapsing house has only 1 knight left, and the biggest fool among them is the so-called Count. Easier to manipulate than a village mutt. That arrogant punk's finally trying to show pride." A cruel smirk spread across Flynn's lips. "But the world isn't so kind, you brat." Inside the dimly lit dungeon cell, Oswald shoved Flynn harshly to the ground. The iron door clanged shut behind them, echoing through the stone corridors. Flynn stumbled and fell forward with a thud. "Oh my!" he gasped, glaring up at the knight. "Aren't you handling people too roughly?" Oswald didn't flinch. His cold eyes bore into Flynn's. "Shut your mouth," he snapped. "Stay quiet until the Lord decides your fate." Flynn scowled from the floor. "Oswald, the son of a knight who served the previous count. That smug face of his has always rubbed me the wrong way, pretending to be loyal just because all the decent knights left. I'll get rid of him too. Once I sweet-talk Count Callista, he'll be gone. A mere knight, acting so high and mighty in front of me." He scoffed silently. "That so-called lord is just a 15-year-old brat, lazy and full of poor judgment." He recalled a memory-one that always amused him. "My lord," Flynn had once said, "it seems we need to raise the tax rate this time." Adrian, barely paying attention, had simply shrugged. All right, do it." "What a whimsical child," Flynn mused. "But a little flattery, and he'll be grinning like a fool in no time." Just then, footsteps echoed through the corridor. Adrian arrived at the dungeon cell, flanked by 2 guards. His expression was unreadable, his posture unnervingly composed. Oswald straightened. "Have you arrived, my lord?" Adrian gave a curt nod. "Yep. Is Flynn inside?" From within the cell, Flynn glanced toward the door. "If he starts yelling again like usual, I'll just kneel once and whine a little." He quickly forced a smile and greeted with exaggerated politeness. "Oh my, our esteemed lord has come in person." But the moment Adrian stepped into the light, Flynn froze. The boy before him was different. His aura was sharp, commanding utterly. Unlike the naive child he remembered. Flynn's face fell. "Huh? This guy. Is that really the empty-headed kid?" He dropped to his knees instinctively. "My lord, it was all my fault. Please, just one act of mercy." Adrian's voice was calm and resolute. "No need to beg me for mercy, Flynn." The knights nearby exchanged startled glances. "Count Callista, speaking with such authority?" Adrian continued. "From now on, all serious crimes within Callista territory will be judged through formal trials." Flynn's eyes widened. "Trials? You're joking." "Right, my lord? It's me, Flynn. Haven't I always been loyal to you?" "My lord!" Adrian turned without another word and began walking away, Oswald following close behind. Flynn's desperate cries echoed in the stone chamber, unanswered. A few days later, Flynn stood at the courtroom's center, his hands trembling at his sides. Once a powerful administrator despite his commoner origin, Flynn had wielded significant influence throughout Callista territory. Now, he stood accused of bribery, embezzlement, and breach of trust. His assets were being seized. He faced imprisonment, and as word spread, the entire territory was shaken. Flynn's downfall became more than just a trial, it was a warning, a message to every negligent administrator who had grown complacent in their power. In the castle halls, the servants whispered among themselves, "Did you hear about Lord Flynn's trial? How long has it been since we had a proper trial in the territory? Why did the Lord suddenly summon us? Sigh. Did someone upset him again? What whim is he acting on this time?" Meanwhile, Adrian stood before a gathering of castle servants. Allman stood at his side, overseeing the assembly. "Is everyone gathered?" Adrian asked quietly. Allman nodded. "Yes, Count. All the servants working in the castle have been assembled." The chamber fell into silence. Dozens of eyes turned toward the young lord. Adrian looked across the room, his gaze steady. After a long pause, he finally spoke. "How I've been as a lord so far. The servants who've served House Callista up close would know best." Confused murmurs rippled through the room. What's he trying to say? I just hope he doesn't hit anyone. Then, to everyone's shock, Adrian bowed deeply before them, graceful, apologetic, and sincere. "I want to apologize to all of you." A gasp ran through the crowd. "I've lashed out, nitpicked, and even committed violence over absurd reasons," he admitted. The servants exchanged bewildered glances. "Why's he acting like this? What happened to him?" "I know one apology won't erase everything I've done," Adrian said, raising his head. "But I want the chance to make amends. I've been unreliable as the head of House Callista and as the lord of this land. But from now on, I will change. I'll make Callista a place where people can live happily and with dignity." He scanned the room, meeting their eyes one by one. "To do that, I have to start with the people closest to me. You, the ones who've endured life in this castle. I'll fix what's been lacking. It may be chaotic at first, but I hope you'll all trust and follow me." That was all. With nothing more to add, Adrian stepped back, letting silence echo through the chamber once more. In the hallway afterward, Claude walked beside Madeline, still stunned. "My lord, why is he acting like this all of a sudden?" Madeline replied, her tone tinged with disbelief. "Just a few days ago, he hit me with a whip. Can a person really change that suddenly?" Later, in Adrian's chambers, he turned to Alman. "You worked hard. You can go now," Adrian said. Alman remained silent. "Alman?" Adrian called again, concerned. Alman slowly bowed. At that moment, Alman approached. "I heard you supported me, even when Lord Flynn accused me falsely." Adrian looked surprised and quickly stepped forward, attempting to lift Alman's head. "Huh? Lift your head, Alman. We've been together so long it's only natural. Besides, it was all baseless slander, bribery using embezzled money." He gently placed a hand over Alman's. "If something like Flynn's case happens again, I'll make sure no one is wrongfully accused. Could you help me with that, Alman?" Alman looked up slowly, stunned. After a brief pause, he spoke. "You've changed, my lord. I've served you since the time of the late Count. It's been over a decade. Your face and clothes are the same, but today, you feel like a different person. It seems you've made a resolve beyond my understanding. Don't worry, I'll follow you." He bowed once more this time, with deep, elegant reverence. Later that evening, Adrian stood by his window, gazing over the moonlit land of Callista. "I wasn't just given a second life," he thought. "I inherited the noble title of Count Callista, the authority of a lord, and knowledge of the next 15 years. Whether it's fortune or misfortune, at least I've handled lordly duties before. As a commoner, I studied administration, politics. I know how this world works. I can use that." His eyes narrowed. "I have to protect the people dear to me. My 2 remaining family members, the servants who've endured a harsh life, this land, and its people. My wish is that everyone in this territory can live the life they want, unbound by status or birth, but that kind of future won't come just by making the land prosperous. I'll need more than that." He paused, then frowned thoughtfully. "Is there any information I know from the future that could shake things up?" A memory surfaced. All that talk about a dragon's lair, was it just a rumor to get close to the Townsend dukedom? His eyes lit up. Right, that's it. The dragon's lair. It was a clear, sunny day, yet Adrian was drenched in sweat as he made his way through the thick forest trails. His steps were unsteady, his breathing shallow. His clothes clung to him from the heat and exertion. Oswald, walking not far behind, called out with concern, "My lord, you seem a bit exhausted. Why don't we take a break?" Adrian slowed, glancing back. "Oh, should I?" They eventually came to a halt beneath a large oak tree. The canopy above filtered the sunlight, casting dappled shadows over the mossy earth. Leaves drifted lazily through the air as Adrian and servants sat down on a soft patch of grass, taking in the forest's tranquil beauty. After a moment of silence, Oswald looked to his master, hesitant. My lord, How about just checking this much for today? The terrain's rather rugged. It's not safe to keep pushing. Adrian turned his gaze toward the forest, his expression tinged with guilt. I'm sorry for making everyone work so hard. It's already been days since I set out to inspect the territory personally, he thought. But this isn't just any inspection. I'm searching for something extraordinary, a dragon's lair. Dragons, creatures of unmatched power and intellect, once revered as divine beings, had gone extinct long ago. Yet, whenever one of their ancient lairs was discovered, the world reacted with hysteria, because those lairs contained treasures of immeasurable value. Their wealth could tip the balance of kingdoms, and Adrian knew something others didn't. The Compton mountain range, 15 years from now, a dragon's lair will be discovered here. And when it happens, the Rosenbaum Empire will erupt. The Emperor will still be young, and the two dominant houses, Townsend and McCarthy, will be caught in a power struggle. That lair would be found right at the border of the two houses, sparking a military conflict over ownership and Callista territory. It happened to sit on that very border. Adrian remembered clearly House Callista had once sent troops in support of the Townsend dukedom during the chaos. That's why I have to find it now, 15 years earlier. Without saying a word, Adrian rose quietly and slipped away from the resting group. He began running alone through the dense undergrowth. They say dragons hoarded mountains of gold and jewels enough to purchase a small kingdom. If I can find that lair now, it won't just stabilize the territory. It could fuel something far greater. The precise location hadn't been recorded in history, only that an herbalist, lost deep in an oak forest, stumbled upon it by accident and recognized it as a dragon's lair the moment he saw it. If he could recognize it at first glance, then so can I. Several hours passed. Night had fallen, and the forest was bathed in shadows. Adrian was now leaning against a tree, completely out of breath. His legs trembled with fatigue. It's not here. I can't find it. He glanced around, disoriented. Not even a ridge that looks remotely like a lair. Were the rumors about the herbalist distorted? His chest heaved. The sun's already set. This body, why is it so weak? I'll have to start exercising once I get back. A distant voice called out through the woods. My lord! Adrian stiffened. They're looking for me. It bothers me to keep making the servants suffer like this. But if I ask them to help search, the lair's secret might leak. No, I can't get soft now. The existence of the lair itself could trigger civil war. I need to be careful. Then suddenly, the earth gave way beneath his feet. Adrian slipped too late to catch himself and tumbled off the side of a steep cliff. His scream echoed into the air as he flailed mid-fall. But by some miracle, his descent was broken halfway down the cliff. He slammed into a narrow, rocky ledge, groaning in pain. Am I stuck halfway down a cliff? He muttered, gasping. He clutched his ribs. I almost died twice just now. This is bad. I think something's broken. How do I climb back? That's when he saw it. Just beside him, almost hidden within the cliff wall, was a cave entrance. His eyes widened. He said you'd recognize a dragon's lair at first glance. And he wasn't wrong. This is definitely it. Perched precariously halfway down a cliff, such an absurd location had to be intentional. Probably an entrance for a guardian. After all, dragons mostly move through teleportation. Adrian slowly forced himself inside. The cave opened into a vast, hollowed-out space, hidden perfectly by the rugged canyons of the Compton mountain range. No wonder it remained hidden all these years. But now a new problem presented itself. How do I get back up the cliff from here? Oswald and the others would never be able to find this place. Even if I find the treasures, if I die here, it's meaningless. Yet curiosity pulled him deeper. Eventually, he stepped into a grand inner chamber and gasped. Wow, he whispered. Beautiful. Is this a dragon's domain? He staggered forward and realized with a shock that all the pain in his body was vanishing. Unbelievable. My injuries. They're healing? This was supposed to be an abandoned lair. Could the entire space be enchanted with healing magic? If so, even this chamber alone would be worth a fortune. He slapped himself. Get it together. Now's not the time to get overwhelmed. I have to explore every inch of this lair. This place, this lair, will become my greatest asset. I, who've returned to the past in someone else's body, need this more than anyone. Adrian spent hours combing through the lair. In the end, he discovered that the structure branched out like an ant colony. 4 large doors extended from the central chamber, each leading into unique and diverse rooms, some suited for study, others for rest or even grooming. So dragons really did take human form to enjoy mortal pleasures. This is more like a palace than a cave. There weren't mountains of gold as the legends claimed, not enough to buy a kingdom. But everything left behind here carried immense potential value. The most impressive, however, was the central area, a magical chamber that continuously healed any wounds or fatigue. I'll call this the healing hall for now. Given that healing magic was all but extinct in the present, this discovery alone was revolutionary. Now, just one last room left to check. He walked toward the final door. As it creaked open, Adrian froze in place. His entire body went rigid. "No way," he whispered. What he saw inside defied belief. A massive dragon lay before him. Its body stretched across the entire chamber. Is this real? What I'm seeing right now, is it really real? But dragons went completely extinct centuries ago. This must be a corpse. He stepped closer, hesitant. Right. If a living dragon were still here, it would have caused havoc across the continent. But this corpse looks pristine, untouched by time. Do dragon bodies remain like this, even after death? I should have studied more in my past life. As he reached out, his fingers brushed against the creature's scales. And then light. A brilliant glow burst from the dragon's body. Adrian staggered back. What's that light? The light compressed into a sphere brilliant and radiant and floated toward him. He couldn't move, couldn't breathe. The orb hovered before his forehead, then slowly entered his head. Adrian's eyes widened in panic. Right now, inside my head. What's entering me? A blinding explosion of light erupted from beneath his feet. A massive, ancient magic circle activated in front of the dragon. A blinding white light enveloped Adrian, freezing him in place as his black hair transformed into a shimmering golden hue. Confusion gripped him as he stammered, "Huh? I swear just now." A voice, deep and resonant, broke through the haze nearby. "Human, huh? The weakest yet most creative species. Not bad." Adrian found himself face to face with a striking figure, a handsome man with golden hair and an otherworldly aura that felt distinctly inhuman. Golden hair? A strange aura. Feels like he's not human. Adrian's voice trembled as he asked, Who are you?" The man introduced himself with a calm, commanding presence. "My name is Seyfried, the last head of the Gold Clan and the final dragon of the continent." Adrian's eyes widened, and he leaned back slightly, his expression turning dire. "A dragon?" he whispered. "Then you must be the master of the lair." Seyfried's gaze softened as he addressed Adrian's confusion. "Let me explain simply," he said. "What you encountered was merely my lifeless shell. What speaks to you now is the final magic I left behind." Adrian shook his head, struggling to comprehend. "I don't quite understand." Seyfried's voice carried the weight of centuries as he elaborated. "We dragons were the most superior beings on this land, but over the ages, we were consumed by conflict and rivalry. In the end, I became the last dragon of the continent. Dragons are solitary by nature, so being alone didn't stir much emotion in me, but the idea of our magic disappearing forever, I couldn't ignore that. So, I made one decision, to pass down my knowledge and legacy to the intelligent being who would find my lair by fate and preserve the magic of dragons. I drew my last breath in the year 354. This spell was designed to last for 500 years after my death. If the deadline passed, my corpse would have crumbled, and dragon magic would have been lost to history. I would have accepted that as fate too. But here you are, my successor. May the power called magic continue to exist in this world even for future generations." Adrian's voice faltered as he protested. "I have no knowledge of magic. There aren't even 1,000 mages left in this world. For me to learn magic is..." Seyfried let out a hearty laugh. undeterred by Adrian's doubts. "I told you," he said firmly, stepping closer and pointing a finger at Adrian's chest. "You are Seyfried's successor." The world shifted, and Adrian awoke back in the dragon's lair, his heart pounding. What was that just now? Was it an illusion? A dragon? "The last dragon has completely perished, leaving me." His hand instinctively touched his chest, where a new sensation pulsed, a dragon heart. As he pressed his hand against his chest, a faint, magical aura emanated from his palm. Beside his human heart, another presenza, blurry, smoke-like, yet powerful source of magic thrummed vividly. Moments later, Seyfried's knowledge began flooding into Adrian's mind through the dragon heart. The influx of information was overwhelming, and much of it remained unclear. But one truth stood out. I can now use dragon tongue magic. Eager to test his newfound power, Adrian wasted no time. "Lightning bolt," he declared. Unlike human mages, who required long incantations before chanting an activation word, dragon tongue magic activated with a single trigger word. Drawing on the special magic power generated by a dragon heart, the dragon heart Seyfried had bestowed upon him served as a perfect substitute. Exhilarated, Adrian used his magic to fly upward, soaring to the top of a cliff outside the lair. "I used up all my mana just to get this far. Fly is only a twin circle spell. The dragon heart isn't stable yet, so mana is still limited, but it will grow to match my body. Eventually, I'll be able to use magic akin to divine power." A smile spread across his face as he began walking back through the forest, only to be interrupted by a loud, frantic cry. "My lord!" His servants rushed toward him, their faces etched with worry. "Oh no, my lord. I've been searching all over. Are you all right?" Later, inside a carriage draped with a warm blanket over his shoulders, Adrian reflected on his extraordinary experience. "I gained far more than expected in the lair. The successor of a dragon, that's something not even in the history books." His thoughts turned to Seyfried's words about the spell's 500-year limit. This year is exactly 853, and it had a strict 500-year limit. If I had been even 1 year late, Seyfried's legacy would have vanished forever. In my previous life, the lair wasn't discovered until 15 years from now. His mind raced with the implications. Magic. Most mages today can't even break past the honest or twined circle in their lifetimes. Those who reach the 5th circle are considered archmages. Meanwhile, dragons are born at the pinnacle of intellect, the 9th circle, a level far beyond human reach. If I can obtain the power of a dragon, even that level may not be just a dream. The carriage came to a stop, and a guard's voice broke through his thoughts. "My lord, we've arrived at the Count's estate." Inside the estate, Adrian was greeted by a barrage of concern from Regina, his sister. "What kind of state were you in?" she scolded. "You suddenly disappeared for a tour of the Compton mountain range and left everyone worried. No word until sunset. And what's with your clothes? Did you run into bandits or something?" Adrian waved off her concerns, though his voice betrayed a hint of exhaustion. "Don't worry, I wasn't hurt. I was hurt, but I'm fine now." Oswald, the loyal knight, dropped to his knees, his head bowed low. "I'm terribly sorry," he said, his voice heavy with guilt. "This lowly old knight failed to protect my lord." Regina's tone softened, her worry evident. "Brother, you've been pushing yourself too hard lately. Did something happen?" Adrian glanced at Regina and Oswald, their eyes brimming with concern, and quickly shook his head. "No, I'm fine. Everyone, go in and rest." Alone in his room at last, Adrian sighed and sank into his chair. Oswald, like Alman, was one of the former Count's close aides. He remained purely out of loyalty to Callista. Regina, Alman, Oswald. Thankfully, I still have people by my side who will help me. He called for Alman, who entered promptly. "Did you call for me, master?" Alman asked. "Alman, sorry it's late," Adrian said. "What about that thing I asked for before the tour?" "The servant list and the salary ledger, sir," Alman replied. "As you requested, they've been organized. Are you reviewing them now? It's already late, and I heard there was an accident on your journey." Alman's concern was evident, but Adrian brushed it aside with a warm smile. "I'm fine. Please bring them." Alman hesitated. Would you consider resting tonight and reviewing them tomorrow instead, pushing yourself for something not so urgent? I'm worried for your health, my lord. Adrian's smile widened. What if they can keep up with my changes? For the servants, their livelihood depends on daily treatment. How can that not be urgent? Besides, I've just finished a pressing matter. Could you bring them now? Alman bowed politely, a hint of curiosity in his voice. Understood. Please wait a moment. You said you've just finished a pressing matter. Was there something you needed to take care of during the tour? Adrian paused, then reached into his pocket and pulled out a handful of gold coins, holding them out in his palm. Alman, by the way, he said with a thoughtful look. Do you know much about Grace? It was a beautiful day in the market, and Claude moved calmly from stall to stall, reviewing a purchase list. His pace was unhurried, yet purposeful, and a folded order form rested securely in his hand. From behind a fruit stand, an elderly woman looked up in pleasant surprise. Oh my, Claude, it's been a while, hasn't it? She said with a warm grin. Are you here to place an order? Claude gave her a polite nod and held out the sheet. Yes, please follow this order form. The old fruit seller unfolded the page, eyes scanning the contents before blinking in surprise. 10 boxes, each of apples and oranges. My goodness, that much? He met her gaze calmly. Will it be difficult to supply that amount? She quickly shook her head, her smile returning with twice the brightness. Not at all. I'm just happy. Her voice took on a nostalgic tone. The Lord has completely changed, don't you think? Ever since Flynn Nari was punished, taxes were slashed, and orders from the manor increased. Everyone's saying life's finally worth living. Who would have thought a day like this would come? She handed back the receipt. I'll deliver them by this evening. Claude bowed slightly. Thank you. Before he could turn to leave, the old woman handed him 2 crisp apples. And this is for you. Just a little thank you. Her smile softened. Isn't it thanks to you all serving the Lord well that things turned out like this? Claude accepted the apples hesitantly, seeming slightly uncomfortable under her gratitude. Praises like that are still hard to accept. Later, outside the Callista estate, Madeline stood still in the midday sun, staring up at the grand stone manor. Her thoughts drifted until a familiar voice cut through the silence. Madeline. She turned her head to see Claude jogging toward her, waving with one hand, 2 apples held in the other. He wore a rare, open smile, something she hadn't seen in quite some time. He tossed one apple gently her way, and she caught it with ease. What's with the apples? She asked, raising an eyebrow. Claude gestured toward the fruit in her hand. I went to place a fruit order. Aunt Lowen gave them to me. They walked over to a large tree nearby, taking refuge beneath its shade. Sitting side by side, they bit into their apples as a breeze rustled the leaves. Madeline took a bite and glanced up at the sky. She's a completely different person now, she said quietly. She used to be angry all the time. Claude gave a small chuckle. That stingy old lady? He teased. A lot has changed. It was surprising enough that Flynn Nari was punished, but for all the corrupt officials to be dragged off too. He leaned back against the trunk. Who would have thought the Lord would check all the estate's ledgers himself? And I heard all the illegally collected taxes were returned to the residents. Madeline nodded slowly. Right. Even for us. Suddenly improving our conditions, giving us break time, and annual raises. He even replaced all the old clothes and bedding. She took another bite, savoring the fruit. The staff meals are delicious too. Thanks to that, we even get time to chill like this. Aren't you grateful? Claude frowned slightly and turned toward her. What the heck, Madeline? You were just talking smack a few weeks ago. Didn't they beat you over a petty reason? People don't change that easily. You've experienced it yourself, right? Don't tell me you already trust the Lord? No way, right? Madeline looked down at the apple in her hands. Her voice was quieter this time. That's true. But these days, when I see the Lord, I start to think maybe I was too hasty. I kind of want to give him a chance. Claude narrowed his eyes suspiciously. You're not one of those who forgives him because he's handsome, right? Without missing a beat. Madeline raised her right hand. No way. She stood up and brushed off her skirt. Anyway, shall we get going? Our break time's almost over. Claude groaned as he stood. Why does time fly when you're resting? They arrived at the estate gate, where the guards gave them a quick nod. Madeline looked around. The Lord's out of the castle again today, right? Lately it feels like it's even harder to see him. Claude nodded. Yeah, he's been going on inspections a lot lately. Meanwhile, deep in the dragon's lair, Adrian stood alone beneath the massive arched ceiling. Light flickered from ancient crystal sconces as he practiced his magic with measured precision. Hovering midair, he cast Fly, and then immediately conjured a fireball, aiming it downward. The spell struck the floor and rebounded toward him. Without hesitation, Adrian summoned a shield, blocking it at the last second. The force of the impact rippled around him, and he lowered himself to the ground. He exhaled slowly, sweat clinging to his brow. It's been about a month since I inherited the dragon's power. I've been training steadily, and I can see I'm gradually improving. The range and intensity of my spells are growing too. He looked around the vast chamber. The only inconvenient part is, if I want to practice magic freely, I always have to travel all the way out here to this distant lair. This was the very place where Seyfried's remains had once rested. According to Seyfried, no magic cast here could damage the structure. Adrian had made it his private training ground. It'd be nice if I could come and go more easily. Of course, there was a way. A teleportation spell that allowed travel to an absolute coordinate within a safe zone. However, that was a 7-circle spell, the powerful Warp Gatia technique, far beyond his current level. Right now, I'm only at the 2 or 3 circle level. That's about the same as an average Imperial mage. Even the Empire's top Grand Mage only reached the 5 circle. He lowered his stance and prepared again. First things first, I need to master Blink, a short-range teleportation spell from the 3rd circle. He cast Blink. Nothing. Again. Failure. He kept trying over several days, refining his focus and incantation, adjusting every angle of execution, but each attempt left him drained and unsuccessful. Then, one day without warning, he cast Blink and felt himself warp. It succeeded. But immediately afterward, his vision blurred, and his legs buckled. He collapsed to the floor and lost consciousness. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself standing in the endless white void, the same place he'd met Seyfried before. This is... From the empty space, Seyfried appeared once more. Well done, the dragon said with a proud smile. You're progressing faster than I expected. Congratulations. Just now, your magic finally surpassed the beginner level. Adrian blinked in surprise. As a reward, I've unlocked a new area of the lair, Seyfried explained. Keep advancing. You'll gradually obtain more useful things. Adrian stared, dumbfounded. Did you perhaps set it up so that more of the lair opens as I grow? Is there a particular reason for the restriction? Seyfried took a thoughtful pause before answering. If a greedy miser were to find the lair, they might just take the treasure and ignore the magic. He gave Adrian a knowing look. Keep growing as you are, my successor, so that my magic may continue in this world. When Adrian returned to reality, he found himself in a newly unlocked area of the lair. A hidden chamber, inaccessible through the main entrance, had appeared. He looked around in awe. No wonder the rumors said a kingdom could be bought with this lair. But I didn't see much gold or treasure before. Everything had been concealed with magic. Now, inside the sealed chamber, the real legacy was revealed. According to Seyfried, more treasures will be unlocked as time passes, right? Adrian examined a nearby shelf, eyes scanning ancient texts. What's written here? Is this ancient rune script? I can read it now, too. He read the names etched onto various objects. Queen of Tears. Afternoon in spring. Blessing of the gods. He opened one of the books. It detailed artifacts. Artifacts infused with transcendent magic. The effects of magic permanently fixed into the object. With magic nearly extinct in the world, such artifacts had become near mythical. Finding one was nearly impossible, and creating one, even more so. A backwater noble like me would never encounter one in a lifetime, and I'm nowhere near the level to create artifacts myself. He closed the book gently and placed it back on the shelf. Then, curiously, he pulled out another, and then another. Each tome detailed magical artifacts, dozens of them, cataloged and preserved. Wait, don't tell me. What's here? Are all artifacts? His eyes widened. This whole shelf. No, this entire room is filled with them. Inside the chamber, 10 artifacts were displayed in quiet splendor, each accompanied by an ancient book explaining its history and function in meticulous detail. Thanks to this, Adrian found it easy to select those that would be most useful to him at present. The first he chose was an artifact named Spring Afternoon. According to the book, it had been created by a 7th Circle archmage for his ailing wife. The ring held within it a healing enchantment, though not particularly powerful or efficient by the standards of traditional healing magic. Its simple effect of boosting vitality could be invaluable for someone in poor health. Healing magic is usually too inefficient to be practical, Adrian thought, inspecting the ring closely. But for Mother, whose body remains fragile, even something like this will be a great help. Next, he examined an artifact known as Dance of Shadows. Crafted by the Red Dragon Berestein, the piece looked deceptively simple. But when Adrian activated it, a faint red aura shimmered into existence, swirling like mist around his body. As it settled, Adrian vanished from sight entirely. Even in front of a mirror, no reflection showed. He experimentally jumped in place, marveling. There were no footprints, no sound. Even the sensation of weight seemed to vanish from his limbs. There's more to this than invisibility, he realized. It's like my very presence has been erased from the world. This is the true power of a dragon-made artifact. But that wasn't the most astonishing piece in the room. Adrian approached another artifact, and before he could reach out, it moved on its own, slithering through the air like a living creature. It coiled around his arm, fitting snugly in place. This one was called Breath of the Earth, and it was recorded as the only known artifact personally crafted by Seyfried the Gold Dragon himself. Its function was simple in theory, but revolutionary in practice. Warp. The coordinates were already fixed, bound permanently to Seyfried's lair. This will be enough to ease the suspicions from Regina and Alman, Adrian thought, recalling their growing concern over his frequent absences. I can travel back and forth without anyone noticing. No more sneaking around or wasting time. He clenched his fist in determination. With this, distance is no longer a problem. I can train freely. Who would have thought that learning magic could be this enjoyable? Later, Adrian rode through the forest on horseback, the artifact still on his arm. He glanced over his shoulder toward Mount Compton, a quiet resolution settling in his chest. This will be my last trip to the mountain, he thought. I suppose it's fortunate that this place is so deserted. But just as the thought passed, the ground began to tremble slightly beneath his horse's hooves. From the thicket ahead, a group of knights emerged, clad in full armor. Their leader raised a hand, signaling for his troops to halt. "Stop," he commanded. Adrian instinctively pulled back on the reins, his gaze narrowing. Then, in a loud, commanding voice, he addressed them. "As the Lord of Callista, I ask you this state, your identity. You have entered another territory with armed troops and without permission." One of the knights dismounted with a smirk. Well, so it's true. The Count of Callista is just a child," he said with mock amusement. "I am Count Pete Ross, commander of the 1st Imperial Knights." "A child?" Adrian bristled. "Sure, there's an age difference, and authority between capital and frontier nobles varies, but we're both counts." The least he could do is observe formalities. "Yes, Count Ross," Adrian replied coolly. "What brings you to Callista?" Pete gave an exasperated sigh, as though tired of dealing with backwoods nobility. "I knew this was a rural backwater, but I didn't expect people to be so clueless. Let me be brief. The Count of Rodriguez has launched a rebellion. We are pursuing the traitor, Laquia de Rodriguez, for immediate execution. By imperial decree, you are ordered to provide full cooperation." The name hit Adrian like a hammer. Laquia de Rodriguez? His thoughts raced. At just 16, he became the continent's greatest sword prodigy, reaching the rank of swordmaster. But then, his family was branded as traitors. He was caught in the crossfire and died a tragic death. He remembered the stories. Lakia and the Emperor had once been childhood friends, inseparable and deeply trusted companions. Lakia had even served as a mentor to the prince before his ascension to the throne. But once the young emperor was crowned, everything changed. With the imperial court dominated by the powerful ducal houses, Townsend and McCarthy's emperor was rendered a puppet. Pro-emperor factions were purged ruthlessly, and the Rodriguez family had been among the first to fall. I still remember the moment the news broke 5 years after their execution. The Rodriguez family was cleared of all charges. The whole empire mourned for the genius who had already perished. Lakia, who might have become a grandmaster, was lost forever at just 20 years of age. Adrian, with a stern look. I know what's coming. There's no time to hesitate. I have to save him. Pete's voice cut through his thoughts. Hey, are you even listening? That criminal fled this way with critical injuries. Do you even understand how serious this is, boy? Adrian stared at him for a moment, then gave a sarcastic smile. He really thinks I'm some clueless, noble brat, he answered smoothly. Yes, Callista will cooperate. But let's not rush into this. Let's postpone the search until first light tomorrow and conduct a joint operation then. What do you think? Pete sighed again, clearly unimpressed. I doubt these backwater soldiers will be of any use. Our knights alone are more than capable of handling one wounded man. Adrian gestured toward the terrain around them. This isn't the capital, Count Ross. The Compton Mountains are no place for knights in full plate armor. Just look at your men. Pete turned and studied his troops. Many of them already looked winded just from riding up the slope. After a pause, he relented. Fine. We'll delay the search until tomorrow. Something like this happened during the lair scramble in my previous life, Adrian recalled. Even the powerful Townsend house had to ask Callista for help. Searching this mountain range is like hunting a needle in a haystack. If not for my memories, I wouldn't have found the lair either. Once alone again, Adrian rode deeper into the mountain range and cast a spell. Scanning! His magical perception spread like a wave. Widen the area. Go farther. Then, he felt Ita presence, a faint life signature, battered and clinging to consciousness. Found him. Spurring his horse into a gallop, Adrian rushed across rocky terrain until he spotted a figure collapsed on a massive stone slab. Blood soaked the man's clothes, his breathing shallow. Lakia de Rodriguez. Adrian dismounted and knelt beside him, touching his shoulder. The wounds were critical. Without healing magic, there was little he could do. I still haven't learned how to use healing spells properly, but the artifact should help. It's better than nothing. He slid the ring Spring Afternoon off his own finger and placed it onto Lakia's. Then, with practiced calm, he cast another spell, Feathering. Lakia's body lightened at once, lifting slightly as though weightless. Adrian took a deep breath. All right. Let's do this. I'm the one who's going to save him. Night had already fallen by the time Adrian rode up to the castle. Lakia slumped on the horse behind him, wrapped tightly in a concealing coat. As the castle came into view, Adrian's eyes caught sight of something that made his stomach twist, the imperial flag fluttering in the wind above the gate. He looked up at it grimly. Oh no, he muttered under his breath. The knights had already arrived, just as he feared. It's all right. Just stay calm, he told himself, though his eyes betrayed his anxiety. Without hesitation, he reached for the artifact he wore pressed to his chest and activated the magic embedded within Dance of Shadows. In an instant, he vanished into thin air, leaving behind only the horse. Earlier, near the castle walls, a knight was busy plastering wanted posters. The citizens, crowding curiously nearby, erupted into concerned murmurs. What happened? One asked. Oh my goodness. Another gasped. They say a rebellion has broken out in the imperial city. The poster revealed the identity of the fugitive, Lakia de Rodriguez. Gray hair and bluish navy eyes. Wanted dead or alive. Back inside the castle, a knight stood stiffly at attention in front of Count Pete Ross. The wanted posters have been distributed across the entire territory. Starting from this estate, he reported. Pete gave a dismissive grunt. Callista. Truly a countryside backwater. Such a shabby castle to be considered a main estate. Would have been better off staying at an inn. As a servant offered him a drink, Pete took a sip and immediately recoiled. "Look at this rude bastard!" he barked before hurling the chalice at the servant. "The water is lukewarm. Do you think you can treat an imperial knight like a joke?" The servant quickly bowed, trembling. "My apologies." A calm but commanding voice interrupted the chaos. "Please refrain from violence," Regina said as she stepped into the room. "You're accommodating a large number of guests suddenly and late at night, are you not? So I kindly ask you to excuse any shortcomings." Pete turned toward her, scowling. "Who are you?" "Regina von Callista, younger sister of Count Callista." Pete laughed derisively. "Callista is full of kids. Shouldn't the little one go sleep instead of meddling in adults' business?" Regina's expression didn't waver. "How dare you carry the name of the imperial house with such disgrace and insolence?" The laughter died in Pete's throat, his face frozen. "What did you say?" he growled. With narrowed eyes, Regina stood firm. "I stand here as the representative of the owner of this castle and this land, Count Adrian von Callista. Show proper etiquette and behave as knights and nobles should." Pete scoffed and turned away with annoyance. Arrogance must run in the siblings. Regina's stern face faltered briefly, replaced by worry. "Brother, where on earth are you right now?" Elsewhere in the castle, Adrian gently laid Lakia on the bed inside his room. He wiped the sweat from his brow and sighed in relief. He had successfully slipped in unnoticed. "It's a relief I somehow managed to sneak into my room safely," he whispered, glancing at the unconscious Lakia. "Sorry, Regina, I'll clean up the mess right away." 10 minutes earlier, he had been hidden under his invisibility spell, watching the exchange between Pete and Regina unfold. Things got worse than I expected, he thought, the grim realization sinking in. The wanted posters are already distributed, and there's nowhere to go. I didn't think the castle would be packed with knights, too. So the ones I saw in the forest weren't all. Rodriguez is in dire need of medical attention. At this rate, just then, a door creaked open. Adrian flinched instinctively. It was Madeline, one of the castle servants. He called out to her in a low voice. "Madeline." Startled, she nearly dropped the bucket of water she was holding. "Lord, I'm sorry. I thought no one was here." He raised a finger to his lips, signaling silence. "Right, this is the best option for now," he decided. "Madeline, can you quietly, and without anyone else knowing, bring Alman here?" A few moments later, Alman arrived, and the moment he stepped into the room, his face paled. "My lord?" he breathed. "I thought you were away, but it seems you weren't. You should head to the lobby immediately. They say a rebellion has occurred in the imperial city, and the Emperor's army." "I know," Adrian interrupted sharply. "You two. There's something I need to show you." He moved aside, revealing the bloodied and unconscious Lakia lying on the bed. Both Madeline and Alman were struck speechless. "This person is—" Alman began. "Don't tell me. The wanted," Madeline stammered. "Did you capture the traitor Rodriguez yourself?" Alman asked cautiously. Adrian sat down on the bed beside Lakia, his gaze steady. "He's not a traitor, Alman. I can't explain everything now, but he's being chased after being falsely accused. So I plan to protect him for now. But as you both know, I can't do it alone in this situation. I need the help of you two, Alman and Madeline." A heavy silence filled the room. "You must be wondering," Adrian thought bitterly. "I, Callista, am just a rural lord with no ties to the imperial house. There should be no reason to be involved with a powerful family like the Rodriguezes." He glanced at the two. "And besides, these two are my servants' people who must obey when a noble commands." Alman and Madeline exchanged uncertain looks. "In other words," Adrian continued silently, "they're also in a position where they could easily report this to another noble." "Even so, Madeline," he said at last, "can you take care of him? I'll assign you exclusively to my room." "I don't know how to treat wounds," she protested. "Just tending to his meals and cleaning his wounds is enough. I'll reward you generously. So please, just this once." Then he turned to Alman. "I need you to find a corpse that looks like him." Alman blinked. "What?" "A young man with a similar build and gray hair. It would be great if the eyes are bluish navy, but it's not mandatory. Both Almond and Madeline looked alarmed. "My lord, do you mean—" Almond began cautiously. "I know it's a heavy request," Adrian admitted. "It's difficult, but I'm asking. I must save this man. No matter how much I tried to change, to them it may have only been a fleeting moment," Adrian reflected. "A foolish, spoiled lord that servants couldn't dare look straight at. My words might serve as a spark leading to their betrayal. Still, I can only hope they believe in my change." Adrian could only hope now. Right now, they have to trust me. Almond, after a brief pause, finally spoke. He addressed Adrian with a steady tone, asking if the Count was truly making this decision of his own will. "Among nobles," Almond explained, "there existed strict ranks, and while an imperial decree was as absolute as the sky, not to be defied, he personally served Count Callista." Almond hesitated, then asked whether Adrian had been coerced or pressured by outside forces. Adrian stood stunned by the question, cheeks tinged faintly with red. "That's right. I'm just a boy of 15 who inherited a countship. Just like Flynn said, I'm in a position easily swayed by others. Before I agree recklessly, I want to verify if there's any outside interference." Adrian von Callista, to think you once drove someone like this away. After a breath, Adrian responded firmly. It was his will, he declared, and he was certain that his decision would benefit their land and people. Almond bowed respectfully, now fully understanding the gravity of Adrian's resolve. He agreed to procure a corpse matching the description Adrian had given. Madeline, though startled, quickly followed with a bow of her own, stammering that she would also do her best. A commotion began to build outside in the castle halls. Knights had begun their thorough search of each room. In the hallway outside a sealed room, Regina stood in front of the door, firmly blocking the knight's path. She stated clearly that access to this particular room was forbidden. One of the knights countered her, saying there was an order to conduct a full search of the castle. Regina didn't waver. That room, she explained, was their mother's sick room, and she insisted they leave immediately. Just then, Adrian arrived on the scene. "What on earth are you doing now?" he asked sharply. Regina's eyes widened in relief. "Brother," Adrian's gaze turned hard. "Carrying a sword into the Lady Patroness's bedroom while she is ill?" the knight replied, stating that the Callista family had agreed to cooperate. Adrian's expression sharpened further. He clarified that while they had agreed to cooperate, they had not agreed to submit to an invasive search. He reminded the knight that offering lodging and manpower already fulfilled their duty under the imperial decree. "Am I wrong?" he asked. "Does the decree authorize unannounced searches?" Faced with Adrian's reasoning, the knights turned away and backed off. Left alone in the hallway, Regina looked up at her brother with concern. She gripped his arm and asked if he was all right, her voice tense with worry about the traitor reportedly wandering the region. Adrian apologizing for arriving late. He thanked her sincerely for handling everything so well in his absence and commended her grace in dealing with the knight commander. But Regina's expression turned suspicious. "Brother, weren't you absent when I spoke to the commander?" Adrian didn't answer. Instead, he quickly changed the subject. "Let's go in, Regina." Later, within their mother's room, Owen warned the siblings, after hearing there's a traitor in their territory, to be careful and do not cross the will of imperial knights. The siblings sitting beside the bed awkwardly, as they already crossed the line. Then, Adrian assured her mother to not worry, explaining that their troops would assist with the search. Since the criminal was severely injured, they should be able to locate him soon. Then Adrian added a casual remark. He told his mother that during his travels, he had helped an old foreign woman. As thanks, she had gifted him a ring imbued with special energy. The old woman claimed that wearing it would gradually restore one's health. Owen raised an eyebrow. "Oh my, since when have you believed in such things?" Adrian smiled. Despite her doubts, he placed the ring gently on her finger, insisting it might help. Almost immediately, Owen lifted her hand and admired the ring. "Oh my, I feel much lighter already." Regina leaned in. "Really?" Owen examined the ring closer. "Isn't this a yellow sapphire? Judging by its size, it seems to be a very valuable artifact." Regina turned to her brother with narrowed eyes. Brother, did you truly receive this ring by chance from a passing old lady? Adrian smiled nervously, slightly blushing. If word spreads that this ordinary-looking ring is worth more than a castle, chaos would ensue. As the sun began to rise, Adrian remained in his room, watching over Lakia. Dawn is breaking already. Madeline and I took shifts guarding Lakia's bedroom. I stayed the night, Madeline during the day. Having stayed up late as a servant before, I'm used to the nights. Maybe thanks to the dragon heart, fatigue seems much less accumulative. The concern isn't me, but rather, will Rodriguez's wound be okay if left like this? I've wiped the blood and pus, but the wound is too deep. Knock, 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 knock. 5 soft knocks tapped at the door, the signal Madeline and Adrian had agreed upon to avoid suspicion from other servants. He rose from the chair and moved to the door. Come in, Madeline. Is anyone still suspicious? Madeline stepped inside, her voice uneasy. Yes. Adrian noticed she was carrying something. What's that, Madeline? Herbs? Madeline's cheeks flushed. Ah, this is... She fumbled for words. I thought his external wounds were severe, so I brought some medicinal herbs good for disinfection and recovery. Adrian raised an eyebrow. Medicinal herbs? Do you know how to handle herbs? She blushed deeper, now clearly embarrassed. Ah, my father was an herbalist, and I learned a little by watching over his shoulder. Come to think of it, Adrian remembered. Madeline had mentioned before learning from her father and sometimes making herbal teas. I thought she just loved plants. But she can handle herbs too. We're lucky to have a healer. Now, we can only hope Rodriguez recovers safely. But contrary to their hopes, Lakia had still not awoken, even after 5 days. What could be wrong? A few days later, Madeline entered the room again, this time with a more serious expression. The wound is clearly healing well, but if he can't drink any more water, it could be dangerous. As she approached the bed with her basket of herbs, she suddenly dropped it with a gasp. Lakia was gone. She called for Adrian and ran out of the room in a panic. But behind the chair in the room, a quiet rustle was heard. There, crouched and hiding, was Lakia. Just then, a loud voice echoed from outside the castle walls. Urgent report! The body of Lakia de Rodriguez was discovered near the Compton Mountain Range. Lakia froze in place, eyes wide in disbelief. What? All troops, prepare to move immediately. He stood up in a hurry, clearly confused and alarmed. But before he could move further, a calm voice interrupted him. I knew it. You were already awake. Adrian, emerging from the shadows, deactivated his invisibility spell and stepped into view. He took a slow step forward. Lord Rodriguez. Adrian had realized long ago that Lakia was already awake. Thanks to the dragon heart, my senses are sharper. I could tell from the subtle shift in his breathing. He's pretending to be unconscious, probably wary of everything around him. After all, he's a man on the run, branded a traitor, waking up in a stranger's bedroom, tended by 2 unfamiliar faces. Of course he'd be suspicious. Right now, Rodriguez sees me as no different from the rest of the Empire. Suddenly, Lakia grabbed a nearby fireplace stoker and held it out like a sword, aiming it at Adrian. State your name, Lakia demanded. Are you with the ones outside? Adrian raised his hands slowly, his voice calm. Lord Rodriguez, please. But Lakia interrupted him, taking a step back. Don't come any closer. Adrian remained steady. Calm down. You're still injured. I'm not your enemy. Let me explain. Please, sit down so we can talk. Still tense but listening, Lakia finally lowered the stoker and sat back on the bed. All right, Adrian thought. From here on out, it's all up to how well I can convince him. He began to explain everything. Lakia listened in silence, occasionally frowning. So, you're saying the corpse they found was a fake? You arranged that? Adrian nodded. Yes. I dressed a corpse of similar build in your clothing and placed your signet ring on its finger. I apologize for using your family's possession without your permission. Lakia looked unconvinced. But Captain Ross of the Pursuers knows my face. A random corpse that sort of resembles me wouldn't fool him. Adrian replied. It's August. The body is decomposing quickly in the swamp. The knights were already worn down after days of searching. Ross probably saw what he wanted to see so he could wrap the mission up. Lord Rodriguez, if you're willing to wait 5 years, your name will be cleared. Would you consider going into hiding here, in Callista territory, until then? Lakia narrowed his eyes. How do you even know I was falsely accused? Were you involved in that incident? Adrian shook his head. I'm afraid I can't tell you that. Then what exactly is going to happen in 5 years? Lakia pressed. That too I cannot say. But if you can trust me. Lakia stood up suddenly. No need to say more. I appreciate your help, but I can't entrust my life to someone who won't answer a single thing properly. Adrian raised his right hand calmly. He was betrayed by everyone in an instant, branded a traitor, and saw his entire family purged. To him, everyone in the Empire must look like the enemy. Without a word, Adrian cast an illusion spell. Light shimmered and began to wrap around Lakia's body. Lakia gasped and stepped back in shock as his reflection subtly began to change. His navy blue eyes shifted to a soft citron hue, and his gray hair gradually turned black. Lakia stood frozen. That's impossible. An illusion spell. That's advanced fourth circle magic. And he didn't even chant. His wide eyes turned to Adrian, both amazed and fearful. How is this possible? Not even the Imperial Court's archmages can do that. Adrian met his gaze steadily. Lord Rodriguez, there are many things I cannot reveal, and I understand your caution, but I swear I mean no harm to you or to His Majesty. Please, believe me. Lakia's expression softened with sorrow as he stood in silence. Finally, he said, All right, I'll believe you for now that you mean no harm. At least his hostility has eased, even if just slightly, Adrian thought. Still, for someone described as a friendly swordsman and teacher, he's incredibly guarded. I guess his circumstances have hardened him. This feels more like... Far away, in the Imperial Palace, Pete Ross knelt before the Emperor. I have confirmed it personally, Your Majesty, he said. Lakia de Rodriguez is dead. The Emperor closed his eyes. I see. Okay, I understand. Pete's lips curved into a satisfied grin. Aren't you pleased? The traitor who tried to poison Your Majesty has finally been wiped out. Yes. Well done, the Emperor murmured. You've dealt with the rebel admirably. Your service is appreciated. Pete gave a respectful bow. I shall now take my leave, Your Majesty. Please, rest well. Once Pete had gone, the Emperor's hand began to tremble. He clutched his forehead, his expression twisted with anger. Lakia, did you truly meet such a miserable end? Please, wait for me. Though I could not save your life, I swear, I will restore your honor. Back in Callista, Lakia sat quietly in a lounge chair within the estate, glancing warily around the unfamiliar room. In front of him, Regina, peering at him with open concern. She leaned over to Alman and whispered, Alman, that man my brother brought back as a new guard. Is he normal? Alman, whispering back, nodded. Yes, my lady. He's quite normal. Apparently, your brother met him during his travels. Lakia's eye twitched. He clearly heard that. Alman noticed his annoyed expression and quickly changed the subject. Is there something that bothers you, my lady? Regina shook her head. No, it's just... She turned toward Lakia. He looks like a noble, through and through. Why would someone like that end up as a guard in a remote land like ours? Alman coughed awkwardly. Do you know why your brother called you to study today? No. Even you don't know, Alman? Lakia watched all of this unfold silently. He's trying so hard. Only 3 people in this estate know my secret. They each worry about me in their own way, but Adrian stepped into the room just then. Did I keep you waiting? He asked. Lakia glanced at him. None as much as that guy. Callista, an old domain, but ultimately a powerless province. A boy like Adrian becoming its lord at 12. It sounds like a story destined to fail. Yet here he is. The fake corpse plan alone was ingenious. But he's also managed me, a noble count and knight of the Empire, so smoothly. Too smoothly. Sometimes he feels more mature than I am. And the castle itself, the staff seem unusually cheerful. Even in the capital, It's rare to see such genuine energy. Is this place really being run by a 15-year-old? Adrian Callista. Who is this guy? About 10 minutes later, Lakia's composed demeanor shattered. Adrian Callista. What the hell is this lunatic thinking? Regina, startled, tried to understand. Ah, so you're telling me brother wants to open a bank? Adrian nodded with a confident smile. Yup. Lakia stood abruptly. Hey, do you even know how much starting capital that takes? How many people go bankrupt trying that? I do, Adrian replied calmly. I also know why most of them fail. Oh, come on, Lakia scoffed internally. You're not some genius. Even the big names crash and burn in the banking world. Adrian continued. A bank isn't just about land and capital. The real challenge is assembling a competent team. You need people who can manage assets and evaluate investments. Accountants, guards to protect valuables and fend off intruders. But realistically, Callista has no way of recruiting those professionals right now, so we'll train our own. He looked around the room. We'll open an academy here in the territory. It will be split into 2 tracks, accounting and security. He's thought this through more than I expected. Still, this is far from a realistic plan, Lakia thought. Regina looked concerned. But brother, will commoners even be able to afford tuition? Academies are usually for nobles. Adrian shook his head. You're right, Regina, which is why our academy won't charge them anything. Almond's eyes widened. Lord Adrian, are you saying you'll teach the commoners for free? What do you mean, Almond? They won't be students. They'll be workers in training. Do you expect unpaid labor? We'll pay them wages while they study. Almond stuttered. You'll pay wages. Everyone stared at Adrian in shock. To commoners, to attend your academy? Lakia stared in disbelief. Is he seriously saying this with a straight face? Almond addressed the gathered servants with a clear, authoritative tone. He concluded his explanation of the operational plan for the new staff academy, stating that its purpose was to support the founding of the Callista Bank. He informed them that the Count had decided the first students would be selected from among the current staff. Any who were interested, he said, should speak with him directly. One of the servants raised a hand, asking hesitantly whether they would actually be paid just to study at the academy. Almond nodded and explained that although their daily wages would be slightly reduced during the course period, they would still receive enough to maintain their livelihood. The announcement caused a ripple of chatter among the servants. Many looked intrigued. Should I try it too? One of them whispered. You're not exactly the brightest. Another replied with a chuckle. Then you should join the security division. Off to the side, Claude and Madeline exchanged quiet remarks. Claude frowned. He admitted that the more this went on, the less he could understand what the Count was thinking. Academies, in his mind, were for noble show were commoners like them, supposed to learn complex skills like accounting or security. Madeline, trying to encourage him, pointed out that Claude was always detail-oriented and good at math. He was usually the one trusted to run errands that required leaving the estate. She suggested he give it a shot. Claude scoffed. Running errands, he said, wasn't the same thing. Even if they learned something now, what would it really change? They were just servants. That was all they would ever be. Madeline fell quiet for a moment, before finally speaking again. She revealed that she was leaving the Count's estate. Claude looked at her in shock. What? What are you talking about all of a sudden? She explained that she had recently helped the Lord with something important, and as a reward, he had offered to let her study medicine formally. At first, she thought it was too much for someone like her, and she had considered refusing. But then she remembered a moment that had stayed with her. Lakia, sitting on the bed, looked up at her with gratitude. Lakia had asked. Adrian had nodded. Yes, her name is Madeline. It wasn't anything special, really, she had replied nervously. Just a little herbal medicine. You saved my life, Lakia had told her firmly. Thank you. That simple moment had filled Madeline with pride. She told Claude that it had felt good realizing that she could heal someone with her own hands, that the knowledge she had learned could actually save a life. Even if it was foolish, she wanted to try. She looked at him sincerely. While he still had the chance, she said, he should take it. Who knew? Maybe they could do something with their own hands. Claude didn't reply. He just stared at her, stunned and uncertain. Some time passed. Claude found himself sitting in a classroom with other commoners, focusing intently on using an abacus while jotting notes on paper. What am I even doing here? He wondered to himself. My wages just got raised, so working at the Count's estate is clearly better. Why am I suddenly thinking about studying? After the lecture, the instructor, a composed man with glasses, examined Claude's paper. Claude, he said, sounding impressed. You're quite exceptional. Every answer was correct. Claude stood firm in front of him, trying to play it down. Well, I used the abacus. Anyone could do this much. Not true, the instructor replied. Basic arithmetic. Sure, but double-entry bookkeeping is tough even for noble students who've had years of prep. I'll admit, when I was hired as an accountant and told to teach commoners out of the blue, I was skeptical. But I didn't expect this level of talent. He smiled. I can say with confidence, Claude will become an excellent accountant. Claude's eyes widened in disbelief. An accountant? You really think I could be one? No. I will be one. I have to. He believed in us enough to invest in us. Claude clenched both fists, his expression resolute. Our master, Count Callista. Elsewhere, in the training yard, Adrian stood looking worried. Ah, what is this? He murmured. Lakia, beside him, stared ahead in disbelief. Did I hear that right? Before them, a group of trainees were planking, trembling as they struggled to maintain the position. I said you're not good enough to teach, Lakia muttered, his voice dripping with disdain. You bunch of lowlifes. 30 minutes earlier, a group of applicants had swaggered into the yard, laughing arrogantly. Wow, what is this? Came 'cause I heard we'd get paid and this is what I get? One of them scoffed. You're the instructor? Another said with a sneer. You look more like a pretty boy than a fighter. Lakia twitched, with annoyance. Moments later, the scene had shifted. Those same men were now planking, bruised and breathless. Back to the present, Lakia growled. He muttered that accounting might be one thing, but the security division? It was full of thugs and street punks who only knew how to throw punches. Teaching people like this was a waste of time. Then, his frustration boiled over. You want me to turn this rabble into a knight order? They snuck me into this instructor role. Do they think just anyone can become a knight? Adrian quickly pushed Lakia away from the students, trying to avoid further embarrassment. I know it's a hard task. Let's just leave for now. A short while later, the two of them stood by a wall nearby. Lakia leaned against it, arms crossed, while Adrian stood before him, speaking. He mentioned that he had heard Lakia had once been the Emperor's swordsmanship instructor, and that His Majesty's sword skills were said to be near knight level. Lakia scowled. That was only because His Majesty insisted. Adrian shrugged. Are you seriously comparing him to commoners now? He went on to say that Lakia was a great teacher. Callista didn't have a knight order. Sir Oswald was all that was left, and he was quite old. Were commoners really so different from the Emperor? Lakia looked taken aback. What a shameless. But Adrian cut him off. Noble or not, people are still people. They come from different backgrounds, that's all. Everyone needs someone to recognize their potential and help them grow. I think you're the best person for that. This guy, Lakia thought, stunned. I knew he wasn't ordinary, but I didn't expect him to have such an outrageous conviction. Lakia warned that it would take more time and resources than Adrian might think. Adrian agreed and said he would fully rely on Lakia's expertise for the training. Curriculum. Lakia stared at him for a moment. You're really getting comfy with me, aren't you? He said. Adrian flinched. Huh? Lakia chuckled. At first, you couldn't even talk casually, all nervous. A memory surfaced. Lakia nagging Adrian for calling him with honorifics. Who uses honorifics with their bodyguard? Are you trying to get caught? Call me Lakia. You're Lord Rodrigue. Call me Lakia. Back in the present, Lakia muttered. It's better than being awkward, but you're way too relaxed now. Adrian grinned. You're just so reliable and kind. I must have let my guard down without realizing. Startled and slightly embarrassed, Lakia turned and started walking away, shouting over his shoulder, Ha! Enough with the cheesy nonsense. Anyway, I'm not forming a night order. Got it? Returning to the training yard, Lakia glanced at the trainees and froze. This guy. He was at the front earlier. He's held that stance even while I was gone? No, not just him. A lot of them are still holding out. Adrian's words echoed in his mind. Noble or not, people are still people. They come from different backgrounds, that's all. Everyone needs someone to recognize their potential and help them grow. I think you're the best person for that. A smile formed on Lakia's face. Everyone, stand! He commanded. Listen closely. To grow strong, you don't need just muscles or bravado. What you do need is grit and persistence. Whether it's anger or sheer stubbornness, it doesn't matter. Those of you still standing have shown that you at least have that. Don't forget what you learned today. Class begins now. I thought I'd spend the promised 5 years tucked away in this backwater estate, quietly keeping my head down. But maybe wasting time on something foolish like this isn't so bad after all. In the year 853, the Callista Academy was established to support the founding of the Callista Bank. It was divided into accounting and security divisions, and its students were exclusively commoners from the Callista estate. 3 years passed. Outside, in the Garden of Castilla, the sun shone brightly overhead. Owen, now looking healthier than she had in years, stepped outside to admire the blooming flowers swaying gently in the breeze. Regina came hurrying toward her mother, a servant close at her heels. Her voice rose in alarm as she called out, demanding to know why her mother was outside. Regina scolded her, insisting it was still chilly and she shouldn't push herself, even if she'd been feeling better lately. Owen simply smiled and told her that the weather was getting warmer, and she just wanted to go for a walk, the first in a long while. Owen then paused and inhaled deeply, remarking that it was the scent of spring, the damp earth, new sprouts, and flowers in full bloom. She said that the spring breeze had never quite reached the window of her room, and that she had forgotten what it was like for so long. Then, turning to her daughter, she asked if Regina would walk with her. Regina smiled gently as she looked at her mother. The former Countess of Callista, who once couldn't even lift herself up, is now able to take walks on her own. Over the past 3 years, many things have changed in the Callista estate. Elsewhere, a woman opened her door to find tax collectors standing on her front step. One of them informed her that she still owed 13 silver and 70 copper in back taxes, citing a 20% income levy. The second collector nodded in silent confirmation. The woman gasped and protested, exclaiming that she couldn't possibly pay such a large sum all at once. The first collector responded curtly, saying he had come in person this time to collect. The second added that next time, any delay would result in a penalty. From inside the house, a man approached. He told them sternly that delinquency was a serious offense. The woman, panicked, asked if the revised tax code hadn't already gone into effect last month. Claude, her son, replied confidently. He explained that for low-income households earning less than 10 gold a year, the income tax had been adjusted based on the number of working members. With the additional long-term resident tax deduction applied, the amount they had submitted was correct down to the last copper. The first tax collector stammered, claiming there may have been a mistake and promising to check again. Claude, unyielding, pointed out that he'd heard about a similar mistake at the Brooks residence the week before. He warned that if something like this happened again, he'd file a formal complaint. The collectors quickly agreed and scurried away. Claude turned to his mother and muttered how unbelievable it was that such people still existed. His mother, still anxious, asked whether confronting officials like that was safe. Claude brushed off her concern, announcing he had to leave, he would be late again, as they were close to opening the new bank. When she cautioned him not to provoke high-ranking officials, worried they might retaliate, he simply smiled and declared that their lord, the highest of the high, would take care of everything. Inside the Castilla estate, a servant carrying a bucket of water approached one of the rooms and knocked. She murmured that she thought someone had just gone in. Another servant appeared and warned her never to disturb when that nameplate was hanging on the door. Seeing her confusion, she deduced she must be new. She apologized nervously, asking if something important was happening inside. The other servant replied vaguely that no one really knew. but she emphasized that when the nameplate was up, not even Sir Lakia, the Lord's personal guard, was allowed to enter. She chuckled and added that, of course, their Lord wouldn't be doing anything improper. Meanwhile, in the dragon's lair, Adrian was practicing his magic, as he often did. After casting a spell, the world around him shifted, and he once again entered the familiar white void. There, he was greeted by Seyfried. Adrian called out that it had been a while. 3 years, in fact. Seyfried noted with approval that Adrian had already reached the 6th circle, surpassing even the Imperial Court Mage, who was only at the 5th. Adrian admitted it still didn't feel real. Seyfried told him that he had also properly formed his dragon heart, which meant he could now wield large-scale magic. He added with a touch of awe that Adrian's growth over just 3 years in a human body, no less, was extraordinary. Seyfried reached out and patted Adrian's head. He asked if Adrian had begun training any disciples. When Adrian looked surprised, Seyfried explained that any great mage should pass their knowledge on. His dream had always been to leave magic behind in the world, something that would endure for thousands of years. Though it remained his greatest regret, what Adrian chose to do with the legacy was entirely up to him. Ever since I became Seyfried's successor, for the past 3 years, I've been continually unlocking new areas of the lair. Every day, hidden treasures poured out. After passing through a room filled with magical artifacts, I'd find myself in another chamber, glittering on all sides with mana stones. Just selling off what was lying around in there could have made me the richest person in the empire. But Seyfried didn't leave those things behind for my wealth or glory. So I, too, must pay the proper price for enjoying his legacy. Adrian shared that he had already begun thinking about his next steps. Decades ago, the human world had invented something called a bank. Using Seyfried's legacy as capital, he was planning to open one. Seyfried raised an eyebrow and remarked that such things had long existed under the name loan sharking. Adrian insisted it wasn't the same. He went on to explain that once the bank was successful and he had secured enough funds, he intended to establish a magic academy to carry on Seyfried's legacy. He explained that while current academies had departments labeled as magic, in reality, magic had become a forgotten fringe discipline. Few even attempted to become mages anymore, as most couldn't reach past the 1st or 2nd circle in their lifetimes. With the power Seyfried had left behind, Adrian said he'd revive magic not just with 1 or 2 disciples, but dozens, even hundreds, learning and passing it on to future generations. Seyfried, intrigued, said it sounded like fun and encouraged him to give it his best. Adrian asked if he wasn't happy to hear it. Seyfried merely turned away and reminded him that all Adrian was speaking to now was a remnanta ghost left behind after he died. Later, outside the mountain range, Adrian soared through the sky, surveying the land below. He noted how smoothly territory management was progressing. The academy's operations and the reorganization of the workforce had gone well. Even in my previous life, there weren't any major incidents in Callista for a while. The preparations for the bank are also progressing smoothly. However, he remembered a recent conversation with Lakia. She had insisted on supplying the knights with plate armor and long swords. Adrian had asked if it was really necessary. "I thought you said you'd never form a knight order." Lakia clarified that the knights wouldn't be fighting beasts, they'd be facing people. She'd already made them look the part, so they needed proper equipment to survive. "With plate armor," she said, "they'd be fine as long as they didn't take a spear straight on." Lakia is right. In the past, Callista was an underdeveloped region with no real threats. But now everything has changed. We have to prepare for territorial wars in advance. If I remember correctly, there was an iron ore vein discovered in the Compton Mountains. While flying, Adrian activated a scanning spell. He muttered to himself, hoping he could find it. Suddenly, he spotted a golden light unlike anything he'd sensed before. He dropped from the sky to the ground to investigate. "What is that?" he muttered in shock. "That huge golden light? I've never felt an aura like this before." What he found shook him. A creature something that looked like a cat, but was far too large, lay wounded and covered in blood. "No, it's way too big to be a cat," he murmured. "The wound is so deep." Without hesitation, he cast his healing spells, Restore and Feathering. He comforted the creature as he worked. There, you're okay. I'll heal you right away. Somehow, I've ended up picking up 2 strays on this mountain. Adrian gently cradled the injured feline creature in his arms, his brow furrowed with concern. He observed its ragged breathing and murmured to himself that it was worse than it looked. The creature's breaths were becoming shallower. Prioritizing its wounds, Adrian decided to treat it first. In an instant, he teleported back to the dragon's lair. He noted that during Lakia's time, he couldn't use the healing hall without risking the lair's secrecy. But this time was different. The injured creature was a feline. That made it safe. Adrian quickly cast a cleansing spell, removing the blood and dirt. He then sat down beside it, planning only to watch over it until it awoke, perhaps 10 minutes at most. 3 hours passed. He glanced over, frustration creeping in. Was it just sleeping this whole time? If the feline didn't return to the forest by morning, Lakia would find out we have breakfast together every morning. Panicking, Adrian realized he couldn't leave the creature in the lair. Left with no choice, he carried it to his bedroom, gently placing it beside him in bed. He whispered an apology. They'd just sleep for tonight. After breakfast, he'd send it back to where it came from. But when morning came, and sunlight streamed through the window, Adrian woke up not to a cat, but to a human beside him. Adrian screamed. Lakia's voice rang out from the hallway, followed by furious knocking. He shouted, asking if that scream had come from Adrian. Thinking quickly, Adrian replied that it had only been a huge bug. He apologized and told her he'd eat breakfast later. Lakia, clearly unsettled, said he scared him and then left. Once the coast was clear, Adrian turned to confront the person in his bed. He demanded to know who he was and how he had gotten into the room. Waking up to find a stranger in your bed would normally send you running for a night. But the moment I saw that golden hair, I was struck with curiosity. The young man stood and approached Adrian, asking how he had ended up here. Then, without warning, he transformed back into a cat. The feline looked at him and accused Adrian of bringing him there without permission. As expected, this kid is a feline folk, a mysterious race hidden from the human world. They've existed as long as the elves or dwarves, but their extreme caution means they never show themselves to humans. Very little is known about them. The feline folk shifted back into human form, looked around the room, and declared with satisfaction that he liked it. He loudly announced that he would be staying from now on. Adrian, stunned, protested that he couldn't just decide that. The feline folk responded smugly. Adrian had kidnapped him and treated him without permission. He was now responsible. This guy is so pushy. You were awake while I was healing you? But, trying to reason, Adrian pointed out that had he not treated the injuries, the feline folk might have died. He reminded him that feline folk had physical abilities far superior to humans. There was no way a human or even a beast could have inflicted such severe wounds. He asked gently whether the injuries had come from another feline folk. Was that why he had nowhere to go? The boy went silent. Just then, the door slammed open. Lakia burst in, sword drawn. Both Adrian and the feline folk flinched in surprise. Lakia quickly stepped between them, placing himself in front of Adrian while pointing his sword at the intruder. He demanded that the stranger step away. Oh no, Lakia's a sword master. He can sense abnormal magic, like my scanning spell. The feline folk scoffed and muttered. A mere human, clearly preparing to counterattack. Adrian reacted quickly. He cast Blink and teleported between them, arms outstretched to prevent a clash. Both Lakia and the feline folk stopped in shock and took a step back. Adrian told Lakia to calm down. He explained that the feline folk had some personal circumstances and that he had decided to take him in for a while. He asked him not to be hostile. Lakia, narrowing his eyes, demanded to know why a feline folk was wandering among humans. Adrian stammered that it was a personal matter. Lakia then pointed at Adrian, his anger boiling over. He berated him for letting an outsider into his bedroom without thinking, and even stepping in front of his sword. He shouted, asking if Adrian had lost his mind. Adrian apologized sincerely, admitting it had been a mistake. He said he did it because he knew neither of them would hurt him. Lakia fired back, explaining that feline folk had entirely different values and instincts from humans. He said he didn't know what kind of trouble the kid was in, but letting him in so carelessly was reckless. The feline folk cut in sharply. Asa. Not a kid. It's Asa. Adrian blinked. Oh, right. Asa. Your name's Asa. Come on, Lakia. Introduce yourself too. You. Come closer, shake hands. Reluctantly, Lakia and Asa shook hands. That's how my fateful encounters from the Compton Mountains doubled. Asa seems to have some complicated circumstances, but he'll open up and tell me someday. I don't want to push a kid who barely survived too hard. The worry is that both their personalities are a bit intense. Still, we'll get along fine, right? Sometime later, Asa burst into the room without knocking, shouting that he was bored and hungry. He demanded a snack. Inside, Lakia stood with arms crossed, leaning against the table. He responded coolly, saying Adrian was busy. Unlike Asa, who freeloaded and only ate, Lakia had responsibilities running an academy and preparing to open a bank. Even as a guard knight, he was doing his part. He then asked Asa sarcastically if he even knew what a bank was. Asa shrank under the weight of the comment, visibly humiliated and trembling. Just then, Adrian entered, appearing behind Asa. He told Lakia not to be too harsh. Lakia sighed. He reminded Adrian that he was already swamped with responsibilities, and entertaining someone like Asa would only make things worse. He called Asa a thunderous nuisance. Adrian calmly insisted it was fine. Asa grinned mischievously, clambered onto Adrian's back, and stuck his tongue out at Lakia in mockery. Lakia groaned and looked away. Adrian smiled and murmured, "It's really over now. Tomorrow's the day the first Callista Bank opens in the capital, the Empire of Peace, Rosenbaum. If one were to name the wealthiest person in the land, most would not point to the emperor or even a duke. Instead, the answer would almost always be the same. Baronet Sullivan Dominic Sullivan, the man who established the empire's first banking business and rose to dominate its financial world. Although many nobles and wealthy bourgeois attempted to follow in his footsteps, no one could challenge the unshakable monopoly of Sullivan Bank. In his lavish office, Dominic Sullivan stood beside a window, a cigar nestled between his fingers as wisps of smoke curled into the air. He exhaled slowly and gestured for the servant to begin. "Report in order of importance," he commanded. The servant bowed low, then began his report. First, a summons from His Grace, Duke McCarthy. It's believed to concern imperial protocol. Dominic arched an eyebrow and removed the cigar from his lips. Imperial court? He chuckled and shook his head. Geez, is His Grace still humoring that little brat? Nevertheless, he acknowledged the weight of the request. It's a summons from His Grace, so we must respond. Schedule it for the earliest time this afternoon. The servant bowed again and continued. Next, Count Chenoweth has asked for 1 more month to consider. Dominic cut him off with a sharp glance. What? Nonsense. Who else but our Sullivan Bank could cover that debt? Still clinging to pride? Ridiculous. The servant hesitated, then offered the final piece of news. And lastly, a new bank has opened in the capital. It seems to be run by House Callista, though they only have 1 branch at the moment. Dominic paused, cigar hovering just above the ashtray. Callista? That rural southern family? I haven't heard of any significant investments there, nor any notable businesses. He leaned back with a scoff. They're boldly jumping in. They'll probably go bankrupt soon enough. He finally set the cigar down. Ignore them, and bring me the Chenoweth contract again. Yes, Sir Sullivan. I'll double-check if they really have no other funding sources. Meanwhile, in front of a newly constructed building in the capital, citizens had begun to gather in curiosity. A crowd had formed, buzzing with excitement. 2 women paused near the edge of the crowd. Oh my, what's going on over there? Haven't you heard? A new bank just opened. That building right there. The capital's buzzing about it. A bank? Why would commoners care about that? Isn't that something for noble lords? You don't get it. It's not an ordinary bank. You can open an account with just 1 copper, and they give loans without collateral. Loans without collateral? With account opening fees typically starting at a minimum of 1 gold, and loans requiring equal value collateral. Banks had long been the domain of nobles, but Callista Bank was different. Inside, the bank was bustling. A line of hopeful customers stretched across the lobby. A man at the front hesitantly approached the counter. My monthly income is about 12 silver. The bank teller smiled. Then, I'd recommend saving 2 silver per month to start. With this product, if you deposit 2 silver monthly for a year, the interest. At the counter beside them, another man nervously inquired, Is it really possible to get a loan without collateral? Yes, dear customer. The teller replied. At Callista Bank, we assess your credit rating based on your income source, household income, and debt repayment history. Based on that, we set an appropriate loan limit. The detailed criteria are listed in this document, so please read it at your leisure. The customer took the paper and frowned, his expression clouding. Sorry, I can't read, so I don't quite understand. I'll come back another time. But the teller quickly stopped him. No, dear customer, I apologize. Would it be all right if I explained it to you directly for easier understanding? The man's shoulders relaxed as he nodded in relief. Opening the path to finance for commoners may seem like wasting money and effort on customers with no financial backing. Another teller asked, So, all 6 of your children are laborers? 2 of them live in the same household? Yes, that's right, replied a woman nodding. Nearby, a man shared, You don't own any real estate, but you have several horses. Yes, I run a small stable. Expanding the customer base in finance is undoubtedly beneficial for both sides. Your account has been opened, said a teller with a warm smile. I came thinking I'd be fooled, the woman thought, but they really opened an account with just a few coppers. And your raffle ticket number is 91, the teller added. The woman blinked. Raffle ticket? To celebrate the opening of Callista Bank's main branch, we're giving raffle tickets to everyone who opens an account this month. Tear off this paper and put it in the lobby's raffle box. In a month, we'll draw 3 winners for prizes. Prizes? You mean you're giving money? Yes, exactly. First place gets 25 gold, second place 10 gold, and third place 5 gold. Gasps echoed across the lobby, and soon the lines grew even longer. On the bank's top floor, Alman and Claude watched the flurry of activity below. Your raffle idea seems to be a big hit. Well done, Claude, Alman said approvingly. The credit rating system was your idea too, right? Truly fitting for a top student. Claude blushed, flustered. No. The other students helped brainstorm too, to allow commoners without real estate collateral to get loans per my lord's plan. We had to figure out how to judge repayment ability. Just then, an employee ran in, beaming. Mr. Alman? Mr. Claude, we just hit our first day goal of 100 accounts, and there are still 4 hours of business left. Claude stepped forward in shock. Really? Yes, absolutely. We've also received over 30 loan applications. Alman nodded with satisfaction. My lord will be thrilled. Claude beamed. I'm so excited to report this. I wish our lord could see this in person. The bankers and guards trained at the academy over the past 3 years are doing just as well as experts at noble banks, aren't they? And the customers seem to be using it without much inconvenience, too. We've succeeded in what my lord wanted, creating a bank everyone can use. Sometime later, Adrian sat with his sister Regina and their mother Owen, sipping tea as he read Claude's report. It seems Claude and Alman are doing well in the capital, Adrian said. Really? Regina asked, surprised. Yep, they easily exceeded the target, and it's going smoothly. We should give them all a hefty bonus. Regina smiled faintly. That's really impressive. It doesn't feel real. My brother, a bank manager. Adrian paused, then looked at her seriously. Regina, do you want to try it too? She blinked. What? Me, manage a business? When I was immature, you were learning management in my place. Haven't you ever thought about studying more or using what you've learned somewhere? You can do anything, Regina. Studying. Business, I'll help you. Owen sighed fondly. Geez, after all the hardship you went through nursing me. Regina looked down, her voice quieter. Even so, I don't really know what I could do in Callista. I don't have any special talent like you. Adrian took a breath. I've been thinking for a while. How about we go to the capital? Later that day, in another room, Lakia sat cleaning his sword while Asa lounged on the couch, lazily eating snacks. Adrian entered with a spark of excitement in his eyes. I've been thinking of going to the capital. Lakia looked up. Go to the capital? Yep. I want to introduce you to high society and stay a while to oversee the banking business. What about Laki? Lakia cut him off firmly. I'm your guard knight, so of course I'm coming. What a silly question. Adrian exhaled in relief. Clean. 5 years is the guaranteed time for Lakia's name to be cleared. For the past 3 years, he's dutifully served as a swordsmanship teacher and guard knight without complaint. There are many suspicious points, and setting foot in the capital would be awkward, but he's enduring well. All right, then Lakia's coming along, and what about Asa? Before Adrian could finish, Asa launched himself across the room and tackled Adrian to the ground. Sounds fun, Asa yelled, beaming. Lakia stood up abruptly. I told you not to jump at him like a monkey. Asa huffed, hands on his hips. You're too clumsy, but I'm nimble, so it's fine. Don't be ridiculous. You think that frail body can handle the impact? He lifted Adrian with ease, cradling him like a baby. Asa scowled. What's that, you? Talking to your master like that? Adrian looked at the 3 of them, his 2 family members, plus these 2 chaotic forces heading to the capital together. It'll be fine, right? In the middle of the day, Regina and her mother sat inside a carriage, the final preparations underway for their long journey to the capital. As the horses shifted and the servants secured the luggage, Regina caught sight of Adrian standing near another carriage, his own belongings being loaded. She leaned slightly out the window and asked if he was taking a different carriage. Adrian nodded casually and said he'd be following behind in the one at the back, she shouldn't worry. But Regina furrowed her brow. It'll take half a month to reach the capital, she pointed out. Why go separately? Adrian paused, then admitted that he thought it best. The 2 people traveling with him still seemed uneasy around each other. He wanted to stay nearby for now. Regina raised an eyebrow. Those 2. The escort knight you brought back 3 years ago during inspection, and the boy you just brought back this time. She crossed her arms with a knowing smile. You sure pick up a lot of people during your inspections, don't you, brother? Adrian tried to explain technically. Lakia had saved him from bandits, and Asa had only helped him by chance. But Regina abruptly cut in, her tone sharpening. Even the ring you gave Mother was a coincidental gift from a lady you met on the way. Adrian stiffened, words failing him for a moment. Then, avoiding the question entirely, he told her to call him immediately if anything happened. Without waiting for a response, he turned around and walked off in an awkward retreat. Regina sighed, watching her brother's back as he approached Madeline, standing nearby. He's obviously keeping more and more secrets, she said quietly. How long does he plan to hide everything from us too? Owen with a gentle smile. Even if it's frustrating, let's trust him for now. He'll tell us when he's ready. She offered a small smile. He's a precious part of our family after all. With the arrangements settled, the carriages set off. Time passed, and after the long journey, they finally arrived at the capital. Inside the carriage, Asa stared wide-eyed out the window, his face sparkling with childlike wonder. Wow! So this is the capital? Lakia, sitting across from him, reminded him to sit still. The carriage was still moving, and he was shaking it. Adrian, watching silently, shifted his gaze to Lakia. Will Lakia really be okay? It might be unfamiliar to Asa and me, but to Lakia, this is his homeland, his return, and also enemy territory. Just then, Asa flung open the door and pointed excitedly at something in the distance. Rian, look, something cool over there. Adrian's voice turned sharp. Ah, Asa, don't open the door while we're moving. Without hesitation, Lakia yanked Asa back inside and gave him a light hit on the head. Sit still. Listen the first time I tell you. Offended, Asa snapped back. Who do you think you are to hit me, you stupid jerk? And those two, when will they get along? I can't leave them alone. They'll definitely cause trouble. As the carriages arrived at the Callista townhouse, Ullman stood at the entrance, bowing with relief as he welcomed them. My lord, you've arrived earlier than expected. Adrian smiled and noted that traveling alone must have been tough for Ullman. Glancing at the building, he asked if this was the new townhouse for House Callista. He complimented Ullman for finding such a good location in such a short time. Ullman confirmed it was. There's still a lot to be done, but with some maintenance, it'll be fine. Townhouses are residences noble families keep in major cities outside their territory. House Callista didn't have one before we rarely visited the capital. But now, we finally have one. Not far away, Claude, spotting Madeline, called out in surprise. Madeline! She nodded and responded calmly. I'll be working as the lady's personal doctor. Adrian looks around the house. Seems we'll be spending more time here than in Callista territory for a while, though I've also arranged a route within the territory just in case. Inside the house, Adrian moved quickly through the hallway. Ullman caught up and asked if he planned to head straight to the bank. You've been riding a carriage for 2 weeks, Ullman said. You should rest. Adrian shook his head. Let Mother and Regina rest, but since it's my bank, I should check on it at least once. From nearby, Asa immediately butted in, brimming with energy. I want to go too. Let me come to the bank. Adrian gave him a look. Asa, we're not going there to play. We're checking on business. Asa protested. But you're taking Lakia. Lakia let out a sigh. Of course, I'm a knight after all. So, I'm just supposed to stay here. All alone? Asa mumbled, guilt spreading across his face. Adrian hesitated. Alone. Not quite. At the bank, Adrian, Asa, Lakia, and Ullman arrived to find a crowd far larger than expected. There seemed to be way more people than reported, Adrian murmured. Ullman explained. That's because today's the lottery draw. On a small stage, a banker lifted a piece of paper. We'll begin with the third prize. The lucky winner is number 318. From the crowd, someone shouted ecstatically. Me! It's me! I'm number 318! People around began murmuring in disbelief. Really? They're actually giving it? How much was third prize again? This is huge. Excitement surged. The crowd became wild and packed too tightly to move. Without warning, Lakia grabbed Adrian and lifted him to safety. Ullman managed to push through shortly after. Apologies, Ullman panted. Normally our guards manage the crowd, but today is an exception. Adrian nodded. Just make sure there are no safety incidents. Still, he glanced back toward the cheering crowd. Seeing it in person is impressive. To think the bank we built is running so smoothly. Asa looked up nervously. But there are too many people. Are we really staying here, Rian? Adrian considered. Yeah, maybe it's better to head back for today. Then a thought crossed his mind. Since we're in the capital, why don't we go shopping? Later, in the lively shopping district, Asa gawked at the displays and vibrant atmosphere. Wow, it's completely different from the markets back home. Adrian smiled. Of course, this is the capital. Want to start by picking out clothes? As a celebration for arriving, I'll buy you whatever you want. Asa gasped. Whatever I want. He darted through the store like a whirlwind, finally returning with his choice. I want this one. I choose this. Adrian and Lakia blinked. Such elaborate patterns. Adrian offered to have it tailored into a dress, but Asa firmly refused. No, don't cut or sew, just buy it as it is. I want this just like this. Adrian looked hesitant. It's just fabric. Are you sure? Of course, Asa replied with pride, draping it around himself. Everyone dressed like this where I'm from. Adrian chuckled. It really suits you, Asa. Is that a beast folk style outfit? Turning to Lakia, Adrian asked, What about you? As they exited the store, Lakia shook his head. Why would a knight dress up? Even if it's not for appearance's sake, Adrian replied. Wearing nicer clothes can lift your spirits. Like that sword of yours, don't you want a better one? Lakia stopped abruptly. This one's enough. Huh? Just now. Across the way, A nobleman walking with his entourage paused and glanced back at them. One of his companions leaned in. "Commander, is something wrong?" The man narrowed his eyes. "No, it's nothing. I thought I heard Laquia's voice." Laquia de Rodriguez. Meanwhile, back outside the Callista Bank, passers-by whispered among themselves after seeing a nobleman enter. That person who went in earlier. Wasn't he a noble? Seemed like it. Even nobles use this bank, huh? Inside, branch manager Poitier stood across from the visiting noble, bowing respectfully. "I'm terribly sorry, sir," he said. "Even with my authority as branch manager, I'm afraid I can't give you a proper answer." The noble's expression remained unreadable. "Then," he said calmly, "could you arrange a meeting with the owner of Callista Bank, Adrian von Callista?" As Adrian was preparing to return to the townhouse after shopping, he was suddenly approached by a bank staff member, informing him that a very important client had arrived and urgently requested to meet him. Curious and slightly wary, Adrian made his way back to the Callista Bank, where he found none other than Duran von Chinovis waiting. Duran, standing tall despite the heavy air around him, formally introduced himself as the eldest son of Count Chinovis. With a serious expression, he stated his purpose. He wished to apply for a loan of 7,000 gold from the Callista Bank. Adrian was taken aback by the amount, pausing for a moment in stunned silence. Before he could speak, branch manager Poitier reacted with visible disbelief. 7,000 gold? Even hearing it again, that's completely outrageous, Poitier exclaimed. How does the Lord intend to manage interest on a sum like that? Trying to maintain his composure, Adrian asked calmly what the funds would be used for. Duran looked confused at first, asking Adrian to repeat himself. Adrian explained that, while they recognized the Chenovis family as a venerable house, the amount he requested far exceeded a standard loan, and so they would require a clear explanation of the intended use. Duran was visibly surprised, his voice faltering slightly as he asked if Callista Bank truly possessed the capital to lend 7,000 gold. To this, Adrian replied with quiet confidence that, indeed, they did. Duran's shoulders sagged, and he finally confessed the dire state of his house. He explained that the Chenovis family had once been among the 10 wealthiest in the empire, thanks to their control over Chernichthe, largest granary region in the empire. Blessed by the goddess of the earth, the land was known to yield bountiful harvests with ease, supplying most of the Rosenbaum Empire's grain. For generations, the Chenovis thrived effortlessly as long as they managed their farmland with care. But all that changed when the current count, Duran's father, fell into gambling. Their liquid assets were quickly depleted, and to recover, he raised the stakes again and again, eventually putting up their entire estate as collateral. Now, the family's debts had grown to a staggering 7,000 gold. The only financial institution capable of issuing a loan of that size was Sullivan Bank, known for its overwhelming capital, but Sullivan had demanded Chernich itself as collateral. Duran's voice shook slightly as he pleaded, saying that while it might sound pathetic, Chernich was not just land, it was the symbol of their family's pride and legacy. They could not afford to lose it. So Sullivan Bank says it's just collateral, not a sale. With Chernich's productivity, the debt could be repaid within a few years. But Poitier coughed to break the heavy silence, prompting Adrian to speak. Adrian nodded and said he understood the situation and requested a brief internal discussion. He asked Duran to enjoy some tea while he waited. Duran quietly agreed, lowering his head in resignation. Once outside, Poitier spoke bluntly. Once Chernich is used as collateral, it's essentially lost. Adrian frowned, asking why. After all, Chernich's value easily exceeded 7,000 gold. Exactly, Poitier replied. Do you think Sullivan Bank will allow repayment? They'll obstruct it through any means necessary so they can seize Chernich outright. That's why the Chinovis are still resisting clinging to their last hope. Their stalemate with Sullivan is already the talk of the capital. He continued, emphasizing that the loan request was absurd in any case. The Chinovis had no assets to offer, refused to use Chernich, provided no alternatives, and merely asked for money. Without Chernich, they were just a ruined house led by a gambling addict. Adrian looked down, deep in thought. Truth is, Callista Bank or rather, I can mobilize nearly unlimited capital. The secret vaults of Siegfried's lair have all been opened. But still, throwing money around out of pride or sentiment would only draw suspicion. I have to be cautious with spending, especially to conceal my identity. Now, what happened to the Chinovus in my previous life? Did they lose Chernik to Sullivan Bank? Go bankrupt? Back then, Callista was so remote, news from the capital rarely reached us. Chernik, the granary, the food supply. Wait. Ah. Adrian's eyes widened as realization struck him. Without a word, he turned and burst back into the room. Poitiers, startled, called after him. My lord! Adrian stood before Duran, breathing heavily as his thoughts raced. Yeah, definitely. That thing will happen a few years from now. Calming himself, he addressed Duran. Adrian declared that Duran would receive 7,000 gold loan with no collateral required. Poitiers, stunned, shouted in disbelief. What, my lord? Duran also looked up in shock. Poitiers stepped forward, protesting the decision, but Adrian cut him off with a confident smile. Poitiers, I'll handle this contract personally. Could you step outside for a bit? Still clearly distressed, Poitiers bowed his head. Yes, understood. As he left the room, Duran sat frozen, hands trembling. Ever since our family fell into debt, we've endured ridicule and scorn. We've fought off predators eyeing Chernich, and I was on the verge of giving up. And now, suddenly, a collateral-free loan. I came here clinging to my final hope, and I've found a lifeline. Adrian addressed him again, calling him Count Chinovus. Duran stood up, visibly emotional, and expressed his deepest gratitude, asking how he could ever repay such a favor. Adrian raised a hand to halt him. There's no need for that. This isn't charity or a donation. I'm offering you a legitimate contract. Duran hesitated, saying that Chinovus had no collateral left to offer. Adrian smiled slightly. That's all right. Just 2 written promises will suffice. Meanwhile, at the premises of the powerful Sullivan Bank, Baron Dominic Sullivan received word of the Chinovus family's sudden deal with Callista Bank. His eyes narrowed as he processed the information, and with a snarl of rage, he slammed his hand onto the table. Adrian von Callista, Count, he paced angrily, voice filled with frustration. 18 years old, inherited the title at 12. Immediate family, mother and younger sister. Opened Callista Bank just a month ago. Territory size is decent, but it's mostly marshes and wasteland. Very little farmland. Population and assets minimal. Turning to his servant, he asked if there were any mines or other sources of revenue. The servant reported none confirmed. Sullivan growled, asking if there were any artifacts. The servant admitted that Callista was so underdeveloped they lacked detailed information. Dominic slammed the table again. Then how the hell? How did some country bumpkin brat come up with 7,000 gold? The servant stammered, suggesting further investigation. Dominic clenched his fists. Do you know how much effort I put into getting my hands on Chernich? It took me years just to get that old fool to sit at the gambling table. He barked an order. Find out where the money came from, what collateral was accepted, leave no stone unturned, and confirm if Count Callista was still in the capital. Back at the Callista townhouse, Adrian sat in his study, reading a letter he had just received. Asa peeked over his shoulder and asked curiously what it was. You just got here and are already getting mail? Adrian looked up from the letter and replied calmly. Looks like the Count of Callista's family has been invited to a banquet, bearing the seal of Count Alphon Heisbert. It was addressed to Count Callista and read, Count Callista, we would like to invite your party to a banquet. Please grace us with your presence and light up the event. From Count Alphon Heisbert. Adrian furrowed his brows as he read the letter. Count Heisbert. They had never interacted before. Why would he suddenly send an invitation? Lakia, overhearing Adrian's confusion, commented that it wasn't all that surprising. Given the recent buzz in the capital, Adrian was bound to attract attention. The dispute between Chinovus and Sullivan Bank over Chernich was already the center of high society gossip, so the news that Callista Bank had approved a 7,000 gold loan had spread like wildfire. Callista Bank had always maintained a modest image, serving mostly commoners. To suddenly demonstrate the liquidity to lend 7,000 gold in cash. Not even the bankers themselves had expected it. The impact was enormous. As a result, Callista had become the focus of endless rumors and speculation. I told my family that, thanks to father's prudent financial management, we had ample reserves, but I definitely acted too rashly. I'll have to be more careful when handling large sums in the future. In the background, Lakia and Asa had begun bickering again. Adrian turned to them and asked if they were planning to accompany him to the banquet. Lakia responded firmly that he wouldn't be going. Asa quickly added that he didn't want to attend either. Adrian blinked in surprise. I can understand Lakia not wanting to go, given the risk of exposing his identity. After giving Asa a light smack on the head, Lakia elaborated that he simply hated banquets and formal events. Adrian then addressed Asa, pointing out that the boy liked having fun, and surely he'd enjoy a social event. Asa leaned forward, pointing a finger at Adrian and shouting that he was an idiot. He declared he didn't care about people he didn't know, and he especially hated places where he had to act formal. He just wanted to play with Rian. With a huff, he said he'd stay home and rest. Lakia watched with a smirk and commented that Asa at least knew how to maintain his dignity. Were there banquets like this where Asa used to live? Adrian wondered. That evening, the banquet commenced. Inside the grand hall, guests chatted while sipping wine, their conversations weaving through fashion trends and rumors. Isn't that style out of fashion? There's a new jewelry store that opened recently. Velvet's booming again, I hear. Really? Where did you hear that? As Adrian entered with his sister Regina and their mother Owen, the atmosphere shifted. Heads turned all at once. That's the rumored Callista family. Is that Count Callista? He looks so young. Is he even of age? You heard the story with Chenovis, right? A banking business at that age. Incredible. But isn't Callista County in some remote backwater? Look at that dress! I've never seen that design before. It's classic, but new. Which shop made it? Callista's making another bold move again. Among the curious crowd, a girl hesitantly stepped forward and approached Regina. With a polite tone, she asked for her name and whether they could be friends. Regina smiled with poise and introduced herself as Regina von Callista, warmly inviting the girl to simply call her Regina. The real reason I brought her to this banquet was to introduce her to high society. Regina possessed wisdom, passion, and brilliance. In her past life, she had been bound to nursing our mother and managing the estate, never able to make a single friend her age. But in this life, please, enjoy the world to your heart's content. Her social debut is the first step. I'm glad the dress I brought from the lair is being well received. Watching his sister from a distance, Adrian smiled, feeling content. That was when a voice called out behind him. Count Callista. Startled, Adrian turned around and saw two well-dressed gentlemen standing behind him. The older man chuckled and apologized for startling him. He introduced himself as Count Milligan. The younger one introduced himself as Viscount Roxon. Adrian greeted them politely. Milligan congratulated Adrian on the bank's recent success, and Roxon praised the innovation of allowing accounts to be opened with just a single copper coin. Adrian thanked them, raising an eyebrow slightly at Roxon's enthusiasm. Then Milligan cleared his throat and changed the subject. He mentioned the 7-0 gold loan to Chenovis and noted that Adrian hadn't even taken Chernich as collateral. Roxon added that it was amazing a bank could risk so much. Adrian confirmed the news with a calm tone, stating that he couldn't disclose the full contract terms, but the details were correct. Roxon leaned in, asking how Callista could lend such a large sum. He pointed out that banks could go bankrupt if investments failed, and asked whether Callista had something substantial to rely on. Milligan grimaced and scolded Roxon for being too blunt. Adrian laughed lightly. He said it was fine, and noted that Roxon clearly had a deep interest in Callista Bank. Fortunately, he added, they were not currently in any danger of bankruptcy. The two nobles exchanged glances, then shifted tone. Milligan began explaining that he had a business venture, which had recently suffered losses due to the economic downturn. However, he was confident he could recover in the next quarter if he could secure just a bit of funding. Roxon followed suit, saying he was trying to repay a loan. His family heirloom was on the verge of being seized, and managing his territory was becoming increasingly difficult. Right. I expected this kind of situation to happen. Maintaining his professional composure, Adrian directed them to visit the bank during weekday business hours for a proper consultation. Milligan chuckled awkwardly and said that wasn't very stylish. Couldn't they just settle things right there? Adrian's expression grew serious. He repeated that all loans had to go through official consultations at the bank. That was the only way. Before the nobles could push further, Owen hurried over. She called Adrian's name with concern. He turned to her and asked what was wrong. Owen explained that she couldn't find Regina. She had stepped away to let the young people mingle, but when she returned, Regina was gone. Even the girls Regina had been speaking with had no idea where she went. Adrian offered a reassuring smile and told Owen not to worry. He suggested she rest while he searched. Owen nodded but remained uneasy. She muttered that she didn't think Regina was still in the banquet hall. It's the first time for both Mother and Regina at an event like this. She could have easily gotten lost, but she couldn't have gone far. Adrian activated his skill, scanning. Huh? Regina really isn't in the banquet hall. In that case, I'll expand the search. Outside the building, it's the garden. Adrian rushed outside, calling out for her. Regina! Regina! Suddenly, a scream pierced the air. Adrian's eyes widened. That scream. That's Regina's voice. Without hesitation, he cast haste and sprinted in the direction of the sound. In the distance, he saw a man raising a weapon toward Regina. Adrian's expression twisted in horror. The reason Lakiaso, cautious about my safety, willingly let me attend the banquet. It was because of the single grand principle upheld at all Rosenbaum social events. No weapons allowed. Adrian immediately cast Blink, teleporting between the attacker and his sister. Regina gasped. Brother? Adrian shouted his next spell. Rejection. A powerful force hurled the attacker's weapon away. Just then, another voice chanted a spell. I have no fear in the face of any threat or hardship. O omnipotence, defend shield. A man appeared in front of Adrian, and a glowing magical barrier enveloped the man and the attacker. Adrian's eyes widened. This person is a mage? Adrian's voice rang out, his tone fierce and unwavering. There was a mage over there, and he didn't care who it was. In the face of someone threatening his family, he had no intention of backing down. Without hesitation, Adrian cast an offensive spell. Wind arrow, he cried, and a sharp gust tore through the air. The spell barely missed the mage's head, catching a few strands of hair, and nearly struck another attacker at the back. Both the mage and the man behind were left stunned. The mage turned, his voice trembling as he called out, Your Majesty! Regina's sharp voice cut through the confusion, her expression twisted in alarm. What are you doing, brother? Adrian froze at the words. Huh? Your Majesty? He muttered in disbelief, eyes locked on the man who had lifted his hands calmly to show he meant no harm. 30 minutes earlier, Regina had been in the middle of a gentle conversation with the other girls at the banquet. One of them asked her what Callista was like. Regina responded with a fond smile, explaining that it was very different from the capital, simpler and quieter, but she liked its peaceful atmosphere. Then, suddenly, Regina flinched and glanced toward the window. One of the girls noticed. Regina? Ah, I'm sorry, Regina said quickly. Would it be all right if I went to get some fresh air alone for a moment? Oh my, of course. Don't feel pressured. Go ahead, the girl replied warmly. The garden of Count Heisbert is quite famous. You might enjoy taking your time to look around. Thank you for your consideration, Regina replied before excusing herself. After she left, the girls resumed chatting. That dress, I didn't get to ask where she bought it. She must be very tired. It's her first banquet after all. Meanwhile, Regina strolled quietly through the garden, admiring the flowers. What kind of flower is this? She wondered aloud. A voice nearby answered, It's a lilac. She turned, surprised. The man who had spoken offered a polite smile. I apologize if I disturbed your thoughts, but it's a scent I also enjoy. So I spoke without thinking. Are you very interested in flowers? Regina was momentarily flustered as she faced the stranger. Actually, I don't know much about flowers, but the scent is so nice. I was thinking about what it would be like to plant these trees on the streets of the territory. The streets? The man repeated curiously. Well, they're quite expensive, so they're hard to find even in noble gardens. They're even less suitable as landscape trees. Regina smiled gently. Your way of thinking is different from mine. I was just imagining it to myself. What if it wasn't inside a fence like this, but on an open road? Just by blooming with the seasons and riding the wind, everyone on the street could enjoy the scent together. What could be a more efficient form of happiness than this? The man looked at her in awe, his cheeks tinged with a blush. Realizing how freely she had spoken, Regina quickly lowered her head. Oh my, I'm sorry, I was suddenly spouting such nonsense. What was I thinking? Why did I say something like this to a gentleman I've never met before? I was even rude enough not to ask for your name. An awkward silence followed as both of them tried to speak at once. Regina broke the hesitation. I'm sorry, please, you speak first, sir. The man shook his head. No, I'm sorry. Please, you go first. Regina hesitated before quietly saying, It's nothing special, but I was about to ask for your name. Just then, an unfortunate interruption occurred. A snake on the ground slithered toward Regina. Startled, she instinctively pressed herself against the garden wall. The man's eyes widened. A snake? Regina screamed as the snake drew closer. It's getting closer. The man attempted to draw his sword, but before he could react, Adrian suddenly appeared between them, stepping on the snake and subjugating it in one swift motion. Present time. Back in the garden, Regina stood beside Adrian, who was now drenched in sweat, his breathing heavy. She looked to the man she had spoken with earlier. That's what happened, she explained. Both she and Adrian lowered their heads and bowed deeply. I apologize, Your Majesty, Adrian said. I mistook you for an assailant and I also failed to recognize Your Majesty and was rude, Regina added. The Emperor chuckled, waving them off. You don't need to apologize. Haha, it was a situation where a misunderstanding could easily occur. I also hastily drew my sword. At the banquet hall, only the royal family can carry weapons. Fortunately, no one was hurt in the end. Yet, despite the Emperor's reassurance, the mage remained wary, still standing protectively in front of him with his arm flung outward in defense. This person is the Emperor of Rosenbaum, Latesque Cromel Carter III, Adrian realized, the gravity of the situation sinking in. You may step back, Ivan, the Emperor said calmly. Then this person, who is always said to remain by the Emperor's side like a shadow, is the Imperial Grand Archmage and the holder of the Fifth Circle, the highest level on the continent. Count Rumbly Ivan, Adrian thought. Ivan crossed his arms and glared at Adrian with suspicion. Just then, a pair of guards approached the garden. Are you sure you heard a commotion? One asked. Yes, I heard screams and shouts. Clearly, everyone tensed. Without hesitation, Adrian whispered, Mirage, and cast a spell to cloak them from view. The guards turned into the garden. Is it this way? There's no one here? Then it must have been the other way. Continue the search to the east. Yes, sir. Adrian turned to the Emperor and Ivan. I was worried that my mistake would cause a person of your noble stature to be embroiled in the commotion, so I cast a temporary barrier. Don't worry, they couldn't have seen us. Regina looked at him, clearly stunned and confused. Ivan suddenly stepped forward and grabbed Adrian's wrist tightly. Mirage. Did you just cast Mirage? How can you cast a sixth circle high-level magic? No. More importantly, he definitely activated it with just the activation word. Without an incantation? I didn't mishear it. Wait a minute, Adrian stammered. I also apologize to you, Count Ivan. A moment ago. Something trivial like that isn't important right now. Ivan interrupted. The Emperor placed a hand on Ivan's shoulder, calming him. Thank you for your consideration. Thanks to you, I was able to avoid a difficult situation. May I know your names? Ivan, still caught in disbelief, protested. Sixth Circle, Your Majesty. It's Sixth Circle. Adrian composed himself. Ah, yes. My apologies for the late introduction. I am Count Adrian von Callista. Regina followed. I am Regina von Callista. I see, the Emperor said, nodding. So you're the ones. The current Emperor of Rosenbaum is a powerless puppet with no connections, crushed by the influence of Townsend and McCarthy. He must be in a position where he can't appear close to a specific family, Adrian thought. As the Emperor and Ivan began walking away, the Emperor added with a smile, I hope we can talk more next time. Because of that, I thought he had virtually no public activities, but he even showed his face at the banquet, Adrian thought, still trying to wrap his head around the encounter. He turned to his sister. Regina, let's go back inside now. Mother was very worried when she couldn't see you. But Regina gave him a stern look. Brother, isn't there something you have to explain before that? Well? Adrian scratched the back of his head. Don't try to just brush it off. Just since when? Haha, Adrian deflected. I'll explain later, Regina. Right now is a bit. As they stepped back into the banquet hall, the mood had shifted. The gazes of the crowd sharpened noticeably. The atmosphere is a little strange, Adrian wondered, a chill crawling down his spine. Regina immediately rushed toward her mother, her expression filled with concern. Mother, she exclaimed. Owen turned in surprise, calling out, Regina! The two leaned closer, lowering their voices into whispers. Regina's brows were drawn tight with confusion. Did something happen? Everyone suddenly seems to be giving us the cold shoulder. Owen shook her head lightly. I'm not sure, but it seems the atmosphere changed after that gentleman came in. Adrian, nearby, turned his head slightly to observe the man in question. Dominic Sullivan stood tall, speaking in a sharp tone that cut through the buzz of the banquet. This is quite disappointing, Count Heisbert. There are people lurking around the banquet who don't even have basic manners. Shouldn't you be managing this? He gestured subtly, casting judgment with a practiced flair. When debuting in high society, it is customary to greet all attendees. Count Heisbert gave a tight smile, replying quickly, Please be understanding, Lord Sullivan. But Dominic pressed on, voice laced with contempt. To reek so much of coming from the countryside. Regina heard the remark, and froze. Her eyes widened, startled, and her lips parted, ready to lash out. That etiquette is! But Adrian swiftly reached out and stopped her, placing a gentle but firm hand on her arm. What a cunning trick, Adrian thought. The ritual of greeting everyone at a banquet is indeed an actual piece of etiquette, but it became obsolete decades ago, so no one follows it anymore. Callista is also a historic noble family. There's no way they don't know that, but arguing in this atmosphere, that would only make us look worse. They'll be labeled as ill-mannered and lacking refinement. The one leading this flow, it must be him, Sullivan. Count Heisbert gave a short laugh, trying to ease the growing tension. Ha. Lord Sullivan is also knowledgeable in etiquette, so… Adrian remained still, but his thoughts continued to spiral. Dominic Sullivan, the owner of Sullivan Bank, and the founder of the modern banking business. Many noble families owe debts to Sullivan Bank, some big, some small. Regardless of their rank, not many can go against Sullivan's will. I expected we'd clash soon over the Chenovis matter, but to think he'd resort to such a cowardly tactic like ostracism at today's banquet. What should I do? I could just endure it. But Mother and Regina, and today is Regina's debut in high society. It's my mistake. I should have assessed the situation more carefully when the banquet invitation arrived. Just then, a voice called out from across the hall, breaking through the heavy tension. Count Callista! Count Callista, you were here? Adrian turned toward the voice. Lord Chenovis? A wave of murmurs rippled through the crowd. Isn't that the eldest son of Chenovis? Someone whispered. I heard they paid off his debt, said another. Duran approached, with a bright expression. I heard you were attending, my lord, so I was looking for you. Let me introduce my friends. O'Connor, Patel. Patel stepped forward with a courteous smile. I've heard a lot about you, Count Callista. It's an honor to meet you. Adrian nodded politely. Ah, a pleasure to meet you. The banquet hall stirred with renewed conversation and glances. One of the girls Regina had spoken to earlier hesitantly stepped forward, fidgeting nervously. Regina, I'd like to continue the conversation we couldn't finish earlier. Would that be all right? Regina, startled but pleased, smiled. Of course. Adrian took in the scene with a flicker of surprise. The atmosphere. The moment Lord Chennevis spoke to us. The mood of the entire banquet hall completely changed, didn't it? He glanced toward Duran, who gave him a knowing wink. Later, on the balcony, Adrian and Duran stood apart from the crowd, their voices private. I apologize for acting so familiar with you out of the blue, Duran said. I saw that you were in a difficult situation. This isn't the first or second time Lord Sullivan has tried something like this. Adrian exhaled lightly. Thanks to you, we avoided an awkward situation. Thank you. Your popularity is quite substantial, Lord Chennevis. I didn't expect you to be able to lead the atmosphere so easily. Duran rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly. It's not me, but thanks to my father's reputation. Adrian tilted his head slightly. Your father? You mean Count Chennevis? Duran nodded. Originally, my father was a man of good conduct, welcomed everywhere in high society. Though now, he only has the notoriety of being a gambling addict. If it weren't for you, Count Callista, I wouldn't be here right now. Thank you so much, my lord. You saved our family. Adrian's eyes widened at the sincerity in Duran's voice. Helping the Chennevis family wasn't because I felt pity for them, he thought. I had no idea what kind of person the Count was, or what his reputation was. After hearing Poitier's explanation, I made that decision on the spot by piecing together information from my past life. What would have happened today if Lord Chennevis hadn't turned out to be a good person? It was the same with the incident involving His Majesty, the Emperor. If His Majesty hadn't understood so mercifully, or if it had escalated to a confrontation where we both got hurt, I really was rash in so many ways. Creating the future I want requires more than just capital and magic. I need information. After returning home from the banquet, Adrian sat with his mother and Regina, revealing a small part of his secret, that I became a mage for some reason, he said carefully, and that I'm stronger than an archmage. He couldn't say more. It's not that I don't trust my family, Adrian thought, but as I am now, I'm not powerful enough. I have to minimize any factors that could pull me into the Empire's internal struggles. If even the slightest rumor about the rare dragon spreads, a conflict I can't control will arise. Owen brushed her hand through her hair, letting out a slow breath. I knew he was hiding something, but I can't believe you became a mage. Regina, still full of energy, added, It was really no joke, Mother. What was it, the activation word? Even the Imperial Sorcerer said it was strange. Adrian turned to her. Regina, about the magic. Don't tell other people. Regina nodded solemnly. Right. It's a secret. Then her curiosity returned. Do those two who are always with you know? Adrian hesitated. It just happened. Regina's expression flared with outrage. Really? You hide it from your family, but you told your friends who you've barely even known. Isn't that too much? Sorry, Adrian mumbled. Outside the room, Lakia and Asa stood behind the door. Lakia sighed, muttering under her breath. I can hear everything. Asa looked stunned. Friends? Back inside, Owen met Adrian's gaze firmly. Adrian, you don't have to tell us everything. However, you must never do anything dangerous. Understood? Your safety always comes first. Adrian gave a soft smile. I'll make sure you two have nothing to worry about. Thank you for always trusting me. Later that night, Adrian stepped out into the cool air and quietly made his way toward a small shed beside the house. The dream I want to achieve with this new life. It's not about becoming the strongest in the world, nor is it about getting revenge on someone, but the desire to change the world is something far grander than that. I just need to take my time and build things up slowly. I have to be that much more cautious. One step at a time, one stare at a time. As he opened the shed door, a soft glow illuminated the space inside. From a nearby window, Lakia and Asa watched him. That barn, wasn't it just a storage shed? Asa asked. What's Adrian doing over there again? Lakia turned away from the window. Leave him be. It's not the first time he hasn't told us everything. Asa pouted, acting all cool. You were staring because you were curious too. I told you to fix that annoying tone of yours, Lakia snapped. Who are you to lecture me? You started it. Asa shot back. Meanwhile, in her room, Regina lay on her bed, deep in thought. Her cheeks were flushed red as she pulled a pillow over her face. Lilac, she whispered into the soft fabric. Adrian stepped out of the shed under the moonlight. Like that, with everyone lost in their own worries, the night in the capital passed. Elsewhere in the capital, a man balanced another card atop a precarious pyramid of playing cards. His brow furrowed, and he whispered to himself, "Be careful, Jeffreyon." A sharp voice called out, breaking his concentration. The entire structure collapsed in an instant. A woman glared at him from across the room. If you have so much time, stop slacking off and get to work. Jeffreyon let out an exaggerated sigh. How are we supposed to work when there are no requests? Then go find some, she snapped back. He raised his hands in mock surrender. We're an information guild. For Pete's sake, should we go outside and hand out flyers? What kind of screw-loose noble would come to our guild anyway? The rumors have already been circulating for ages. Master, you should just give up already. She exhaled slowly, clearly frustrated but out of arguments. Just then, a voice called from outside. Excuse me, I'm looking for a lost bird. A knock followed. Outside the worn-down building stood Adrian and Lakia. Adrian glanced at the exterior skeptically. Is this the right building? It's more run down than I expected. Lakia nodded. Until 5 years ago, this was the place. The door creaked open, and Jeffreyon stood in the doorway, blinking at them. What color is the bird you're looking for? He asked dryly. Adrian replied, It's blue. I have plenty of time and money, Adrian thought. The one thing I lack is information. That fact became painfully obvious during Count Heisbert's banquet. My memories from my past life are mostly confined to Callista, or only involve major events that affected the Empire at large. So I decided to visit the Information Guild. Lakia mentioned the Lucen Guild. Their guildmaster, Annabelle. Inside, Adrian was soon seated before Annabelle herself. She wore a confident smile and immediately cut him off as he tried to introduce himself. For someone like Count Callista to visit us, it's an honor for our guild, she chirped. So you know who I am? Adrian asked, somewhat surprised. How could I not know the owner of Callista Bank and the savior of Chinavis? She beamed. Plus, you just recently made your official debut in high society. Her eyes scanned the room. Your escort knight also looks familiar. That's strange. Who could he be? And over there. Her expression turned serious as her gaze landed on Asa, currently in his feline disguise. She reached out and scooped him up, stroking his fur with fascination. I've never seen such a big and cute cat before. Oh my. What soft fur. But why is it so heavy? It's not fluffy. It's just chubby, isn't it? 30 minutes ago, Asa had thrown a tantrum, bouncing in place. I want to go. I want to go. I want to go too. Lakia commented. You just had to stay quiet like a cat. Adrian sighed. All right, I get it. So stop it and let's go. Annabelle of the Lucen Guild. They say she built the guild from scratch at a young age with impressive skill. It's a relief they haven't figured out who Lakia or Asa really are. Just don't bite them, Asa. You just arrived in the capital, Annabelle said, brushing Asa's fur. So you must have few connections. How did you find our guild? We've been gaining some fame recently. Could that be it? Adrian met her gaze calmly. Lucen Guild once had one of the best information networks in the capital and was thriving. But you touched someone's collection, and they retaliated. The guild collapsed, nearly dissolved, and nobles, wary of that someone, now avoid you. There was a pause. That question earlier. You were just testing whether I knew about that, weren't you? Annabelle's eyes narrowed slightly, a subtle grin forming. Everyone knows Lord Angus is trying to isolate our guild, she said, slowly. But no one knows it's because of the collection. Where did you get that information? Adrian gave a soft sigh. To find that out, isn't that your job? Annabelle's grin turned sharper. She gently lowered Asa to the floor, her mind racing. To most people, Adrian von Callista is seen as a young and naive noble, she mused. She tied her hair into a ponytail and crossed the room to her desk. I see I've underestimated you, Count, she said with a more professional tone. Establishing a proper business relationship starts from when both parties are on equal footing. What information have you come to obtain? Adrian leaned forward slightly. As you know, I've lived on the frontier my whole life. I'm not familiar with the capital's politics or social climate. Therefore, I wish to form an exclusive contract with the Lucin Guild. An exclusive contract? Annabelle echoed, intrigued. Yes, I want you to gather and organize information on the major noble families and merchant guilds in the capital. Additionally, I'd like you to report on any significant events or trends as they arise. In return, not only will I pay for each piece of information, I will fully support the guild's operating costs. Annabelle silently reviewed the contract Adrian handed her. After a pause, she gave a short nod. Very well. Since you already know our circumstances, we have no reason to refuse. All right, Adrian thought, satisfied. Normally, an information guild would be reluctant to accept backing from an unknown noble house. In that sense, it's almost fortunate the Lucin Guild is currently struggling financially. As a sample, Annabelle said, setting the papers aside, shall we discuss the 3 most influential families in Rosenbaum today? Adrian raised an eyebrow. 3 families, not 2? Yes, those 2 are so famous even you would know them, Townsend and McCarthy, the ducal families that stand as the empire's pillars. They've been vying for power for decades. In reality, they're the ones devouring the empire from within. The young emperor is little more than an empty figurehead. How scathing, Adrian noted internally. The 3rd is the Marquisate of Krauser, Annabelle continued. It's a family with over 400 years of history, yet little is known about what they actually do. The current head, Marquis Scheiban Krauser, has lived in seclusion for over a decade. Some say he's in his 20s, others say he's over 50. What's strange is that both ducal families are desperate to bring Krauser to their side even though the Marquis has declared neutrality. Krauser, Adrian blinked. A family I've never heard of in my past life. Lakia didn't seem to know of them either. That means they never caused any major incidents and stayed distant from powerful factions. But still, something feels off. Please investigate the Krauser Marquisate separately as well, Adrian said. Here's the payment for today's information. Annabelle's eyes sparkled when she saw the pouch of coins. She jumped up and shouted with glee. Jeffreyon. It's money, money. We can eat meat now. Jeffreyon groaned. Don't shout, master. You're ruining our image. After all that careful build-up, you blow it by jumping like a kid? Outside, as they walked away from the guild, Lakia glanced sideways at Adrian. The mention of the Krauser Marquisate was clearly a ploy to get a request out of you. Why did you fall for it? Adrian shrugged. The 2 dukes are keeping an eye on them. There's no harm in learning more. Besides, you didn't seem to know anything either. That may be true, but still. Back at the Callista townhouse, Allman burst into the entrance hall, breathless. My lord, there's a guest in the drawing room. Adrian looked up. Who? I wasn't expecting anyone. Inside the drawing room sat a man with a calm demeanor and formidable presence, Count Ivan Rumbly, the Imperial Grand Archmage. Count Rumbly? Adrian thought, his heart pounding. Right. I used dragon tongue magic without restraint, right in front of him. Even if His Majesty overlooked the offense, what about the magic? There's no way I can cover this up like I did with my family. Is my identity going to be exposed now? Count Callista, Ivan said. Adrian straightened up, startled. Yes? I believe you already understand the reason for my visit, Ivan said sternly. Adrian swallowed nervously. Yes, that is. Suddenly, Ivan shouted with desperation. Please accept me as your disciple, Count. Adrian's mind went blank. He stared at Ivan, stunned. Pardon? What did I just hear? Adrian blinked in confusion. Was Count Rumbly really asking to become his disciple? Adrian tried to clarify. Was the Count truly asking him to be his master? Ivan, standing proudly, insisted with a smile that Adrian should call him by name. "Please call me Ivan," he urged. Adrian panicked, slightly. "Oh no, we're not close enough. I couldn't possibly call you so familiarly." Ivan insisted again, puffing his chest in exaggerated pride. "Please speak comfortably to me as well. I am no longer the wretch who speaks informally to his master." Adrian shook his head. "I can't. This person already treats me as his master." He spoke more firmly. "I cannot do that, Count Rumbly. You're older than me and a unique archmage. How could I possibly teach you? There are rules of etiquette and laws." But Ivan's expression turned dark and sharp. His voice thundered. "There is no such thing in magic. The world of magic is judged solely by skill, not age, rank, wealth, or power. Striving for a higher realm is a mage's calling and purpose." He jabbed a finger upward as though pointing toward the heavens. "Isn't it the way of magic that the strongest rises to the top?" Then he bowed deeply and declared with startling intensity, "Therefore, Count Callista must be my master." Adrian was left stunned. "Huh? But first of all, my magic is not on a higher level than yours, Count Rumbly." Ivan gasped. "Huh? That can't be. I saw you cast Sixth Circle Magic Mirage with just the activation word." Adrian hesitated, then calmly corrected him. "No, it was just Third Circle. Invisibility magic." Ivan looked flabbergasted. "What? But you clearly said Mirage at the time. You must have misheard." "How could I use such high-level magic?" Adrian answered cautiously. Ivan's brow furrowed. "Then, are you saying not only I, but His Majesty the Emperor also misheard it?" Adrian's face paled. "That is— Oh no." He brought up His Majesty. Adrian began to panic. At that moment, Lakia burst into the room. "His Majesty? Did you meet His Majesty the Emperor, my lord?" Adrian flinched. Lakia? "I haven't told Lakia what happened yet." Ivan turned sharply. "How can a guard knight interrupt a conversation without permission?" Adrian quickly stepped in. "I apologize for startling you, Count Rumbly. This person is not just a guard knight, my close friend. I know it's rude, but would you please allow him to join us?" Ivan's demeanor softened. "Oh, if that is Count Callista's wish." Adrian offered his thanks, and Lakia bowed politely. Once everyone was seated again, Adrian explained what had happened to Lakia. After hearing it all, Lakia's response was surprisingly indifferent. "So that happened." Lakia's reaction was calmer than expected. "I thought she'd be angry that I attacked His Majesty, even if it was all a misunderstanding. Perhaps she just wanted to know how His Majesty is doing lately." And more surprising, Count Rumbly doesn't recognize Lakia at all. Ivan interrupted Adrian's thoughts. "Anyway, His Majesty asked me to convey his greetings. He said he returned safely, thanks to you. The magic I used on Lakia was Fourth Circle Illusion." Count Rumbly, having reached the Fifth Circle, should have noticed the traces of magic. Yet he shows no recognition at all, even with Lakia standing before him. "This is the first time I've met another mage. Aside from myself, I still lack information." Ivan squinted slightly at Lakia, puzzled. "That guard knight, have I met him somewhere before?" Lakia turned to Ivan and asked plainly, "So, Count Rumbly, were you asking for our Lord's teachings?" "That's right," Ivan affirmed. Lakia glanced sideways at Adrian. "I think it's a very good proposal, my lord." Ivan's eyes lit up. Oh, isn't it?" Lakia nodded. "Isn't it true that your magic skills are excellent, my lord? His Majesty already knows that fact." Ivan clapped his hands in agreement. That's right. You understand." Then Lakia pressed further, cool and strategic. "Helping the Imperial Grand Mage is the same as helping His Majesty the Emperor. If someday His Majesty recognizes that effort, wouldn't it be a great help to your lordship's future?" Of course. Also for the advancement of magic." "Lakia, he's using me to get closer to His Majesty." Adrian went quiet, overwhelmed. Finally, he nodded. "All right, I will help you as much as I can." Ivan jumped with joy. "Really? But," Adrian added firmly, "I'm only offering advice. This is not an official master-disciple relationship. Please don't reveal my identity or status to others." Ivan nodded eagerly. Yes, of course," Adrian added, And please don't use honorifics with me. Ivan chuckled. All right, Count Rumbly Ivan, the Empire's only mage to reach the 5th circle. Despite his youthful appearance, he's said to be well over 40. It will be difficult to hide my identity from someone like him for a lifetime. His influence is as significant as his ability. As Lakia said, perhaps building a connection with him now might be wise. As they stepped out of the room together, they ran into Regina. Adrian greeted her. Regina, oh, you were here. Come out. Regina bowed respectfully. Most valuable guest, I greet you. Ivan blinked. Huh? Ah, that's right. He reached into his coat and pulled out a sealed letter. Miss Regina, this is a letter from His Majesty the Emperor. Adrian and Regina both froze in shock. Yes? Ivan laughed sheepishly. I came to deliver it, but I got a little sidetracked. You completely forgot about it and call that a little sidetracked. Regina turned to Adrian in a panic. Oh, brother, what should I do? Shouldn't you read it first? How can I read His Majesty's letter? Adrian shook his head. Regina, that is something His Majesty wrote for you. You shouldn't let anyone else read it, not even me. You must read and reply to it yourself. Regina's face flushed red. Back at the Imperial Palace, in the Emperor's office, Ivan stood grinning. So, I told him that I've decided to receive teachings from Count Callista. That's correct, right? The Emperor just stared at him. The letter? Ivan blinked, then scrambled. Ah, I also received a reply to the letter. The Emperor recalled how Ivan had begged to deliver the letter himself. He insisted on delivering it himself. As expected, Count Callista was his real objective. Meanwhile, Regina sat quietly and opened the letter. To Miss Callista, I left the banquet hall hastily that day and couldn't say a proper farewell. I hope Miss Callista returned home safely. What led me to the Heisbert banquet that day was the news of the Callista family's attendance. Upon hearing that a bank for commoners had been established in the capital, I wanted to know what kind of person and with what intent had made such a choice. However, I too was focused only on Count Callista, the owner of the bank. I never realized that Miss Callista had such a wise and upright heart. How comfortable and enjoyable that short conversation was. Therefore, Miss Callista, if it doesn't cause you any inconvenience, would you be my friend with whom I can exchange letters? Regina's face turned crimson. She covered her mouth with her hand, then stood up abruptly, then turned back again. What do I do? She gasped. Peeking out with only half her face showing, she called to Ivan. Perhaps. May I write the reply to the letter now? Ivan beamed. Ah, yes. Please take your time to read it. In the meantime, I'll have a conversation with my master no, Count Callista. Regina sat at the table and with focused eyes began writing a reply to the Emperor. Later, the Emperor received her response and read silently. To His respected Majesty, I once again humbly beg for your forgiveness for my thoughtless behavior and my brother's mistake at the last banquet. Even reflecting on that commotion again, in the midst of it all, it's nice to be able to remember, where the scent of lavender lingered on every gust of wind. The memory of that moment remains vividly in a corner of my heart. If you would allow me to exchange letters with His Majesty and recollect that fragrance again, it would undoubtedly be a great honor and joy for me. Therefore, may I await your reply? The Emperor's face turned red. Regina, anyway, a person like His Majesty will surely share his future with a high-ranking princess from another country. Emperor, anyway, I will surely live a life as a puppet, unable to move anything according to my will. But perhaps it would be all right to just exchange stories. As another letter from the Emperor arrived at the Callista estate, Adrian silently watched. The atmosphere seems unusual. Adrian found himself deep in thought, questioning whether it was truly right to leave things as they were. What had the life of His Majesty the Emperor been like in Adrian's past life? He tried to recall, but nothing particularly memorable came to mind. Since the Empire's true power had always been in the hands of the ducal families Townsend and McCarthythe, Emperor had been more a symbolic figure than a sovereign ruler. The two houses had simply selected a suitable foreign princess at an appropriate time and arranged for His Majesty to marry her. The only memory I have of him is that marriage ceremony. Adrian reflected with a quiet sigh, sinking deeper into his thoughts. I only opened the floodgates of change, he reminded himself. Now, the rest is up to them. It's their lives and they will change them with their own hands. Time passed, and soon Callista Bank began to draw significant attention throughout the capital. Among the commoners especially, the trend of opening an account spread like wildfire, almost as if it had become a citywide fad. Before long, nearly everyone had a Callista account. In one of the bank's meeting rooms, Claude stood before Adrian, delivering a report. He explained that they fully expected to reach their monthly target for new accounts, and thus intended to continue running the promotional lottery event only until the end of the month. He added that, based solely on account numbers, they were now almost on par with the main branch of Sullivan Bank. Claude also noted that even residents from areas near the capital had started visiting frequently after hearing rumors. However, he admitted somewhat awkwardly that examining the assets of such newcomers posed certain difficulties. Adrian perked up, his eyes glinting with excitement. He pointed out that demand was starting to spread beyond the capital, and jokingly suggested that it might be time to consider opening new branches. Claude, however, hesitated. "Oh, that might be a bit difficult," he said, then quickly apologized. "Ah, it's nothing. I overstepped my bounds." Adrian reassured him with a calm smile and encouraged him to share any opinions freely. "If you have something to say, feel free." Reluctantly, Claude elaborated. He noted that since most of Callista Bank's customers were commoners, the average deposit amounts were quite small despite the large customer base. At the moment, deposits and loans were barely balanced. Expanding branches and increasing loans at this point, he feared, could risk draining the bank's cash reserves. Adrian continued to smile silently, simply listening. Claude couldn't help but wonder, why is he smiling like that? Then Adrian spoke. "Yes, you've assessed the situation perfectly." He trailed off thoughtfully, then brought up something unexpected. "Regarding that, I'm thinking of starting that business you proposed last time." Claude froze. "Huh? That idea." It was just a crude concept. It was scrapped because of a fatal flaw that made implementation practically impossible. But Adrian waved off his concerns gently. "It's all right, Claude. I'll handle the countermeasures." Meanwhile, at the port, a man was busy counting crates. 44, 45, 46, 47, all right. All 50 boxes of dye have been accounted for. That'll be 30 gold. The merchant he was dealing with, a member of the Hoffman merchants, handed him a piece of paper. The man eyed it suspiciously. "What's this?" "It's a bit different from an account certificate," the merchant explained. "Ah, so you haven't heard. It's called a check, issued by Callista Bank. If you take this to the bank and show it to them, they'll give you 30 gold. The man raised an eyebrow. "Callista Bank? The one that even accepts commoners as customers? You're saying this little scrap of paper is worth 30 gold? Why even make something like this?" "To be precise," the merchant clarified, "it's 30 gold I already deposited in advance. It's just heavy to carry cash around." The man nodded. "That's true. 30 gold is hard to carry even with both hands. Gold is heavy." Even so, he was skeptical. "How am I supposed to trust a piece of paper like this?" "I'll take my payment in cash, like usual." "I don't carry cash anymore," the merchant replied easily. "If you're that suspicious, we can go collect it at the bank together." And so, they went. At Callista Bank, the teller inspected the check carefully. After verifying the serial number and signature, they handed over a pouch of 30 gold. "See?" the merchant said, satisfied. "I told you, no problem receiving it." The man who received the gold was still in disbelief. "What in the... Is this really possible?" he wondered. Gold coins are heavy and take up a lot of space. Large merchant guilds dealing in huge sums go to great lengths to transport money. They often spend fortunes hiring mercenaries for protection and, still, accidents happen, and money is lost. But if I use this thing called a check, I can carry even a massive amount in my pocket. After leading a merchant guild for years, I know. Callista Bank's checks, they'll soon spread across the empire. Elsewhere, at the Sullivan estate, an attendant was reporting to Dominic Sullivan. It has been confirmed, my lord. The Hoffman merchants have also begun working with Callista. Dominic slammed his desk furiously. How dare they? Who raised those nobodies into one of the top 10 merchant guilds? The servant continued cautiously. It appears this check has begun to spread among merchants. Since they have to visit the bank to redeem the check, many are persuaded to open accounts during the process. And now that major merchant guilds are frequenting the bank, even nobles who were watching from the sidelines have begun to visit. Dominic's voice shook with anger. Damn Callista. It was just a cheap bank for commoners and desperate fool sand now this. All because of one stupid piece of paper. He picked up a Callista bank check and inspected it closely, scratching at the surface. Bank seal, serial number, signature, amount. Nothing special. High-quality fiber with silk threads, a visible overlay pattern. It's water-resistant and won't tear easily. He sneered. We can make something like this ourselves. I don't care if it's identical. Prepare to issue checks from our bank, too. Merchants will prefer a bank they already trust. But my lord, the servant hesitated. That might be. Morally. Morals? Dominic snarled. I was the one who introduced banking to this empire. What's so noble about selling paper with numbers on it? The servant bowed hastily. As you command. Dominic tossed the check aside and leaned back. Their cash reserves must have gone up thanks to these checks. They'll probably start expanding branches soon. Plant one of our people there when they begin hiring. I want to know what tricks those brats are planning. Report to me immediately if anything happens. Understood? Yes, Lord Sullivan. Dominic scowled. This banking business, it's turning into a nightmare. All sorts of pests keep buzzing around, and now I have to deal with lunatics like Bowen too. Back at Adrian's estate, he sat reviewing a document handed to him by Annabelle. Viscount Bowen has a rather unique reputation, he remarked. Could you elaborate? Annabelle didn't respond immediately. Adrian looked up. Annabelle? She snapped to attention. Yes. Of course. Ahem. Apologies. I was momentarily distracted. This man, Count Callista, truly isn't ordinary, she thought. He asked me to gather information on all the Empire's nobles, reviewed hundreds of pages in a single sitting, and then categorized and ranked them by importance himself. Is he really only 18? She cleared her throat. As noted in the document, Viscount Bowen has a peculiar hobby of collecting women's clothing. He's not a womanizer, nor does he cross-dress. He simply enjoys collecting them. She added that the clothes Bowen personally collected while traveling the Empire often became high society trends shortly afterward. There was even a joke that anyone looking to order a new dress should first consult Bowen's wardrobe. Adrian's interest was piqued. He must have an excellent eye. This could be developed into a business. Annabelle explained further. He's actually been trying to open a salon for years, but Sullivan Bank has repeatedly denied him a loan for the startup capital. Adrian raised an eyebrow. Why? Because a salon is considered a lowly business for a noble to run. Adrian paused, then said, Poitiers, file this in the second bundle on the right. Yes, my lord, Poitiers replied. That's the top priority investment category. Annabelle realized with surprise. Now that I've stepped into noble society, Adrian thought, I understand. Just as commoners are held back by their status, nobles too are shackled by their own pride and restrictions. I've let too many talents wither away in the past. For a time, I'll focus on changing the future I once thought was set in stone. Later, as Adrian walked down the hall beside Alman, he asked, How are things in the fief? It's on an upward trend with no major issues, Alman reported. Thanks to your foresight, the number of new residents is steadily rising. This year's harvest is expected to be the highest on record. Adrian smiled. That's a relief. I can rest easy about the fief for now. And so, he thought, until now, I hadn't realized that changing the future for the better might also bring about an unwanted disaster. As Callista Bank's checks began circulating widely and were praised as an innovation among merchants, it wasn't long before Sullivan Bank followed suit, issuing their own checks. At the busy marketplace, A customer confidently handed over a Sullivan check to a vendor. The vendor, raising an eyebrow in surprise, asked if Sullivan was now issuing checks too. The customer confirmed it with pride, explaining that the checks had already been in use for some time. He added that he intended to use only Sullivan checks moving forward, citing the bank's long-standing reputation and extensive branch network. The vendor nodded thoughtfully, remarking that it had been quite a hassle having to go all the way to Callista's main branch before. Back at Callista Bank, Poitier reported to Adrian with a grim tone. The market share of Callista's checks was declining faster than anticipated. Sullivan Bank's enduring stability seemed to be swaying large merchant guilds, who were now moving significant sums through them. Adrian remained composed. He said it was only natural for a latecomer to join a successful business. After all, Callista Bank had already achieved its initial goal, expanding its customer base. What mattered most, Adrian added, was the unique technology that only Callista Bank possessed. In time, he was certain customers would recognize the difference. He shifted topics. There was a customer who had requested a meeting that day. When Adrian entered the meeting room, he was immediately greeted with a dramatic gesturia, bouquet of flowers held up by a man kneeling on one knee. The man gasped theatrically. "Oh my, you must be Count Callista?" Adrian recognized him at once. Viscount Bowenth, eccentric nobleman known for his collection of women's clothing. They said he had a pioneering eye for fashion trends and was always a step ahead. To be honest, Adrian had once been concerned, based only on what he'd heard, that Bowen might have some indecent interests. But, now that they had met in person, he could see clearly this man simply adored women's fashion with pure devotion. Bowen took a delicate sip of tea, then suddenly placed the cup down with flair, launching into speech. In an animated voice, he admitted he had been shocked upon receiving the document from Callista Bank. At first, he had suspected it might even be a scam. He never imagined he would not only be approved for a loan but also receive an investment proposal. Adrian confirmed it. He proposed that Viscount Bowen personally run a salon. There would be no obligation to repay the investment. Instead, Callista Bank would receive a portion of the profits. Viscount Bowen was overwhelmed. Tears welled up in his eyes as he burst out emotionally. Everyone had mocked his collection, treating him like a deranged pervert. Even mentioning a salon had earned him ridicule. But now someone trusted him. Poitier quietly stepped in to move the bouquet to a vase. Adrian thanked him, but Bowen quickly interrupted, saying there was no need to fill the vase with water. Adrian and Claude both looked puzzled. "Those are all artificial flowers," Bowen revealed. He explained that he had once met an artisan who could capture the fleeting beauty of real flowers with uncanny realism. So, he had immediately recruited them. Both Adrian and Poitier stunned. Adrian reached out to touch a petal. These aren't real? This is a level beyond any artificial flower I've ever seen. You wouldn't know unless you touched it," Bowen continued, noting that the process was extremely meticulous. The only minor drawback was the cost. Each flower required 2 silver to produce. Poitier leaned in and whispered into Adrian's ear. His voice was tense. Perhaps Adrian should reconsider this investment. Poitier was genuinely worried that Adrian had lost his sense of money after all. Who would spend 2 silver on a fake flower? No, Adrian thought firmly. High-quality artificial flowers would later become immensely popular among noblewomen across the empire as corsages for hats, accessories, or dress ornaments. They sold for several gold coins, and still, demand outstripped supply. Eventually, they were even used alongside actual jewels as luxury accents. It was one of the very reasons Callista's finances were devastated in my past life. Yes, I remember it all clearly. Even the fact that this trend wouldn't start for a few more years. If only they had a scent, it would seem even more real. Adrian turned to Bowen, his mind made up. He declared that they had found a truly excellent opportunity for investment. They would start with these artificial flowers as the salon's first product. That night, someone showed one of the flowers to Regina. She was amazed. Regina couldn't believe it wasn't real. It even had a nice fragrance. They sprayed perfume on it. She observed the delicate petals and guessed they were made of thin silk. Meanwhile, Lakia and Asa were idling near a window. Asa complained, saying he was bored and that Adrian had been ignoring him far too much lately. Ever since arriving in the capital, he was either buried in bankwork or with the Information Guild. Lakia pointed out that Adrian had come to the capital for business to begin with. Still pouting, Asa added that he didn't even eat with them anymore. Just then, both of them turned alert. Lakia blinked. Eh? Asa narrowed his eyes. He felt it too. Every evening, an immense magical energy had been leaking out from the barn. Moments later, Adrian stepped out of that very shed and found Lakia and Asa waiting for him. Asa immediately pounced. Rian, you! What on earth are you doing in there every night? You're hiding something, aren't you? Lakia asked more calmly if he was sure it wasn't dangerous. Adrian was startled. This is. Lakia turned away. Forget it. It's probably something you can't talk about today either. Woof! Asa exclaimed. Hey, you traitor. You said we'd ask together. Adrian paused. Then he offered. Want to come in? I was just about to call you to. Inside, they found a glowing magic circle on the floor. Symbols floated in the air above it. Adrian explained that he had been working on it whenever he had spare time. He had just completed it that day. He should have cast a stronger magic-blocking barrier. He didn't expect the magical energy to leak. Asa was in awe. Lakia's tone became serious. What is this? I can feel an incredible amount of magic. Adrian looked at them. It's a warp gate. Asa tilted his head. A warp. What? Lakia, however, was frozen. No way. A warp gate is seventh circle magic. There were barely any documented cases of humans succeeding in casting it, even before the decline of magic. Just, who is this man? Adrian met their eyes. I am, the successor to the Gold Dragon, Seyfried. Both Lakia and Asa were stunned. But you two noticed my abilities early on, Adrian thought, and simply because I saved your lives, you placed your trust in me and respected my decisions. If I wanted to, I could have hidden this truth forever, but telling it now is the least I can do to repay your trust. He told them this was how he had gained the magical abilities they knew of. Though, I still can't tell them about my regression. Lakia held his head in disbelief. It was worth hiding. I can't believe you kept such an incredible secret. Asa's eyes widened. Then, that cave back then. It was the lair I've only ever heard about in stories? Adrian chuckled. And above all, from now on, I'll be traveling between the fief and the capital, often using this warp gate. I can't keep disappearing and making them worry every time. He asked, So, shall we go together once? The three of them stepped into the warp gate. Asa gasped. Whoa, this smell. It's really Callista Castle. Adrian nodded. This had been his first time using seventh circle magic, and it had taken longer than expected to stabilize the coordinates. Lakia looked around. This is the storage room that was suddenly made off limits right before we left for the capital. You've been preparing this since then? Adrian admitted he had been too anxious about leaving the fief unattended. Lakia studied the surroundings. It's incredibly convenient. So this can only move between the barn and the capital mansion and this room? Adrian confirmed it. A warp gate was bound to fixed coordinates. Then, as Adrian pulled open a curtain and looked outside, his expression turned dark. The Callista fief, visited again after several months. That place had become a living hell. At the Callista estate, rain poured heavily as Adrian, Lakia, and Asa stepped out into the downpour. They approached one of the servants hurriedly. William, what in the world is going on? Adrian demanded. The servant gasped in disbelief. My lord, but I was sure you were still in the capital. We'll discuss that later. Adrian cut in. Explain the situation first. William quickly reported that a major flood had struck the fief. The river, swollen from a week of relentless rain, had finally overflowed that dawn. Their priority had been evacuating residents from low-lying areas. Are you all right, my lord? The roads must be flooded, William asked. Adrian's heart sank. Right, around this time every year, it rained for weeks in Callista. But the river never overflowed like this. I would have remembered a disaster this massive. Why has the past changed? William added that the damage to the western plains was particularly severe. Adrian's eyes widened. Callista County had never been rich, despite its size. The eastern region was mountainous and barren, and the western lands had once been swampland dune inhabitable and infertile. That was why I spent years on reclamation projects, draining the swamps, mixing sand into the soil. It had become fertile land that attracted settlers with promises of prosperity and security. It was working, wasn't it? But William confirmed their worst fears. The overflow had submerged most of the reclaimed land. Fortunately, most of it was farmland and not residential. Lakia asked urgently if the residents had all been evacuated. William nodded. Most were evacuated in the morning. The knights are checking for any stragglers. Adrian's voice trembled. It's my fault. The swamps were natural buffers, absorbing rain during the monsoon season. But I filled them all in. Asa jumped in. What? Seriously? How is a natural disaster your fault? That's right, Lakia agreed. It's been years since the reclamation. No one could have predicted this. Adrian shook his head internally. No, this didn't happen in the past, I remember. I thought I could control everything because I knew the future. I thought compensating for weaknesses would ensure better outcomes. But what if I was wrong? What if I've caused something irreversible? What if all my choices so far were mistakes? Lakia suddenly grabbed Adrian's arm, snapping him out of it. Get a hold of yourself. Now is not the time for self-blame. You're the lord of this land, act like it. Find a way to resolve this first. Adrian blinked, regaining his composure. Right. William, what are the servants doing now? They're moving materials from the underground warehouse, per your previous orders. Stop that immediately, Adrian ordered. Have all hands focus on evacuating residents instead. Lakia, let's join the knights and assist with relief efforts. Understood. I'm coming too, Asa chimed in. Adrian straightened his posture. Lakia was right. Saving Callista comes first. Any casualties so far? Adrian asked. None reported. Thanks to road maintenance, the evacuation was fast, a servant replied. And the western region? Sir Philip is inspecting it now. Evacuate anyone living near the river or on hills. The ground may have softened. Before he could finish, Sir Philip arrived on horseback, soaked and breathless. Big trouble. The bridge downstream. Adrian's expression darkened. The bridge collapsed completely? Aren't there around 20 households on the other side? When did it collapse? Were there people left behind? Sir Philip shook his head. We're not sure. It was already destroyed when we arrived. Lakia pointed ahead. My lord, look. Across the river, a woman waved frantically, shouting through tears. My lord, over here. There's a critically ill patient in the village. We can't cross. Please help us. The knights murmured behind them. Can't we detour upstream? Too dangerous. It's all flooded. Could we build a temporary bridge somehow? Adrian dismounted, picked up a stone, and tested a levitation spell. Fly is too unstable in this weather, he muttered. The wind's too strong. He turned to Lakia. Keep the knights quiet. Understood. Adrian approached the broken edge of the bridge. A few knights cried out nervously. My lord, please stop, it's dangerous. Adrian braced himself. In a situation like this, I can't back down. He raised his hand. Because I am the successor to the gold dragon, Seyfried. Kinesis, he chanted. Boulders lifted into the air. The knights gasped in disbelief. Did he just? What kind of magic is that? Feathering, Adrian continued. Lakia's eyes widened. Multiple casting? More spells followed. Binding. Restore. Vacuum. Heavy rain. Wind. A raging current. A single spell isn't enough. I'll combine low circle spells with precision. Then he cast the final one. Adamant! The boulders snapped into place, stabilized, hardened. The bridge was restored. The knights were speechless. No way. The bridge. It's back? Adrian turned calmly. It's safe now. Proceed with rescuing the residents. Yes. Understood. Lakia clenched his jaw. Even if they're my own knights, using magic so openly in front of them only increases the risk of exposure. So reckless. Adrian looked at Lakia and smiled faintly. Lakia understood. He turned to the knights. Everyone, listen up. Say nothing about what you just saw. Focus on saving lives. I'll make a formal announcement once the situation is under control. Yes, sir. Lakia sighed inwardly. Right. He's always been this kind of guy. He plays the cards he holds without hesitation. He acts with absurd goodwill. Such a fool. Once the collapsed bridge was restored with magic, the rescue of the isolated flood victims proceeded swiftly and efficiently. Adrian and the knights reached the village and immediately approached the gathered residents. Is everyone all right? Adrian asked urgently. Ah, my lord. Yes, they're all gathered over there, one of the villagers replied, pointing toward a makeshift camp where injured villagers lay under hastily assembled tents. Adrian's eyes scanned the scene. There were more injured than I thought. Did the buildings collapse from the floodwaters? Were they swept away while trying to escape? If we had arrived any later, a villager approached Adrian, looking puzzled. I heard the bridge to the city had collapsed. How did you get here so quickly? Before Adrian could answer, the woman who had called for help earlier interrupted, speaking smoothly. I must have mistaken some nearby wreckage. The bridge was perfectly fine. A knight chimed in with a snort. Yes, we just crossed it. Where was your head at? The questioning villager blinked. Huh? I'm sure it was destroyed. The storm was so strong, I must have seen wrong. I'm just glad you crossed safely, my lord. Ha ha. Then, an elderly resident stepped forward and bowed slightly. My lord, since most of us in this village are outsiders, we truly thought we'd been abandoned. For you to come find us yourself, it is the greatest honor. Adrian was momentarily taken aback, unsure how to respond. Later, as the sun broke through the clouds, Lakia addressed the gathered knights and the lady from earlier. With this, the flood relief efforts are complete. Everyone, you've worked hard, but before we disperse, I need to make an announcement. He looked around sternly. As you all saw today, our lord is a mage. Some of you may wonder why. Hide it. And how is he so skilled? Isn't he on par with an archmage? Now consider this. If you were powerful nobles, and you heard of a young count who inherited his title at 15, who wields the continent's most powerful magic, but has no defense except that magic. Lakia let the silence stretch. What would you do? If it were me, I would have taken that power by any means necessary. The knights looked shaken, but slowly began to understand. Now you know why we must remain silent about the Lord's abilities. Yes, sir, the knights chorused. Lakia turned to the lady. My apologies that you were caught up in this. She interrupted with a quick bow. Ah, no. I completely agree, Sir Knight. I don't know much about magic, but I could feel how amazing what our Lord showed us was. And to use such power just to save us. If keeping his secret repays that kindness, I would be honored to do so. Lakia finally allowed himself a sigh of relief. Back in Adrian's office, Lakia found him hunched over papers, eyes heavy with fatigue. Rian, you worked all night. Why are you in your office instead of resting? Adrian looked up, weary. Ah, Lakia, I was reviewing the data on the Western Reclamation Project. What? You're still on that? Yes. As expected, the western region of Callista is lower than the eastern side. When it rains heavily, all the rainwater from the Compton Mountains flows there, forming swamps. Pushing the reclamation project in that area, it was careless of me. If we build a dam upstream, we might prevent future disasters. As soon as the sun rises, I'll find a civil engineer. Lakia interrupted him and stepped closer, placing a firm hand on Adrian's shoulder. Rian, it's admirable that you're taking responsibility for the fief, but that doesn't mean you have to shoulder everything alone. You have people around you. Rely on them. Adrian paused. Thank you, Lakia. But still, I can't do that to you. You have to leave in 2 years, don't you? Lakia was silent, thinking back. Adrian's words echoed in his mind. Lord Rodriguez, if you wait exactly 5 years, your false charges will be cleared. Until then, would you be willing to live in seclusion here in Callista? I've been staying here based on that promise alone. That's true. But, Adrian continued, voice quiet. To be honest, I've always felt sorry toward you, even if it's under a false identity. For someone like you, I burdened you with the title of escort knight to a frontier noble family. Captain of the knights, even. Lakia hesitated. That's... Before he could finish, Adrian pulled something from beside the desk, a sword. Would you accept this? Lakia took it, confused. A sword? He unsheathed it slowly. Yes. It bothered me that you've been using such an old weapon. I originally planned to give this to you after revealing my magic, but the timing didn't work out. I wanted to present it with a flourish, like, ta-da. I appreciate the thought, Lakia said. But an escort knight should carry a regular weapon. Adrian grinned. That's made from a dragon's bone. Lakia froze. What did you say? It's an alloy called olifant mithril mixed with dragon bone. Only a dragon can properly refine it. It's the only material that can withstand a swordmaster's aura. I found it in Seyfried's lair. It felt right to give it to you. Lakia's eyes widened. His grip tightened. Then, without thinking, he grabbed Adrian by the shoulders and shook him. Do you have a brain in that head or not? There are gifts you can give and gifts you absolutely can't. Do you even understand the value of a dragon's armament? Adrian just smiled. I do, Lakia, but compared to the help you've given me, this is really nothing. Lakia's voice dropped. What about Asa? Don't you trust him too? Asa is. You know this already. The Maoan race doesn't live in human society. He's only here temporarily. One day, he'll return to where he belongs. Lakia looked down at the blade. Adrian Callista really thinks we're people who'll leave him at any moment. And yet, he shares his greatest secret with us. Hands over treasures without hesitation. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out from the hallway. My lord, apologies for the sudden interruption. There's an intruder in the castle. He's confronting your friend. Adrian and Lakia both bolted to their feet. Asa? They shouted in unison. Outside, knights had drawn their swords, standing around a stranger and Asa. Asa's eyes widened in disbelief. You are Ryuji? Adrian and Lakia arrived just in time. Asa, are you all right? What's going on? Adrian asked. Asa stepped back, flustered. Wait, don't come closer. The intruder suddenly dropped to one knee and shouted, I've come to escort you. Lady Asa. Everyone stared. Lady Asa? Inside Callista's estate, the atmosphere was calm yet filled with tension as Adrian sat across from Ryuji, the cat-person warrior. Adrian spoke first, his tone polite but firm, acknowledging that Ryuji had been Asa's guest. He apologized on behalf of his knights, explaining that they hadn't recognized Ryuji and might have acted rudely. After confirming his name, Adrian asked if he was indeed Ryuji. Ryuji confirmed his identity and introduced himself as a warrior of the cat people. He expressed gratitude for Adrian's hospitality toward Lord Asa, but declared that Asa should not remain among humans any longer. He announced that he would personally escort his lord back to their homeland. Adrian exhaled deeply and thought to himself that he had anticipated this day would eventually come. Asa was, after all, a member of the cat people, and it was only natural that someone would come to retrieve him. However, before Adrian could continue his thoughts, Asa suddenly jolted upright and screamed in defiance. No, I'm not going back. Asa shouted, his voice trembling with both fear and determination. Ryuji looked at him in disbelief and tried to reason with him, asking if he truly intended to continue living among humans. He reminded Asa of what kind of beings humans were, his tone carrying both caution and reproach. But Asa interrupted him again, his voice louder and more desperate this time. I said no, he shouted, his expression shifting from anger to fear. His voice quivered as he continued, saying he absolutely refused to return because the person he feared was probably still there. At his side, Adrian watched him silently for a moment, then spoke calmly to Ryuji. He said he understood that the cat people still had little trust in humans, but Asa was his precious friend. As long as Asa wished it, Adrian intended to stay with him until the very end. Asa was taken aback by Adrian's declaration. He quickly hid behind him and shouted toward Ryuji, insisting that Adrian was the first friend he had made among humans. He accused Ryuji of doubting Adrian and, by extension, doubting him as well. Ryuji stammered, visibly conflicted, addressing Asa respectfully as his lord. But Asa continued, his frustration boiling over. He mocked the idea that everyone back home was worried about him, asking sarcastically since when they had ever shown interest in his well-being. At the back of the room, Lakia, who had been quietly observing the entire exchange, muttered to himself, wondering what exactly Asa's true status was to cause such a scene. After a long pause, Ryuji finally sighed. He said that if Lord Asa was this determined to stay, then he would not force him to return. However, as Asa's retainer, he could not leave his lord alone in an unfamiliar land. With conviction, he declared that he, Ryuji, would remain wherever Asa chose to stay. The room fell into silence at his statement. Adrian blinked in surprise and hesitated before responding awkwardly. He agreed, saying that since Ryuji was Asa's companion, he was welcome to stay with them. Ryuji immediately interjected, insisting that Adrian should speak informally to him, as he was a friend of his lord. With that, Ryuji officially joined Adrian's group. Some time later, Adrian reflected deeply on the recent events that had transpired in Callista territory. He recalled how the flood disaster had devastated the region but had finally subsided when the skies cleared at midday. He wondered how he would ever explain all of it. The sudden appearance of a lord who was supposed to be in the imperial capital, and how that same lord had used magic to rebuild a bridge. His thoughts were interrupted when Lakia approached and asked if he planned to return immediately. Adrian nodded, saying that he should, but wanted a moment to explain the situation first. At the back of the room, one of the maids suddenly realized something, flinched, and quickly bowed before shouting that she would excuse herself. Adrian quietly noted that Lakia had already taken care of keeping everyone silent about what had happened. He wasn't sure how Lakia had managed it, but since none of the servants were asking questions, he decided it was fine. Later, the group used the warp gate to return to the capital. Ryuji, who was experiencing it for the first time, was completely bewildered. He stammered in confusion, asking Asa what had just happened, unable to comprehend how the room had suddenly changed. Asa chuckled and teased him, saying that Adrian, whom he fondly called Rion, was no ordinary person. Adrian, on the other hand, was lost in thought during their return. He admitted to himself that the journey back to the capital had gone smoothly, but new problems awaited him. When they arrived home, Regina immediately ran toward Adrian, shouting his name. She demanded to know where he had been, scolding him for leaving without notice. She complained that she had been worried all night and had been close to reporting him missing to the guards. Adrian could only remain silent as she continued her lecture. In his thoughts, he reflected that his original plan had simply been to test the warp function and return shortly after. The warp gate was high-level magic, and he had not wanted to reveal to his family that he had gone as far as Callista territory. But considering that a disaster had struck their lands, it was natural for his mother and sister, as members of the Callista family, to know about it now. When his mother entered the room, Adrian calmly told her that he had gone to visit their territory. After some time, as they sat together in the living room, he explained everything that had happened. His mother listened in silence, sipping her tea before repeating his words in disbelief. "A flood? You're saying a flood occurred in our territory?" she asked. Adrian confirmed, explaining that there had fortunately been no casualties and that he had already left the remaining cleanup and relief operations to the local administrators. Regina, however, pressed him further, her suspicion obvious. She pointed out that Callista experienced heavy rain during this season but had never once suffered a flood. She also reminded him that their territory was 10 days away from the capital, and demanded to know how he expected her to believe that he had gone there yesterday evening and returned by noon. Their mother gently called Regina's name in warning, causing her to sigh in resignation. Regina scoffed but relented, saying she would stop asking questions. She told Adrian she understood it must have been difficult handling everything alone, and thanked him for taking care of it. With a faint smile, she added that if he ever returned, he should give her regards to the servants. Adrian paused for a moment, then smiled softly and thanked her. Elsewhere, Asa and Ryuji were having a quiet conversation in another room. Asa asked if it was really fine for Ryuji to be wandering around instead of returning home. Ryuji replied confidently that there was no problem since he had been searching for Asa all along. Their talk was interrupted when someone called Asa's name. Turning around, Asa saw Lakia entering the room. Lakia approached them with a serious expression and apologized for the intrusion, asking if he could speak with Asa for a moment. Asa nodded and told him to go ahead. However, Lakia hesitated before clarifying that he wanted to speak privately, just the two of them. Ryuji immediately understood, bowed respectfully and excused himself, saying he would return when they were finished. Asa agreed casually. As Ryuji turned toward the window, Lakia frowned and pointed out that the door was on the other side. But before he could stop him, Ryuji had already leapt out the window. Lakia froze in disbelief, stunned by his behavior, while Asa simply asked what Lakia wanted to talk about. Lakia cleared his throat and finally spoke. He explained that he had no intention of meddling in Asa's personal matters, not even those Adrian refrained from prying into. However, he warned that if Asa had committed a crime and was on the run, then staying with him would put Adrian in danger. If taking him in would cause harm, Lakia wanted to know the truth now. Asa immediately denied it, stammering nervously. He insisted that it wasn't like that at all and that his circumstances were personal. Lakia studied his reaction carefully, recalling Adrian's words that the cat people did not live among humans, saying that he was only staying temporarily due to certain circumstances but would one day return to his rightful place. Hearing that, Lakia nodded and said he understood. He promised that he would no longer interfere in Asa's affairs, but before he could leave, Asa's gaze fell on the sword hanging at Lakia's waist. He tilted his head curiously and asked about it. Lakia stopped and looked down at the weapon before realizing his mistake. He explained that Adrian had given it to him, but it was beyond his station, so he intended to return it. Asa's eyes lit up in interest as he leaned forward, saying he wanted it for himself. Lakia immediately refused, saying the weapon was not a toy and certainly not an ordinary sword. He revealed that it was a dragon armament not yet known to the world. Asa argued that if Lakia intended to return it to Adrian anyway, then whoever Adrian decided to give it to afterward would be his choice. Lakia hesitated, realizing that Asa's logic, though self-serving, was technically correct. In his mind, he imagined Adrian's casual reaction if he were to bring it up. He could almost hear him saying, "Lakia doesn't want to receive the sword? And Asa wants it? Then Asa can have it. I brought it for you guys anyway?" Panicking at the thought, Lakia hurriedly turned away and declared that he would just keep the sword himself. Asa immediately shouted in frustration, accusing him of being petty for not letting him have it. Lakia retorted that he had received it first, and the two began bickering loudly. From another room, Adrian, who was still speaking with his mother and sister, heard the noise and sighed quietly to him. He muttered under his breath, wondering if they were fighting again. A few days had passed since the great flood that struck the Callista territory. Now, Adrian and his sister Regina were seated inside a carriage, its wheels softly rumbling along the cobbled road toward the imperial palace. The afternoon sunlight streamed through the curtains, painting golden streaks across the interior. Regina sat with her hands clasped tightly on her lap, her expression a mixture of awe and anxiety. She turned hesitantly to her brother and spoke in a nervous tone, admitting that she was unfamiliar with proper imperial etiquette. She asked whether she might appear rustic or rude before the nobles and the emperor himself. Adrian gave a reassuring smile and told her not to worry. He reminded her that they were invited as guests of His Majesty the Emperor, and that she could hold her head high with pride. Hearing that, Regina took a deep breath and nodded, her expression softening slightly. She replied with a small but determined, "Okay?" As the carriage rolled onward, Adrian's thoughts drifted back to the day before, the moment they had received the imperial invitation. It had been only a few days since the flood incident that had swept through Callista territory. During that time, Lakia had chosen to focus on his personal training, determined to master the sword he had received from Adrian. He had called it excessive and vowed to become skilled enough to wield it properly. Asa, meanwhile, had been spending much of his time in conversation with Ryuji. Adrian recalled how Asa had cheerfully shouted to him that morning that he would be with Ryuji all day, which had been a relief. Now that Adrian had revealed the truth about Seyfried to both of them, he thought it might be time for him to re-enter the lair and resume the magical training he had neglected. But his quiet contemplation had been interrupted that afternoon when Regina burst into his room without warning. She had flung open the door, shouting his name, her face flushed with excitement and nerves. Startled, Adrian had asked what was wrong and guessed that another letter had arrived from the Emperor. Catching her breath, Regina had nodded and stammered as she held up the parchment. Between gasps, she informed him that His Majesty had invited both of them to a banquet scheduled for the following evening. Adrian had blinked in surprise at her words, repeating the word, "Tomorrow?" Now, back in the present, the carriage slowed to a halt before the towering gates of the imperial palace. Guards bowed deeply as they passed, and servants swiftly approached to assist. Adrian stepped down first, then offered his hand to help his sister out of the carriage. The siblings then made their way through the grand halls toward the dining chamber. As they walked, Adrian thought quietly to himself that he and his sister were now truly stepping into the heart of imperial authority. When they arrived at the grand dining hall, the emperor greeted them with enthusiasm. "Count Callista! Please, come in," His Majesty said warmly, his voice echoing across the hall. After the greetings, the siblings took their seats. The Emperor smiled and remarked that their previous meeting had been rather sudden in many ways, and he had been eagerly anticipating another chance to speak with Adrian again. Adrian bowed his head respectfully and responded that it was an infinite honor to be granted such an audience. As he lifted his gaze, his thoughts drifted briefly. He noticed that the guests present were only himself, his sister, the Emperor, and Count Ivan Rumbly, His Majesty's most trusted aide. In his previous life, Adrian recalled that the Emperor had never aligned himself with any noble faction. The fact that he now held a private meal with specific nobles was both curious and unexpected. Across the table, Count Ivan greeted him cheerfully, his voice filled with genuine delight. He exclaimed that it had been far too long since they had met and that he had nearly forgotten Adrian's face. Adrian smiled faintly and inclined his head slightly in response, offering his greetings in return. His attention then shifted toward the emperor, and he couldn't help but notice that his majesty seemed somehow different from when they had first met. There was something subtle but distinct in his presence, perhaps a change in demeanor or intent. Soon after, the servants began bringing out the first course. As the dishes were served, Regina's eyes widened in surprise. She leaned forward and exclaimed softly in awe, marveling at the unfamiliar flavor. The emperor noticed her reaction and asked with gentle curiosity if there was something wrong with the food. Flustered, Regina immediately waved her hands and denied it, explaining that it was simply her first time tasting something so delicious. Adrian tried the soup himself, bringing the spoon to his lips and murmuring quietly that it was indeed remarkable, salty yet fragrant. The emperor chuckled heartily and revealed that the dish was a soup made with clams and shrimp. It was one of his personal favorites, he said, and he was glad that it pleased them as well. Count Ivan, who had been eating graciously, nodded in agreement and added that this was not a meal easily served to guests. He suggested that His Majesty must truly value Count Callista to offer such rare cuisine. The emperor then turned toward Regina and asked if she often enjoyed seafood. Regina replied politely that she only ate dried or pickled kinds on occasion. Adrian interjected, explaining that since Callista was an inland territory, fresh seafood was rarely available to them. The emperor laughed and said that the capital was not so different. Fresh seafood spoiled easily during transport, and depending on the weather, was often unobtainable. He admitted that it was expensive and considered a delicacy reserved for nobles. Adrian listened in silence and thought to himself that even the emperor had foods he could not easily enjoy. The emperor continued, saying that it was a shame that such fine dishes were limited to the privileged few. He wished that more people could experience the same taste. Hearing that, Adrian paused for a moment, quietly reflecting. He thought that His Majesty truly was unlike other nobles of the empire. As the meal went on, more dishes were brought to the table, and time passed pleasantly. When dessert was served, Regina smiled warmly and expressed her gratitude, saying that it was an honor to be treated to such a splendid meal. Adrian added that he too was grateful for the opportunity to taste such rare and precious foods. Internally, he noted that everything had gone smoothly so far. No hidden tensions, no unexpected conversations. He wondered if this gathering truly had been arranged for nothing more than friendly conversation. Then the emperor cleared his throat and spoke again. He said that if time permitted, he would like to continue their discussion. Adrian nodded and agreed without hesitation. However, the emperor then added with a light tone that he wished to continue the conversation not as the emperor addressing a count. Adrian blinked in confusion. Not as the count? He echoed quietly. He glanced at Regina, who blushed slightly and tilted her head, unsure what to make of the statement. Before either could respond further, Count Ivan suddenly stood up, his energy bursting through the calm atmosphere. With a wide grin, he grabbed Adrian by the arm and shouted to the emperor that he wished to borrow Count Callista for a while. The emperor laughed and gave his permission but warned Ivan not to drag Adrian too roughly. Adrian barely had time to react as he was half pulled out of his chair and toward the door. Startled, he asked in confusion where they were going and tried to protest that they had not finished the conversation. Ivan simply urged him to hurry, insisting that he would understand soon. As they reached the hallway, Adrian managed to shout back to his sister that he would return shortly, and asked her to attend to His Majesty in his absence. When the doors closed behind them, silence filled the dining hall for a moment. The emperor and Regina exchanged quiet glances before the scene shifted elsewhere. A short while later, Ivan led Adrian through one of the palace corridors and finally stopped before a large, ornate door. With a proud smile, he spread his arms and announced that they had arrived at the Imperial Magic Research Institute. Adrian looked up at the towering structure before them, taking in the carved sigils and glowing mana lights embedded in the walls. He reflected silently that even in an age when magic had become nearly obsolete and its perception constantly changed, the prestige of imperial magicians remained unshaken. The reason was clear. This place, this sanctuary of knowledge, allowed magicians to freely study and practice their craft without restraint. Ivan then gestured for him to follow and said he would guide him to his personal laboratory. Adrian raised an eyebrow in mild surprise and asked whether he truly had a private lab of his own. Ivan laughed proudly and explained that every magician affiliated with the Imperial Institute was assigned one. As they walked through the corridor, a man suddenly turned a corner and bumped into Adrian. The stranger dropped a small crystal orb, but with remarkable reflexes, caught it before it hit the ground. Adrian immediately apologized and asked if the man was all right. Instead of accepting the apology, the magician turned sharply toward him and snapped in irritation, calling him inconsiderate for standing in the way like an idiot. Before Adrian could respond, the man had already walked off. Ivan let out an exasperated sigh and muttered that the man was a rude brat. Then, with a soft chuckle, He told Adrian not to mind it. Magicians, he said, often thought they were the most important people in the world. Adrian laughed awkwardly and replied that he had heard something like that before. Ivan leaned slightly closer from behind and smirked. He asked what Adrian thought of the place so far. Adrian, puzzled by his tone, asked what he meant. Ivan explained with visible pride that within these walls, there were no ranks, no wealth, and no politics. Everyone here, he said, shared the same passion for magic and research, dedicating their lives to understanding it. It was, in his opinion, the best place a magician could ever hope to be. Adrian quickly realized Ivan's intention and asked if he was trying to recruit him into the institute. Ivan immediately confirmed, his enthusiasm unmistakable. He assured Adrian that his noble identity could be completely concealed and that he could pursue magic freely without worry. Adrian smiled faintly, but shook his head. He told him he would have to decline. Ivan looked shocked and demanded to know why. Inwardly, Adrian admitted that the offer was tempting. Meeting other magicians besides himself was indeed exciting, and he sometimes felt lonely training alone in Seyfried's lair. But as they continued walking, he knew there was a deeper problem. The foundation of his magic was fundamentally different. Human magicians spent their lifetimes building mana circles, constructing formulas, and chanting activation words. Dragon magic, however, was born from the dragon heart, capable of producing spells instantly through ancient dragon words. Since he had learned magic directly from a dragon, he lacked knowledge of human magical theory altogether. Remaining here would only hinder their research rather than help it. His thoughts were interrupted when they finally stepped into Ivan's laboratory. Adrian's eyes immediately fell upon the blackboard at the front of the room, covered in complex formulas and runic diagrams. He stared in silence, captivated by the detailed calculations. Ivan noticed his gaze and explained proudly that the spell written there was his latest work, a spell called Fireburst. It was an upgraded version of the first circle Fireball, developed into a fifth circle attack spell, though not yet complete. He admitted that since his specialty had always been defensive magic for the Emperor's protection, his offensive techniques were still lacking. The main issue, he said, was the instability of the mana during the activation process. Adrian remained focused on the blackboard, studying every line. After a moment, he finally spoke, addressing Ivan directly. "Count Rumbly," he said as he pointed at the drawing of a magic stone on the board. "If it's not too presumptuous of me, may I try fixing this myself?" As Adrian stood before the blackboard filled with complex magical formulas, his gaze sharpened with deep concentration. He began solving the intricate spell patterns that Count Rumbly Ivan had been struggling with. While doing so, a series of thoughts crossed his mind. He reflected that for any mage, creating a new spell was considered a once-in-a-lifetime achievement, proof that they had reached the very pinnacle of their field. Because of that, spells under development were treated as sacred, and it was an unspoken rule never to reveal or interfere with another mage's work. Yet, as he worked through the equations on the board, he realized that Count Rumbly, the Imperial Archmage himself, had already thrown those trivial rules aside out of pure curiosity. When Adrian finally set down the chalk, he turned to Ivan and calmly explained what he had done. He pointed out that the instability came from the combustion formula that circulated the flame. He said he had adjusted that portion and strengthened the overall stability, so that the spell's structure would hold even under high output. Ivan's body trembled as he watched. Then, overcome with emotion, he suddenly wrapped Adrian in a tight embrace and shouted that he truly was a genius. The Count explained that he had been wandering for months, the answer always just beyond his reach, and Adrian had solved it in mere moments. Adrian tried to downplay it, saying softly, "I only made a few adjustments to the formula you had already written, Count." Ivan, however, ignored the modesty, and in his excitement, nearly kissed Adrian's cheek while exclaiming that the real miracle was Adrian's mastery of the runic language. Adrian blinked in surprise and asked what he meant. Ivan enthusiastically explained that spell formulas were symbolic representations of runic language. To understand their principles just by looking at them meant Adrian could handle runic language freely. Adrian paused at that revelation and began piecing it together in his mind. It made perfect sense now. Though it had been his first time seeing a human spell formula, he had instinctively understood the principles behind it. Runic language, he realized, was a linguistic translation of dragon tongue magic, and human magic was a reconstruction of those same principles into formulas. In other words, dragon tongue magic was the foundation of human magic itself. If both systems worked on the same foundation, then it meant he could study both together. His eyes lit up as he thought to himself that this was far more fascinating than he had imagined. When he finally came to his senses, he straightened up and bowed his head. With sincerity he said, "I have committed a great discourtesy by tampering with another's spell formula, Count Rumbly. Please forgive my rudeness." Ivan blinked and waved off the concern, replying that it was fine. He asked whether the man he had begged to take as his disciple would really care about such a minor thing. Adrian reminded him that he had already declined that offer, but Ivan only laughed, saying that courtesy and rules were meaningless when it came to learning magic from someone like him. Adrian gave an awkward smile, thinking to himself that he had always assumed wizards were prideful beings. Yet Ivan's passion for magic felt pure and genuine, something born not of arrogance but love for the craft itself. As Ivan began recording the completed formula in his book, the laboratory door opened and several voices echoed inside. One of his disciples hurried in and called out, addressing him as master. Both Ivan and Adrian turned toward the sound. A young woman ran up, her face filled with excitement, exclaiming that he had completed the fireburst spell. Ivan responded casually, almost absent-mindedly. "Ah, yes, it seems that's how it turned out." He then introduced the two who had entered, explaining to Adrian that they were his disciples and that a third one was still absent. Adrian smiled and replied politely, saying it was a pleasure to meet them. As he spoke, he brushed his hands behind his back, trying to clean off the remaining chalk dust. Ivan turned to his disciples and introduced his guest properly, explaining that Adrian was Count Callista, His Majesty's guest, and that he had only been showing him around the Imperial Magic Research Institute. One of the young men tensed immediately at the explanation and repeated the word tour with clear disbelief. Before anyone could respond, the last disciple entered the room. He pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose and demanded to know what was happening. His tone was sharp and accusing as he reprimanded Ivan for bringing an outsider into his private laboratory. Adrian recognized him at once as the magician he had accidentally bumped into earlier in the hallway. He said quietly, "Ah, you are the one from earlier." The man looked at him in confusion and scoffed. "Huh? Have we met before? Why are you acting like we know each other?" Adrian stayed silent, unwilling to argue. The female disciple then interrupted impatiently, exclaiming that this was no time for personal remarks. The fireburst spell had been completed. The man with glasses immediately turned his attention back to the blackboard and gasped in shock. He declared that it was true, and that he had known their master would succeed eventually. Then, his tone changed again, and he began insisting that an outsider had no right to witness such an accomplishment. He accused Adrian of being a mere noble spectating for amusement, and argued that the laboratory was no place for someone unconnected to magic. Ivan's patience finally broke. He gritted his teeth and shouted at his students for their insolence, pointing at Adrian as his anger flared. He demanded to know how they dared show such rudeness to someone he had personally invited into his own laboratory. Internally, Ivan knew it was not he who had completed the fireburst spell, but he refused to let Adrian be insulted. He shouted again that Adrian was His Majesty's guest, and that they should be treating him as an honored visitor. In his mind, he thought bitterly that the man standing before them was not only a count, but at least a sixth circle archmage, a fact far beyond their comprehension. The disciples exchanged uneasy glances before one of them retorted that Ivan had never cared about courtesy before. They reminded him that he himself had told them not to be concerned with the opinions of nobles, or even the imperial family. Before the argument could escalate further, Adrian quickly stepped forward and interjected, his voice calm but firm. He suggested that they leave, telling Ivan there was no need to stay any longer. Ivan clenched his fists but complied, his thoughts burning with frustration. He silently vowed that once his disciples learned who Adrian truly was, they would regret their behavior bitterly. As the two walked back toward the dining hall, Ivan sighed and apologized sincerely. He admitted that he had spoiled his disciples and had put Adrian in an uncomfortable position. Adrian smiled in response and assured him that it was fine, even adding that he had gone out of his way to hide his identity. He said it was actually heartwarming to see the closeness between master and disciples. Ivan grumbled that while their skills were solid, their manners were deplorable. He joked that if they had seen Adrian cast even a single spell, they would have fainted from shock. Adrian thought silently that despite their immaturity, the three disciples must have been the most talented among the imperial mages, given Ivan's tendency to value skill above all else. He believed they would one day become the Empire's next generation of archmages. A small thought crossed his mind. If possible, he would like to ask for their help with his own secret plans in the future. When they arrived outside the dining hall, Ivan peeked through the slightly open door and froze. He leaned back toward Adrian and whispered with a mischievous grin that perhaps they should have stayed away a little longer. Curious, Adrian glanced inside and was immediately startled by what he saw. His sister Regina was seated comfortably beside the Emperor, the two of them chatting and laughing together as if they had known each other for years. The Emperor was saying that their first social gathering had been suffocating, to which Regina agreed, adding that she preferred quiet conversations with people she felt at ease with. He then asked how she had been adjusting to life in the capital, and she responded softly that she had been doing well, thanks to His Majesty's kindness. Adrian turned to Ivan, his expression filled with disbelief. "When did those two become so close? I knew they were exchanging letters, but—" Ivan simply burst out laughing and teased him, saying that even the great Count Callista was clueless when it came to romance. Later, after leaving the imperial palace, the siblings sat in their carriage as it rolled through the streets. Adrian spoke first, expressing relief that Regina's first visit to the palace had gone smoothly. He told her she had done well. Regina, lost in thought, didn't respond immediately. After a quiet pause, she turned to him and asked softly whether men generally preferred quiet and graceful women. Adrian blinked in surprise and thought, somewhat incredulously, that she was asking him for relationship advice. He hesitated, fumbling for words, and asked if she was worried that His Majesty might dislike her. Her cheeks flushed red at his question, and the air grew heavy with awkward silence. After a few moments, Adrian spoke again, his tone gentle. "Regina, you harbor feelings for His Majesty, don't you?" She hesitated but eventually nodded. She explained that it wasn't because she wanted to become empress. She simply enjoyed meeting the emperor, speaking with him, and sharing quiet moments together. She asked in a trembling voice if she was being childish, admitting that she knew she should consider the opinions of society and the emperor's position. Adrian moved to sit beside her. He told her that while he couldn't know the emperor's heart, he would always be on her side as her family. He told her to follow her feelings without worrying about others. Regina smiled warmly and replied that she understood. As they rode in silence, Adrian remembered Ivan's words earlier that day. When he had asked whether he should intervene in his sister's situation, Ivan had laughed and told him to leave them be, explaining that at that age, the more one tried to stop them, the stronger their feelings grew. Adrian sighed inwardly, thinking that while he couldn't exactly cheer for her, as her brother, he would at least make sure never to stand in her way. A few days later, Adrian reflected quietly on the recent chain of events. The entire incident had first come to light at the main branch of Sullivan Bank in the imperial capital. At the counter that day, a flustered bank teller had struggled to explain himself to a furious customer. The man before him was the head of Huffman Trading Company, a respected merchant whose temper had begun to flare. The teller's voice trembled as he said that the deposit on the customer's check had already been withdrawn. The merchant froze for a moment, then snapped in disbelief, demanding to know what the teller was talking about. He insisted that his check was right there in his hand and accused the bank of trying to cheat him. The teller, pale and sweating, stammered that the current ledger showed the check is already paid. The man's anger erupted as he slammed the counter and shouted, demanding where his 50 gold had gone. His voice carried across the marble hall, catching the attention of everyone nearby. Other customers began whispering among themselves, curious about the commotion. They muttered that something was wrong with the checks and expressed shock at the amount involved. Someone recognized the man as the head of Huffman Trading Company, pointing out that he had been the first to switch to Sullivan Bank when they began issuing checks instead of sticking with Callista. Within hours, the uproar had spread beyond the capital. In the private office of Dominic Sullivan, the bank's head, one of his attendants stood stiffly while delivering his report. He explained that the issue was not isolated. Similar incidents had occurred at the Maxton and Somerville branches, and they had already confirmed 3 clear cases of counterfeit checks. Dominic slammed his hand on the table, his face contorted with anger, demanding to know who was behind such audacity. His attendant, swallowing hard, continued his report and explained that the counterfeit checks were too sophisticated to detect. Not even trained bank employees could tell the difference between real and fake documents. Because of that, they couldn't accurately determine how many forged checks were circulating in the market. Dominic's patience broke. He cursed aloud and struck the desk again. Then, gritting his teeth, he gave an order. They were to recall all checks within 2 weeks. Only the person who had originally issued a check could withdraw it at the same issuing branch. And after that period, all withdrawals would be refused across every branch of Sullivan Bank. His attendant gasped in alarm, insisting that 2 weeks was far too short. He warned that many customers would be unable to exchange their checks in time, and suggested extending the deadline to several months. Dominic shouted back furiously, "Only contact major customers. Do I look like I have time to worry about small fry right now? Who knows how many more counterfeits will appear if we wait months?" Before the attendant could respond, another worker burst into the room, panic clear in his voice. He cried out that check withdrawal customers were flooding the main branch at that very moment. Dominic raised an eyebrow and muttered that perhaps it was good timing, considering they were planning to recall checks anyway. But the attendant, panting, clarified that the problem wasn't withdrawals. It was that people no longer trusted the bank itself. Nobles and major trading companies were pulling their deposits all at once. He stammered that at this rate, it would turn into a full-scale bank run. Hearing this, Dominic fell silent. The anger drained from his face, replaced by disbelief. He remained still for a long time, then finally sank into his chair, covering his face with one hand. His voice was low and strained as he muttered, "What about Callista?" His attendant blinked in confusion and asked what he meant. Dominic's eyes flashed with frustration as he repeated through clenched teeth, "Callista Bank. The place that started this entire check business before us. How are those people handling the counterfeit crisis? The second attendant bent down to pick up papers scattered on the floor. His tone was hesitant as he explained that Callista Bank had already caught counterfeiters on the spot and reported them to the authorities several days ago. Meanwhile, at the Callista Bank headquarters, Adrian sat in his office with a composed expression. He pressed a small button on his desk, and a lamp projected a soft beam of light onto a check. Under the glow, intricate magical patterns shimmered faintly across the paper. Enable, standing beside him, leaned in with wide eyes and exclaimed, "Wow! This is Callista Bank's unique counterfeit detector." Adrian smiled slightly and confirmed that she was right. He explained that when they had first introduced checks, every service window had been equipped with one of these devices, and employees were trained to release funds only after the paper passed inspection. Thanks to this, even the most sophisticated counterfeit checks could be detected instantly and handed over to security. Enable tilted her head thoughtfully and said, "So Callista Bank expected counterfeiting crimes from the start?" Adrian nodded. "Of course," he said evenly. "A single piece of paper that holds the value of dozens of gold coins will always attract criminals. No matter how special the material or the seal, determined forgers will always try to imitate it. When we first discussed the check system, we delayed implementation precisely because of that risk." He then recalled a conversation with Claude from before the launch. Adrian had told him that he wanted to start the business Claude had once proposed, but Claude had protested, saying the idea was only conceptual and had serious flaws. Adrian had responded calmly that he would handle the solutions himself. Returning to the present, Adrian told Enable that because they had developed a way to perfectly identify counterfeits, they were able to move forward confidently. Enable continued to toy with the lamp, smiling as she said, "Do you know, Count? The most expensive information on the market right now is data about this counterfeit detector. Everyone from official guilds to black markets is desperately trying to uncover how it works. Sullivan Bank is even offering ridiculous sums just to learn the tiniest detail, but no one has found a clue yet." Adrian thought to himself that it was natural. The device, though appearing to be an ordinary lamp, was a magical tool containing special stones. Each piece of check paper was engraved with a rune that responded only to a unique wavelength of magical light. The embedded stones were tuned to detect these patterns, allowing even non-mages to operate them. He recalled that when he had first developed the system, he had worried it might be excessive precaution. But seeing Sullivan Bank's chaos now, he felt nothing but relief. He chuckled quietly and said aloud, "Even if you tried to sell this, no one would ever figure it out. This device is made with our bank's exclusive technology." Enable pouted playfully and leaned closer behind his chair. "Oh my! That's such a cruel thing to say, Count. I'd never sell anything related to you, even for billions. You're the benefactor who saved our Lucen Guild from bankruptcy. Thanks to you, requests are pouring in, and we've hired so many new employees." Adrian laughed, telling her that he too was grateful for the guild's help. He mentioned how she had warned them about Sullivan's spies hiding among new recruits when they were expanding their branches. He remembered the day she had entered his office with a document listing suspected infiltrators. She had smirked and told him he was too naive, insisting that preparation was essential when dealing with someone like Dominic Sullivan, who specialized in bringing others down by any means necessary. Adrian had called it vicious, and she had replied that such behavior was possible only because the Sullivan family had the backing of Duke McCarthy. That name made Adrian pause. McCarthy was one of the two ducal houses supporting the Rosenbaum Empire alongside Townsend, a powerful family that had even interfered in the Compton Mountain Lair battle before his regression. After a brief silence, Adrian had turned to Enable and asked if there was still no news regarding Marquis Krauser's information. She had shaken her head and said that it wasn't that the information was hard to find. It simply didn't exist. People even questioned whether the Marquis was alive or dead. Adrian mused privately that as Callista's influence grew, the interference from both the Townsend and McCarthy families would only intensify. He would need a force strong enough to counter their influence. However, since Marquis Krauser's situation remained uncertain, he decided it was best to proceed patiently and focus on what he could control for now. Turning to Enable, he asked if she knew any trading companies in Somerville. "Of course," she said lightly. Somerville is also Jeffrion's hometown. Adrian asked if any of them specialized in seafood distribution. She tapped her chin thoughtfully and said she would have to check, though there should be plenty since Somerville was the Empire's largest coastal region and renowned for its seafood cuisine. Adrian rose from his seat and announced, "Perfect. I'm planning to open a seafood restaurant." Enable blinked in surprise and asked if he intended to expand into Somerville as well. Adrian shook his head and replied that he planned to open it right there in the imperial capital. Her eyes widened as she shouted, "What? Count, seafood is expensive in the capital for a reason. Even with the fastest carriage, delivery from the coast takes 3 days. Adrian cut her off with calm assurance. "It's fine. I'll solve the transportation issue myself. I want Guild to handle two things: securing a reliable food distribution network and developing recipes that fit the capital's tastes. Enable fell silent for a moment, then sighed softly. She turned away, muttering that they would also need to survey good restaurant locations in the city. Adrian smiled faintly. Are you really going to start right away without hearing the details? He asked. She paused briefly, then replied. When working with you, Count, I've learned that questioning things is meaningless. Whenever you move forward confidently, success always follows. It's worth the bet. Adrian chuckled at that and told her he would wait for her contact. As time passed, he looked back on everything that had unfolded. Callista Bank had taken advantage of Sullivan Bank's collapse during the counterfeit check crisis, gaining new customers and expanding rapidly. With the Guild's support, Adrian had solidified his position in high society despite entering the market later than his rivals. The seafood restaurant project, inspired by his dinner with His Majesty, had also brought him unexpected allies. Now that everything was running smoothly and his foundations were secure, Adrian thought that perhaps it was time to wrap up his life in the capital and finally return to his territory. Sometime later, Adrian sat with his mother Owen and his sister Regina over tea. Owen expressed surprise when Adrian suggested they should return to the Callista territory, and he explained that while the business there had stabilized somewhat, leaving the territory unattended for too long would be unwise. Owen agreed thoughtfully, noting she would need to write farewell letters to her new friends in the capital. Regina sighed and added that she ought to do some serious shopping before they left. Adrian then proposed that the two of them remain in the capital instead. When Owen asked what he meant, he reminded her that after years of isolation due to poor health, she had only recently begun forming friendships with noble ladies since arriving in the capital. Owen smiled warmly and admitted, That's true. How embarrassing. Regina chimed in, saying it was more than just casual friendships. Owen was now regularly invited to high society gatherings. She teasingly declared, the enchanting grand lady Callista debuts in her 40s. Owen sighed and gently chided her daughter. Oh my, this child. Adrian reflected inwardly that his mother had become a rising star in high society without their realizing it. He then turned to Regina and pointed out that staying in the capital would also make it easier for her to continue her studies and hire tutors. He added with a knowing smile, and also, communicating with your pen pal would be much better from the capital. Regina stammered, That's true too, but the moment the words pen pal left Adrian's lips, Owen's eyes widened. She turned to Regina with a sly tone and asked, Is it a man? Then, holding her daughter close, she said sarcastically, Well done, child. You're both at the age where you should be looking for marriage prospects. It's important to meet many good men? Adrian thought to himself, It is a man, but Regina quickly cleared her throat and changed the subject, asking whether Adrian would be all right alone in Callista if they stayed behind. He assured her it would be fine. It was their own territory after all. Owen added confidently, Strictly speaking, he won't be alone. A few days later, the time came for Adrian to depart. As he stepped into the carriage, Lakia and Asa helped him climb aboard, and their journey began along the familiar countryside roads. Inside the carriage, Asa stretched his arms and legs with relief, exclaiming that they were finally going back to Callista. Adrian smiled faintly and asked if Asa had wanted to return that much. The boy replied that the air in the capital smelled unpleasant and that Rian's house was far better. Adrian chuckled softly and admitted he was unsure about that. Turning toward Lakia, he asked if she also felt frustrated during their stay in the capital. Inwardly, he thought about how Lakia had avoided going out alone, afraid that someone might recognize him even in disguise. Out loud, Adrian wondered whether it was fine for Asa's escort not to ride with them. Asa replied that Ryuji found cramped spaces uncomfortable and preferred to ride separately. Then, without warning, the boy lay down, using Lakia's lap as a pillow, and sighed that he too felt stifled. He asked why they could not simply use the warp gate Adrian had created before. Adrian laughed and told him to bear with it a little longer. This time, it was an official return, so they had to travel properly. Time passed as the carriage rolled along the road, and before long, Adrian had dozed off. He awoke when Lakia called his name repeatedly, shaking him gently. Still half asleep, he asked if they had arrived. Lakia replied that they had indeed arrived, but that he should look outside. Adrian rubbed his eyes and peered out of the window. His eyes widened in astonishment at the sight before him. Crowds of people filled the entrance to the territory. A butler on horseback rode up to them, calling out loudly. Adrian recognized him immediately and called his name, William. The butler quickly dismounted, bowed deeply, and explained that he had come to greet Adrian after hearing of his return. He suggested that from here, walking would be faster than remaining in the carriage. As they stepped down, Adrian asked why so many people were gathered near the entrance. William explained that they were immigrants who had recently arrived in Callista, currently delayed while undergoing simple identity verification procedures. Since the harvest season had just ended, There had been an unusually large number of new settlers recently. Adrian expressed surprise, admitting that he had expected fewer immigrants after the flood. William shook his head and explained that the opposite had happened. Word had spread throughout the empire that Adrian had ordered generous compensation for the flood victims. And now the reputation of Callista as a good place to live had spread far and wide. Most of the newcomers were commoners moving with their entire families in hopes of a better life. Hearing this, Adrian was quietly stunned. As they continued forward, residents began to gather along the roadside, cheering and welcoming their lord back. Their voices filled the air with warmth. "Welcome back, my lord! You've really returned! Welcome home!" Adrian turned to William in disbelief and asked if he had gathered the townspeople on purpose. William smiled and said he had not. Everyone had simply been waiting for the day of their lord's return, and once the news spread, the people must have gathered of their own accord. He also added that he had already arranged the story explaining that Adrian had briefly returned during the flood, so there was no need for concern. Among the crowd, a small child approached and handed Adrian a flower. Adrian accepted it gently, bringing it to his nose with a faint smile. The fragrance brought warmth to his chest, and he murmured that it truly felt like coming home. Later, when they arrived at the Callista main estate, the servants and staff greeted him at the entrance with polite bows. "Welcome back to Callista, Count," they said as they hurried to assist with luggage. One of the maids stepped forward to remove Adrian's coat and asked whether he wished to rest or if dinner should be prepared immediately. Adrian paused, considering her question for a moment, before smiling. He said that instead of resting, he should first deal with the accumulated administrative work, as there must be matters that could not be properly conveyed through letters. Turning to William, he asked if the documents were ready. For a moment, the butlers and maids stood frozen in surprise. Then, smiles broke across their faces as they remarked that this was indeed the lord they knew. William straightened and said he would prepare the papers at once. Later that evening, Adrian sat in his study as William began his report. He started with the situation at Compton Mountain, explaining that the mining preparations had reached their final stage and that work could begin as early as next month. Adrian smiled at the good news. He remembered discovering the iron ore vein in those mountains before his departure for the capital. Although the land was clearly within Callista's borders, he knew that if the Townsend or McCarthy families had learned of it, they would have provoked a territorial war to seize control. Preparations had taken longer than expected because they needed to proceed discreetly without drawing the attention of those two families. Still, the delay only proved that the iron deposit's value was high enough to attract powerful rivals. For the prosperity of Callista, he could not afford to abandon its development. His thoughts were interrupted when William mentioned another matter: the person Adrian had ordered him to find. Adrian's eyes lit up immediately, and he asked eagerly if William had found him. William replied that he had located a blacksmith named Grunberg, though he was uncertain whether this was truly the talented individual Adrian had described. The young man seemed puzzled by the position being offered to him. Adrian smiled knowingly to himself. It made perfect sense. Grunberg would not become famous across the empire for another decade. Yet Adrian knew that one day, the man would be recognized as the most gifted blacksmith on the entire continent. His early works alone would one day fetch immense value, and when the time came, the most influential families would compete fiercely to recruit him. Speaking decisively, Adrian instructed William to place Grunberg in complete charge of managing both the new mine and the smithy. He assured him that the young man would adapt quickly. William bowed and said he understood. Another attendant soon arrived, carrying a massive rolled blueprint. After unrolling it across the table, William remarked in awe that the project was enormous and asked if his lord truly intended to proceed with it. Adrian's expression turned solemn as he confirmed that he did. It was, he said, a promise made to his teacher and benefactor, the very person who had made it possible for him to stand where he was now. When the report finally ended, Adrian left his study, stretching slightly as he let out a deep sigh. He murmured that the work was finally done. Lakia and Asa met him in the corridor soon after. Lakia looked concerned and asked whether it was wise to overwork himself on the very first day of his return. Adrian chuckled and asked if they had been waiting for him. As they walked together down the hall, he added that he had told them to rest since the journey must have been tiring. Lakia brushed it off, saying that merely sitting in a carriage was hardly exhausting. Asa agreed energetically, adding that coming back to Callista had made him feel even more refreshed, as the air here was so much cleaner. Adrian laughed quietly at their enthusiasm. At his side, Lakia exhaled softly and admitted that he too found Callista far more comfortable than the capital. Asa turned toward him with mock surprise and teased him for saying that after being so picky earlier. Adrian only laughed again at their playful exchange and suggested that they go on a territory inspection the next day. It had been a while since the last one. Asa immediately agreed with a cheerful shout, his voice echoing down the corridor. That year, in Imperial Year 856, House Callista began to expand its businesses in earnest, and fully entered the circle of high society. Time flowed swiftly from that point onward, and before long, 2 years had quietly passed. The district, regarded as the capital's most bustling quarter, had somehow come to be known as Callista Street, a name derived from the towering headquarters of Callista Bank that dominated the area. Its rise over just 2 years nothing short of astonishing. Yet the true focal point of attention on that street was not the bank, but a modest establishment bearing a simple sign: Seafood Restaurant Specialty, Sea Breeze. A line snaked around the entrance, eager patrons waiting for a table. Inside, a little girl seated at a round table took a bite of shrimp and gasped in delight, declaring, "It's delicious! So this is what shrimp is like, it bounces around in my mouth." Her mother, seated beside her, smiled warmly and asked whether she truly liked it, adding that it had been an excellent choice for a birthday celebration. Leaning toward her father, the girl whispered her concern, "But, isn't this place really expensive? Dad, is it okay?" Her father reassured her gently, explaining that while it was pricier than ordinary eateries, the cost remained manageable for special occasions, and that many commoners frequented the place as well. Her mother nodded and reflected that the world had truly improved. Just a few years prior, commoners in the capital could scarcely imagine purchasing seafood at all. When the girl asked why it was possible now, her mother clarified that this applied only to Seabreeze, not everywhere, since fish used to spoil en route from the coast. As she began to elaborate, the scene shifted upward. On the noble class floor, one lady remarked to her companion that the restaurant employed a dedicated mage. The other, intrigued, inquired what that meant. The first lady explained that preservation magic was cast upon cargo wagons departing from Somerville, ensuring seafood arrived in the capital as fresh as if just pulled from the sea. She added, however, that such magic required at least third circle proficiency, prompting her companion to cover her mouth and exclaim, "Wait, then does that mean Imperial mages are involved? Aren't they forbidden from using magic outside Imperial decrees?" This led to speculation. Perhaps Seabreeze maintained ties to the imperial court. Her companion dismissed the idea as absurd. Who in their right mind would connect such a restaurant to the palace? She pressed for the owner's identity. The first lady, lifting a shrimp with her fork, offered her theory. Though the establishment could have catered exclusively to nobles and charged exorbitant prices, it had deliberately set moderate rates and mingled commoners and nobles under one roof, making it, in her view, profoundly eccentric. The second lady countered that at least the floors were separated, commoners below, nobles above. But the first sighed and muttered, "It's still the same building. I'm losing my appetite." She then wondered aloud when she might ascend to the third floor, the exclusive, full-level rental space, reserved surely only for the most powerful figures in the realm. Upstairs, in that very third-floor suite, Isa took a bite of grilled fish while Lakia chided Isa to at least eat like a human being. Isa responded by sticking out his tongue. Nearby, Jeffrion, the head chef, bowed deeply and pleaded earnestly, "I earnestly beg you, Count, isn't it about time to reveal the owner of this restaurant?" Adrian, mid-bite, looked up in mild confusion and stated plainly that Jeffrion was the owner of Seabreeze. Jeffrion burst out, "Who would believe that? That I, an ordinary commoner, am employing high-level mages and running a restaurant in the heart of the capital? Who would believe it?" He lamented that even nobles were now obsessively trying to uncover his identity, and it was driving him to despair. Adrian chuckled and clarified that while he had provided funding and strategic planning, Jeffrion had single-handedly researched and refined recipes to suit the diverse palates of the capital, and therefore, in his view, deserved full recognition as the establishment's rightful owner. Jeffrion flushed deeply and stammered a grateful, if hesitant, reply. When Adrian observed that the food tasted even better than last time, Jeffrion beamed and admitted he had poured extra effort into the day's menu, for today was indeed special. The Count was resuming full activities in the capital after a period focused on territorial administration. Adrian confirmed this, adding that he now intended to expand into various commercial ventures. At that moment, a staff member announced the arrival of Adrian's guests. Adrian expressed mild surprise at their early arrival, and considered asking them to wait, but Isa and Lakia stood, assuring him they were finished. Jeffrion offered to clear the table and prepare refreshments. Adrian accepted, apologizing, and requested the leftovers be packed. These were important business partners after all. Moments later, Viscount Bowen entered, knelt before Adrian, and presented a bouquet of roses, his voice trembling as he said, "To think you prepared the reservation floor of Seabreeze for me." He broke into tears, adding, "You give me unimaginable joy again today, Count Callista." Adrian greeted him warmly, noting it had been some time and that the Viscount had not changed at all. Once seated, Bowen remarked that he reviewed the regular business reports diligently and was pleased to see thriving operations. He described this as what happiness must feel like, and announced he was opening the 5th branch of his clothing enterprise in Bensi. Adrian, startled, exclaimed, "Already the 5th branch? Inwardly, he reflected on how Bowen's venture, initially centered on high-quality artificial flowers, had sparked empire-wide fascination, rapidly expanding into accessories, textiles, and women's fashion, earning him the moniker Golden Hands. Even more unexpectedly, his foray into men's salons had overcome early resistance. Once clients experienced his coordination, their skepticism melted away. Bowen pointed to his own eyes and explained that they were the true source of his skill, illustrating by observing that Adrian had worn the same shirt and tie last autumn, likely owned only 3 or 4 seasonal outfits, reused vests by merely changing buttons, and only replaced shoes when they became too tight. He proposed that for Adrian, ideal attire would feature low-saturation colors, durable fabrics, minimal patterning, timeless tailoring, and sleeves designed to subtly conceal the gold bracelet on his left wrist, something that shouldn't be seen by others. Yet, you always wear it. It must hold deep personal significance. You should be more careful. Adrian instinctively covered the bracelet, the one retrieved from Siegfried's lair, and stammered his thanks, admitting it was both embarrassing and enlightening to hear such candid observations. He promised greater caution moving forward. Bowen cheerfully invited him to visit the salon soon, boasting confidence in his ability to draw out each individual's unique essence, though he paused and conceded one exception. Except for cases like Marquis Krauser. At that name, Adrian froze. Recalling Enable's warning, he asked sharply whether Bowen had ever actually seen the Marquis. Bowen admitted he had. Once, a decade prior, at a banquet. At that time, Marquis Krauser covered his entire body in gloomy, pitch-black clothes you'd only wear to funerals, stared outside throughout the banquet from start to finish, and never opened his mouth, not once. He added, puzzled, that he had wondered why the man attended at all. When Adrian pressed for more, "What kind of person did Marquis Krauser seem like to you?" Bowen lowered his gaze and confessed it was hard to judge someone he'd never spoken to. But just his gaze was a bit. At Adrian's prompt, he continued, "At that time, I kept looking at him, and our eyes met once. I immediately got goosebumps. One was purple, the other black. His eyes were different colors." That night, back at Callista Mansion, Adrian researched the condition and murmured aloud, "Heterochromia." He asked Lakia and Isa if either had ever seen Krauser in person. Both shook their heads. Lakia firmly, Isa lazily from the couch. Stretching his neck, Adrian sighed that the Lucen Guild's sole new lead was the assumption that Marquis Krauser did not reside in Krauser Castle, and that the more he learned, the more distant the truth felt. Perhaps, he mused, he should soon abandon the pursuit altogether. Lakia, however, had noticed something on Adrian's desk. He placed a hand on the papers and said quietly, "You're seriously preparing for territorial war." Adrian confirmed it. With waves of immigrants flooding into Callista, neighboring territories were growing suspicious, questioning whether his expansion masked militarization. More critically, he needed to properly deploy the night order Lakia would soon leave behind. Lakia fell silent, studying him. After a long pause, he exhaled and said simply, "Right." And Adrian thought, though he had grown accustomed to Lakia's constant presence, he had never included him in his future plans. The 5-year deadline tied to the promise he made upon their first meeting was drawing near. Slowly, deliberately, they were preparing for farewell. Elsewhere, inside a forge filled with heat and ringing metal, the blacksmith Grunberg was steadily hammering steel when a woman hurried inside and urgently announced that the main castle was looking for him. Grunberg replied that he would tidy up at once and asked her to wait a moment. She confirmed that she would escort him there. As Grunberg made his way through the hall of the Callista mansion toward Adrian's office, he reflected on how it was already common knowledge among the castle's servants and staff that the Lord of Callista was a mage. Even so, no one pried into that secret or spread rumors, all for the sake of Callista's foundation and to protect their young lord who supported it. When Grunberg arrived at Adrian's office with a sword in his hand, he formally greeted him and said, "You called for me, my lord?" Adrian welcomed him warmly. After some time passed while Adrian spoke with William, Grunberg observed them quietly and thought that although he had grown accustomed to the fact that Adrian was a mage, he still found it astonishing how his lord traveled between the capital and Callista, as if they were right next door. His thoughts were interrupted when Adrian concluded William's report and directly addressed him. Startled, Grunberg responded at once. He then presented the completed sword to Adrian, and Adrian cheerfully asked if this was indeed the finished weapon, and invited him to try holding it. As Adrian examined the blade, he remarked with surprise that it had become much lighter. Grunberg proudly explained that he had reduced its weight by half while increasing its strength to more than double, and that by next week they would be able to supply the entire night order. To the side, William watched with pride and quietly reflected on how unbelievable it was that such a young and ordinary-looking youth could skillfully oversee everything from mining to smelting and casting, while even developing new metals that surpassed existing steel. He inwardly affirmed that his lord's judgment had been correct. Adrian then drew their attention to a paper bearing a full knight armor sketch and announced that it was time to produce armor for Callista's knight order. William stared at the design in surprise and asked if it was plate armor and whether Adrian had designed it himself. Adrian replied with a touch of embarrassment that he had referenced the Imperial Knight Order's design. As Grunberg studied the sketch, he pointed out the groove at the center of the chest and carefully suggested that it appeared to serve as a power source for a circuit. Adrian was shocked that Grunberg could infer that just by looking at the drawing and openly expressed his astonishment. Grunberg admitted that he did not know the detailed principles or functions, but stated with a wide smile that he could feel an amazing work would be born from it. After Grunberg departed, Adrian remarked to William that it seemed he could completely trust and rely on him. William agreed that Grunberg was a very trustworthy young man, but his tone soon shifted as he added that there was an additional matter to report regarding the drought. Adrian recalled aloud that William had said it had not rained even once that year. William confirmed this and explained that thanks to Adrian's foresight in building an enormous reservoir, they were managing for now. However, if it did not rain during the coming rainy season, even that would dry up, and the farmer's anxiety was growing severe. Adrian responded that while nothing could be done about the weather itself, he had already prepared sufficient countermeasures and assured William that no one in Callista would go hungry, instructing him to comfort the people well. William bowed and acknowledged the order. Inwardly, Adrian reflected that the drought had likely only just begun. Later, as Adrian returned to the capital using teleportation magic with the newly forged sword in hand, he observed the dried grass and thought to himself that knowing the future did not mean he could interfere with everything, especially with choices that could determine the fate of many. He reminded himself that he had learned to be extremely cautious, resolved not to think rashly, and decided to focus solely on preparing as much as possible. As time passed, Adrian sat at his desk in his office writing, while Lakia stood in front of him inspecting the sword he had brought back. Lakia asked whether this was the sword newly made in the territory. Adrian confirmed that it was and asked for his opinion. Lakia sheathed the blade and commented that it was decent enough to use, though nothing compared to his own. Adrian smiled faintly and muttered that he supposed that was true. Lakia then turned his attention to Asa, who was lying on the couch, and asked where his escort had been lately. Hearing this, Adrian thought about how Asa's guard knight Ryuji always followed him around, yet was so elusive that even he struggled to sense his presence. Adrian then voiced his own observation that it had been a while since they had seen him. Asa sat up and answered uncertainly that perhaps it had. Lakia muttered under his breath about how oblivious they were. Asa scoffed and said, "It's fine. Cat people naturally like wandering around," adding that even if Ryuji disappeared for a while, he would return on his own when the time came. Adrian thought privately that he had heard that somewhere before. Lakia then accepted that explanation and asked Adrian whether he also lacked any major plans for the time being. Adrian replied cheerfully that he would just be managing the bank and restaurant branches. In his mind, he recalled that even in his previous life, nothing significant had happened during this period, so he believed he would be able to focus on work for a while. As time continued to pass, on a busy street in another part of the city, a fully cloaked man entered an establishment where a woman was already waiting. The man removed his cloak to reveal himself as the emperor. With a wide smile, he called out, "Miss Regina." Regina immediately stood and excitedly returned the greeting with, "Your Majesty." As the emperor sat down, he joyfully remarked that it had been a long time since he had seen her face, and asked whether everything had been well. Regina replied that she was fine, and in turn asked about his condition, mentioning that she had heard he had been extremely busy. The emperor sighed and assured her that he was well, adding that with Rumbly's help, he was occasionally able to slip out like this. Regina studied him quietly for a moment before asking whether something was wrong. The emperor fell silent, lowered his head, and then confessed that another marriage proposal had come from McCarthy, and that his mother had been advising him not to keep refusing and to at least meet them. The room fell silent. Regina clenched her fist and thought to herself that he was, after all, the emperor of the empire, and that they could not continue spending time like this forever. The emperor then asked whether Regina was truly satisfied with this kind of relationship. Regina hesitated in confusion. He went on to describe how they hid their respective statuses, wore commoner clothes, and maintained their relationship in secret as if their meetings were some kind of crime. Regina forced a chuckle and replied that she did not mind at all, adding that he was being considerate so that her count house would not become involved in power struggles. She admitted that she did not know how to define their relationship, and that she had thought about it in her own way. Even if he were to enter a state marriage, as long as they could remain friends who exchanged letters afterward, she believed that would be enough for her. The emperor responded seriously that he was not satisfied with that. He rose to his feet and repeated that he was not satisfied. Without any warning, he knelt before her and declared that if she permitted it, he intended to announce the state marriage at the next Grand Council. Regina's face flushed red as she covered her mouth. The emperor then formally addressed her as Miss Regina von Callista, and extended his hand, asking with quiet resolve if she would marry him. Elsewhere, in Adrian's office, Allman concluded his report and stated that all branches were operating quite stably. He added that he would organize and draft the quarter's Thunder's soundness indicator report by the end of the day. Adrian simply acknowledged the update with approval, and then, smiling, remarked that Almond's performance was truly amazing, so much so that he appeared far more suited to business management than to butler work. Flustered, Almond cleared his throat and replied that everything he had achieved was thanks to Adrian's excellent personnel organization. He then inquired whether William was also faring well. Adrian confirmed this, noting that William had now grown more knowledgeable about Callista's internal affairs than he himself was. Almond expressed quiet relief at that news, and immediately followed up by asking whether the territory was handling the drought damage adequately. Adrian fell silent for a moment, before responding that, although Callista seemed stable for the time being, many other regions were clearly struggling. Almond agreed, explaining that the incoming reports were deeply troubling. According to Claude, who was stationed in Bensi, most farmers had begun stockpiling food without consuming it, and some had already abandoned hope for this year's harvest altogether. Almond observed that such behavior strongly suggested the farmers were bracing for a major famine, and as a result, voices within the administration had begun advocating for either a temporary suspension of loans to commoners or stricter lending screening. He pointed out that, should a full-scale famine arrive, widespread loan defaults would become inevitable. Adrian listened intently, then fell into deep thought. After a few moments, he instructed Almond to maintain the existing policy for now, and assured him that he would signal when additional measures were warranted. Almond acknowledged the directive, and, just as he turned to leave, added quietly that he would now return to his duties. The moment the door shut behind him, Adrian let out a weary sigh, only for it to be interrupted seconds later as the door burst open, and Abel strode in, calling out, "Count!" Adrian flinched, then calmly resumed sipping his coffee. And Abel, noticing his exhaustion, hesitated and asked whether she should return at a more convenient time. He quickly dismissed the suggestion, inviting her in. She produced a sealed letter and announced with unmistakable enthusiasm that they would be attending the ball hosted by House Viscount Roxon the following week. Adrian offered only a tired smile in response. And Abel studied his face and muttered to herself that his fatigue was plainly visible. He then reminded her, gently but firmly, that he had long made it clear he had no desire to attend social events. This time, she insisted, was different. She had obtained confirmation that Lady Swergen would be present. At that name, Adrian leaned forward, his expression shifting. Internally, he reflected on Rebecca von Swergen, the so-called Queen of High Society, whose name always appeared atop any list of the Empire's most prominent figures. Though her chronic wanderlust kept her abroad for most of the year, her status remained unshaken. Granddaughter of Duke Townsend, the Iron Chancellor, and widely hailed as the goddess of beauty for her peerless appearance. Abel slammed her palms onto his desk and declared that everyone knew how fiercely Duke Townsend cherished his granddaughter, and that missing this rare opportunity to meet her on imperial soil might mean waiting years, or even decades for another. She urged him, emphatically, to build a connection this time. Adrian paused. Then, with quiet resolve, he declined. While he acknowledged Lady Swergen's importance, he maintained that this was a period demanding focus on business, not social maneuvering. Undeterred, Abel leaned across the desk, locking eyes with him, and stated bluntly that he was squarely within marriageable age, and that his mother had voiced growing concern on the matter. He only smiled again and replied that, for the time being, marriage was simply not on his horizon. Later that night, Adrian was summoned to meet the Emperor. Upon arrival, the Emperor greeted him with uncharacteristic confidence and announced, "I want to marry Miss Regina." The declaration struck Adrian like a physical blow. His knees buckled, and he sank to one knee, stunned. The Emperor reached out to steady him and asked, with unexpected tenderness, whether that was acceptable. Still reeling, Adrian thought to himself, did my words become reality? An hour earlier, Ivan, Count Rumbly, had unexpectedly arrived at the Callista mansion just as Adrian stepped outside. Ivan had greeted him cheerfully, and when Adrian expressed surprise at the late visit, Ivan had wrapped an arm around his shoulders and suggested, lightly, that since Adrian had returned to the capital, he ought to accompany him to the imperial palace soon, to catch up on recent developments. Adrian, sensing unease beneath the casual tone, had asked whether something was troubling the Magic Research Institute. Now, before the Emperor, Adrian reflected that he had followed Ivan expecting administrative concerns, not this. The Emperor, smiling warmly, invited him to walk together through the palace gardens. As they strolled, the Emperor revealed that he had proposed to Miss Regina that very day. Adrian managed only to ask what her answer had been. The Emperor explained that she had initially refused, citing her own unworthiness for the role of Empress, and fearing she would burden both the Empire and the imperial family. Yet, beneath the refusal lay longing. She had confessed she wished to be by his side in some capacity, and stated that she would abide by her brother's judgment. She had been certain, she said, that Adrian would make the right decision. Hearing this, Adrian's mind turned inward. He had always known, in principle, that as head of House Callista, he would one day decide Regina's marriage. But confronting it, especially with the imperial family, was a burden of an entirely different magnitude. He knew what had befallen Lakia. If he endorsed this union, he risked turning every noble house in the empire into adversaries. And so he asked himself, do I truly possess the strength to withstand that? Just then, a strong floral scent drifted past him. He looked up and saw lilac trees in bloom. The emperor touched the bark gently and explained that this garden belonged to the empress. As the most serene and beautiful space within the entire imperial castle, it was where he often came when loneliness pressed too heavily upon him. With quiet conviction, he added that he wished to give this place, and everything else most precious to him, to Regina. He wanted her to be, without reservation, the happiest woman in the world. Adrian fell silent. Memories surfaced. 2 years prior, after he and Regina had shared breakfast with the emperor at the palace, the summons had ceased entirely. At the time, Callista Bank's rapid expansion had drawn intense scrutiny from the high nobility, and the emperor, he now realized, must have deliberately shielded them, limiting contact to letters and clandestine meetings to evade prying eyes. Yet today, the emperor had brought him into the empress's sanctuary. Has his majesty finally prepared to face them all? Adrian raised his head and spoke aloud, his voice low but unwavering. He requested permission to ask a question that was, by all standards, exceedingly rude and presumptuous. The emperor, mildly surprised, granted it without hesitation. Adrian asked, what kind of world do you dream of? And in what direction do you believe the empire of Rosenbaum must change? The emperor paused, cleared his throat, and offered a faint, thoughtful smile. That's not quite the question I expected, he admitted. Then, after a breath, he continued, it may sound like fantasy, but I dream of a world where opportunity is universal. A world unbound by status, class, gender, or origin. A world where every person may live as they choose. Adrian closed his eyes. Don't be afraid. Remember the power you've gathered in this life. Then he knelt fully before the emperor, not in submission, but in solemn vow, and pledged. I, Adrian von Callista, master of the house, humbly petition His Majesty, sovereign of the empire. Please take good care of my younger sister. And in his heart, he added the final, unspoken truth, the anchor of his courage. I have the power to protect what is mine. A few days earlier, the emperor convened a session of the Grand Council. Without preamble, he announced that he had decided to marry Miss Regina von Callista, the younger sister of Count Callista. The declaration struck the assembled nobles like sudden frost. The chamber, which only moments before had proceeded with ceremonial decorum and an air of routine, fell into absolute stillness, chilled not by temperature, but by disbelief. One counselor, recovering first, addressed the emperor directly, asking what he could possibly mean by such an abrupt statement. Another followed, voice edged with skepticism, inquiring whether the emperor referred to that Count Callista, the one recently active in banking, and pointed out that House Callista was a remote, politically unconnected line, lacking both central influence and dynastic legitimacy. He dismissed the idea as sheer nonsense. A third remarked, almost offhandedly, that Count Callista had only just turned 20. The emperor responded firmly, turning the accusation of suddenness back upon them. Had they not, day after day, pressed him to marry? Then Duke John Schneider von Townsend, seated close to the emperor, spoke, not with open hostility, but with grave authority. He acknowledged that the emperor might have formed genuine affection for Callista's daughter, but emphasized that a state marriage was not a matter to be settled on personal sentiment alone. Duke Alan Bolas von McCarthy, positioned opposite, added his voice in agreement, warning that the dignity of the imperial family was at stake and that mishandling this matter could destabilize the empire's deepest traditions. The emperor, unmoved, countered with quiet force. House Callista, he reminded them, was a distinguished noble family of the empire. He challenged them to define precisely what standards they invoked when speaking of dignity and rank. Duke Townsend's lips curled into a faint smirk. He asked whether the emperor had forgotten the list they had so carefully prepared. Foreign princesses whose alliances would benefit Rosenbaum, daughters of houses befitting the imperial throne, all vetted to preserve legitimacy. He insisted that the emperor, as sovereign, had a duty to rise above commoner-like impulses and govern with reason, not affection. He concluded flatly, their approval could not be granted. Internally, the emperor recognized the moment for what it was. The two great ducal houses, Townsend and McCarthy, the twin pillars of real power, who had long treated his youth and inexperience as licensed to steer the throne like a puppet, at least, he thought, until now. Aloud, he pressed further. He demanded to know where, in any imperial regulation, their rigid criteria were codified. He questioned whether political marriages had ever been formal tradition in Rosenbaum, and pointedly noted that his own mother had not hailed from a powerful lineage. Was the council now implying that even the Empress Dowager had tarnished the empire's legitimacy? Before a flustered counselor could protest, "Your Majesty, that's..." The emperor raised his voice, his tone sharpening into command. "How dare you grasp at imperial authority while invoking traditions that have no foundation in history?" He declared himself the true master of Rosenbaum and affirmed that he alone would choose his empress. Then, with deliberate finality, he added, "If you refuse to acknowledge my choice to the end, I will never take an empress for the rest of my life." A ripple of shock passed through the chamber. He continued, "That means the imperial line ends with me, and the throne passes to my paternal cousin, Duke McCarthy." Outrage erupted. One counselor surged to his feet, protesting that they harbored no such ambition, but the emperor did not wait for the rest. Slowly, deliberately, he rose and walked out. Later that day, in the Townsend estate, Duke John Schneider reclined with a glass of liquor in hand. He remarked aloud, almost admiringly, that the emperor had struck a decisive blow, and expressed surprise that his majesty would wield the succession itself as leverage. Behind him, his son, Count Glenide von Townsend, stood motionless for some time before speaking. He confessed that one point eluded him. If the emperor truly produced no heir, would that not present Duke McCarthy with a perfect opportunity? So why had McCarthy opposed the declaration as fiercely as Townsend? The Duke turned to face his son. He called the question foolish, explaining that Rosenbaum's legitimacy, its supreme historical weight, was not something even the grasping McCarthy family would risk for a fleeting power advantage. More critically, he warned, the delicate balance maintained between the great houses was all that prevented open war. If shattered, conflict would rage until one side lay in utter ruin. After a pause, he mused aloud. Today, the emperor's eyes and voice had been utterly unlike his former self, no longer passive, no longer yielding. "Interesting," he murmured. "It seems we must follow his will this time." Glenide asked, cautiously, whether this meant his father intended to vote in favor of approving the state marriage. The Duke replied that the emperor had made clear he would no longer be leashed. The prudent course now was to step back and observe how far this newfound momentum would carry him. He wondered aloud what had catalyzed the change, the future empress herself, or perhaps her brother. Back in the present, at the Callista mansion, Owen von Callista pressed a hand to her temple and exclaimed, "Good heavens!" Stunned that such monumental news had arrived without warning, Regina sat silently beside her, head bowed. Adrian apologized, acknowledging his failure to prepare his mother, but in his thoughts, he noted the astonishing speed of it all. From proposal to palace summons, everything had unfolded within a single day. Owen admitted that while she had never wished to interfere in her children's marriages, she could not help but feel deep anxiety. The position of empress, she said, was not something one endured on the strength of affection alone. Still, Regina said nothing. Then Adrian reached out and gently took his sister's hand. He assured his mother that both Regina and the emperor were resolved to face the future together, and promised, without hesitation, that he would wield every resource at his command to shield his family. He asked only for her trust. Owen fell silent. Tears gathered in her eyes, then spilled over as she began to weep softly. Finally, voice thick with emotion, she whispered, "Really, when did you two grow up so much?" She looked at Regina and asked, "Only one thing mattered. You truly love each other, right?" Regina smiled for the first time and nodded. "Yes, thank you." Owen sighed, wiping her cheeks, and added, now that she thought of it, she had long suspected her daughter's clandestine outings in commoner attire. She had wondered who the mysterious suitor might be, and now understood he was someone truly worthy. His Majesty the Emperor. Regina jolted upright, eyes wide. "Huh? You knew?" Owen gave a tearful scoff. "Don't underestimate your mother too much, will you?" Then, with sudden warmth, she asked to hear the full story, when and how they had met. She insisted. She deserved to know her daughter's love story. It was then that realization struck Adrian. He interjected gently. Mother, actually, His Majesty wishes to meet you." The next day, on the upper floor of the Sea Breeze restaurant, the Emperor greeted Owen with unreserved joy. "Pleased to meet you for the first time, mother-in-law." He guided her to her seat with practiced courtesy. Once settled, Owen hesitated, asking whether such a modest venue was truly appropriate for an imperial first meeting. The Emperor dismissed her concern at once. "On the contrary," he said. He had specifically requested this location from Count Callista, then turned, mock indignant, toward Adrian. "Ivan and I couldn't possibly not know the Count is the restaurant's true owner, yet he cruelly never invited us even once." Adrian cleared his throat and offered a quiet apology, then urged everyone to begin eating, adding that the chef had gone to great lengths to source rare ingredients. The meal unfolded in warm, easy conversation, the future family laughing, sharing stories, growing steadily more at ease. At the table's edge, Count Ivan Rumbly leaned slightly toward Adrian and murmured that the atmosphere felt remarkably harmonious. Adrian agreed softly. His mother, he observed, appeared genuinely relieved. Ivan exhaled in quiet wonder. "To think I'd see the day His Majesty marries the woman he loves," He said he was deeply grateful to both Count Callista and Miss Regina. Since meeting them, the emperor had changed profoundly. He now spoke with confidence, held his ground when necessary, and no longer shrank from asserting his convictions. Adrian listened, then replied, voice low, Count Rumbly, it's perhaps too strong to call it repayment, but may I ask you a rather difficult favor? Upon hearing Adrian's request, Ivan exclaimed in surprise, asking if Adrian truly wished to hire his disciples as professors for the academy. The emperor then inquired if this pertained to the Count's academy, specifically the one newly built in Callista territory, mentioning he had heard occasional mentions of it. Adrian confirmed this was correct. He explained that magical education in the empire had essentially been severed. To cultivate outstanding mages in the magic department, he stated that experienced and capable imperial mages were absolutely necessary. Of course, since this involved transferring imperial mages' affiliations to private professors, they needed both His Majesty the Emperor's permission and that of Master Count Rumbly. His mother Owen interjected, gently chiding her son Rian for discussing work even in such a setting. Beside her, Regina spoke up, saying she was fine with it, and that she was also very interested in the academy being established in their territory. Hearing Regina's comments, the Emperor smiled and said he would like to give a positive answer as much as possible, but Ivan then cleared his throat. He stated that he also desperately wished to grant the Count's request, but his disciples would probably refuse. He explained that the mages at the Imperial Research Institute were those who had refused employment by nobles. Even though they knew well they could gain enormous wealth by becoming nobles' retainers, they had chosen to serve under His Majesty's command solely for magic's value and honor. Asking them to become professors at a private academy could be a rather insulting request. He hastily added that it was not that the academy's level would be lacking, and asked if Adrian understood the personalities of such mages. Adrian responded that of course he understood. That was precisely why he paused for a moment, then cleared his throat and announced, as a Sixth Circle Archmage, I intend to personally teach those who become academy professors. Hearing this, the Emperor was mildly shocked. He thought to himself that this was the first time Count Callista had openly acknowledged being a mage himself, and he was even revealing his circle level. Adrian's sister Regina was shocked and commented in surprise that her brother was a Sixth Circle mage. Adrian smiled inwardly, thinking to himself that he was actually higher than Sixth Circle. Then suddenly, Ivan grabbed Adrian's arm, his body trembling as he stammered, Can I apply for a professorship? The Emperor chuckled and told Ivan to get a hold of himself. Afterwards, at the Imperial Grand Council, the state marriage with Regina was approved, and Count Rumbly's 3 disciples were also appointed as magic department professors. Adrian later read a letter from Ivan, which stated that since Adrian could not reveal his identity, Ivan had unavoidably pushed the appointments through as an order. Thanks to that, all 3 were making sad faces, but Ivan insisted not to worry, as once they learned about Adrian, they would thank him for life. After reading the letter, Adrian sighed and muttered to himself that the mages must be quite dissatisfied. He felt all plans seemed to be proceeding stably. Yet he was not at ease. No, rather, everything seemed poised right before overflowing, like a precarious stalemate. This uneasy premonition, he noted, was proven correct in a more violent way than he had expected. Later, as Adrian, Asa, and Lakia walked outside, Asa asked if the wedding date was all set too, remarking that it did not feel real that Adrian's sister was becoming empress. Adrian responded that yes, after passing the Grand Council, things had moved swiftly. He admitted that Regina and he felt that way too, and that their mother seemed the most excited these days. Then, suddenly, a man from behind started running towards them. Asa and Lakia instantly noticed, both looking back at the same time. The man charged towards Adrian with violent intent. In an instant, Asa grabbed Adrian to pull him aside, while Lakia sidestepped and pinned the assailant to the ground. Adrian, startled, shouted to Lakia, asking what this was. As Lakia pinned the man down, he responded that the individual appeared to be a pickpocket. Asa looked at the man on the ground and sighed, stating that targeting a noble with a guard knight in plain sight meant this guy was completely stupid. The man then shouted, "Damn it! You nobles won't starve even if your pockets get picked once. Commoners are dying right now without a single coin." Adrian narrowed his eyes as he looked at the man on the ground. As Lakia was about to strike him, Adrian stopped his guard and told him that was enough. Lakia asked if Adrian was saying to release the guy. Adrian clarified that no, the man was caught in the act, so of course they must hand him to the security force. He meant that Lakia should not beat him. After handing the man over, Adrian added, looking up at the sky, that it was because of the famine. For farmers, he explained, the year's harvest directly connected to their livelihood, so public safety had gotten considerably worse due to the famine. Crimes of survival were increasing. As they continued walking, Lakia asked if the farming damage was severe. Adrian nodded and responded that throughout all of Rosenbaum, there would not be any regions that harvested proper crops this year. At least, fortunately, he paused, shocked at the sight before him, and stammered, wondering why a crowd of people were gathered in front of their house. Then Ullman rushed towards Adrian, calling for his lord. Adrian asked Ullman if something had happened. Ullman responded that audience requests to see Adrian or Miss Regina had been continuing all day. Since some petitioners were high-ranking individuals or representatives of major trading companies, it was beyond his discretion to turn them away. Adrian let out a weary sigh, placed his hand on his head, and ordered Ullman to refuse all audience requests for the time being. Once inside, Adrian looked out the window and thought to himself that previously, nobles who approached him were mostly in need of emergency funds or facing financial crises. But from now on, with Regina publicly announced as the future empress, these would be contacts seeking to form factions in earnest. He slapped his face with both hands and told himself to get a grip. He turned around and walked away, reflecting that he had thought everything was flowing within expected parameters. He knew a severe famine would strike around this time, and he had expected excessive attention would pour in once Regina became empress. However, the outcome resulting from the combination of those two factors was one he had not anticipated. Elsewhere, a man was basking on the streets, singing a ditty about muddy water mixing into the sacred river, bringing calamity to the land. Fish turning belly up, fertile fields drying up, people clutching hungry bellies in prayer too late, the river already being defiled, and heaven being angered by an ill-suited bloodline. With that, rumors began to spread among the people, agreeing that this drought was definitely because of the new empress. In Regina's room, Regina was crying while sitting on her bed, her mother beside her, comforting her. Adrian entered and called her name. Regina lifted her head and responded, calling him brother. Adrian approached and asked what was wrong, noting she was supposed to go with their mother that day to look at wedding reception dresses. Regina tried to respond, but her mother cut in to explain that something quite humiliating had happened. A stranger had tried to throw filth while shouting terrible things like defiling the imperial family with dirty blood. The guard knight had stopped it in time and arrested the culprit immediately. But, hearing this, Adrian was visibly shocked and began to speak, but Regina cut him off. With a forced smile, she said she was fine, that she should get used to this kind of thing now, and that she had only been startled that day. Adrian knelt before them and responded firmly that no, Regina should not get used to such words, and that she had not done anything wrong. Regina was silent for a moment, then began crying again, saying that it was true a famine had struck, and this kind of reaction could not be helped. Adrian exclaimed that this was not true, and that this time, he could solve it. A few days later, a man announced in the middle of a street, shouting, "Listen, those who hunger. Future Empress Regina von Callista has commanded that relief grain be distributed to all imperial citizens." The citizens were shocked and began to murmur in disbelief, asking if it was true they were giving out wheat for free. Thus, in imperial year 858, the year a terrible famine struck, relief activities under Regina's name began.